Oops. Greetings chat, how are you all doing? What do you think Evan has for stories from the con? Did he get confused for an AI art engineer again? Mithril Fox gifted a tier 1 sub to Lexa_99.
We back. Oh, a week later, we back. Holy shit, man. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Good morning, my friends. Ooh, I missed a week, didn't I? A whole week. That's right. Yep. It was a busy one. It was a lot busier than I thought it would be. Good God, man, that was a busy week. So, first of all, I apologize for being gone for so long. Second, Gamecon was awesome. It was interesting. It was decent. That was a whole convention and a half. We got back last night pretty late. There were rainstorms that delayed our travel a little bit, so I'm a little bit caffeinated this morning, so we'll see how it goes, man. But good morning, Brooklyn. What's up, dude? Brooklyn, I apologize. I'm not an artist worthy of your support because I did not get your characters done last week like I said I had intended to. So we'll rectify that today, okay? Good morning, Lexer. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Crimson. Holy shit, actual Crimson, man. Good to see you, bro. Missed you, man. What's up, Buns? Good to see you. Fox, Lexer. Fox, thank you for the 100 bits and the gifted sub to Lexer. And Jacob, good morning, and thank you for the tier 3, dude. That's a long-ass sub. Holy shit, 32 months. Good God, man. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get emotional. Thank you, Jacob, for the sub. I appreciate it. What's up, Ernesto? Good morning, Ashy Atari. Good morning, Leonardo. Good morning. Who did I miss? Who I guess? Wait. Lima Bean. Good morning, my friend. Good morning, Cass. Did I miss anybody? I didn't miss anybody, but if I did remember, it's good luck. Good morning, Entities. Good morning, Heat. What's up, dude? So we had a whole convention weekend, didn't we? Yes, I am happy to report that Ella did amazingly. Everyone won her dice, and she is now stressed because she doesn't have any more dice. Right? She's diceless as a dice vendor. No, she still has some sets left, but she sold out a lot. So she sold a bunch of dice to all the nerds, which is awesome. People were very, very enthusiastic about her dice. And I have my little booth next to her, and then we had our friend Selena next to us, which is awesome. So we had a little contingency. Gamecon is the best convention of the year. Closely maybe tied whatever with ArtCon, but Gamecon clears the big conventions, the big comic expos, and it's not even close. It's not even close. It is the best convention with the best vibes by a mile. And I'm happy to say that because it's a good time there. It was cool. For just a brief overview of what it is as opposed to regular Gamecon, the difference between Gamecon and a regular sort of nerd convention, Comic-Con style convention, is Gamecon is more focused. So it's kind of like focused to video games and TTRPGs, which is a wild combination for a convention, if you think about it. So there's like a couple main components. There's the big main stage, right, where they have gaming tournaments. They also have like live play D&D, and they just do events and stuff on the main stage. Feels more like formal, more like a BlizzCon type thing. Really cool. Then they have a whole area for like video game testing, for like indie titles, so you can go try out a whole bunch of stuff. And then they have a whole area for TTRPGs, tabletop games. They have all the big publishers there. Legend Story Studios for Flesh and Blood, Beetle and Grimm for D&D. You know, the Warhammer fucking store was there. It had a whole bunch of shit there. It was really cool. There's a lot of big names that go to Gamecon and set up there. So it's really cool. It's not just like, you know, you go to NerdCon and like as a vendor of shit, this is a good and bad thing, but you know, you go to NerdCon and there's just endless aisles in the vendor halls of things to buy from all sorts of people, and a lot of it's kind of the same shit. A lot of it's just like endless rows of like nerd stuff, of Funko Pops, mystery bags, whatever, you know? There's not as much of that at Gamecon because it's more focused on like larger things. It's more of an expo, you might say, right? It's more of like a I don't know, a big convention as opposed to just like nerd sort of like market hall. There is still some like there's an artist alley and stuff, and it's great, but it's really focused to like what you're there for. There's also a massive 40K tournament, and I love 40K players. Those bearded middle-aged men, they're great. They're fantastic. Like, I did not know that if you went into the Warhammer hall, which they had an entire hall dedicated to like 800 or 1,000 fucking Warhammer nerds just playing the game. If you go in there and you yell WOG loud enough, you'll have between 300 and 600 overweight, middle-aged, bearded gaming bros scream WOG back at you, which is all I ever want in my gaming conventions. So, good time. Ella did well. I actually did pretty well. I'm pretty good. You know, I did well. I'm pleased. People wanted my art. People wanted my art, which is awesome. So that's pretty cool. I actually sold out of a bunch of prints. I did not bring enough prints for the print store. But
did you see that one coming? Did
Crimson!
you?
What the fuck, man?
Good morning, chat.
Hello. What the
Evan
hell, dude?
and
Jesus.
Crimson. Been a long time, man. Great to see you.
Oh, right.
Wait.
I'm getting scripted.
No, you don't
God damn
need
it.
to drop bits like
Stop
that.
scripting
Or
me. I'm
use
not
the
that.
TTS
I'm
like
not that. Okay.
I'm just glad you are here, man.
Fucking hell, I'm not that easy to script, am I? Shit. Thank you 1,000 bits, Crimson. What the fuck, man? You don't have to do that, bro. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for 1,000 bits, dog. That really means a lot. God damn. What's up, Cal? Good to see you. Yeah, fucking jeez, Crimson. Thank you, bro. What's up, Mar? Yes. So, fuck, man. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. That caught me off guard. Jeez, dude. Oh wait, Focus 7. So I sold out of a bunch of prints, which is awesome. So I just shipped some prints out that people ordered. They put in, I offered to ship for free to Edmonton, where they were all from, which is cool. So yeah, so I sold a bunch of prints that I didn't think I would. That was really cool. A lot of the new stuff I had, like the new keychains, stickers, and bookmarks, all did really well. People really like that. So I'll be adding those to my print store. Fox, dude. Thanks, Fox. What the fuck, man?
They have given 55 gift subs in the channel.
Jesus. Thank you, Fox. Thanks for the gifted sub to Butterbuns. I appreciate that. That's incredibly generous of you, Fox. God damn, I am unworthy. I don't deserve the support, especially after missed a week and letting you guys all down. So, oh God, thank you for that. Yeah, people like my art this time around, which was great because general NerdCon, my art doesn't do so well. People only want fan art, and for the most part at Gamecon, people I think wanted fan art too. You know, there weren't a ton of artists at Gamecon. They were all fan artists, very few original artists. One of my friends that was one of the only original artists there, I don't think she goes by her name on Twitch, but I graduated art school with her, so it's always lovely to see her at conventions. But she's on Twitch. I don't know what to call her because her channel's name is Lackova, so I don't know what to call her. But my friend did really well too, and she has original art. So I feel like at the gaming conventions, the focus ones, people kind of want more nerd shit. People are excited about the adventure, so that's cool. We got some new friends in our Discord that were very excited about playtesting the Eldar adventure and seeing what's up. So, you know, welcome all of our new friends. Please be kind to them and very welcome. I thought Thorkin was already saying hi to some of them, so that's awesome. So thank you everybody that I met at Gamecon. I also met a bunch of people that I did not expect to meet. People whom were followers on TikTok, Instagram, and or YouTube that didn't know I'd be there, that were surprised to see me. So that's a weird experience, being caught in the wild and you know, having somebody come up and be like, whoa, I watch your videos. So that was really cool. I had a couple people come up to me and say that day one, and I was like, this is weird. How do I feel about this? What is this? what is this thing? What's happening? But it was really lovely to meet a bunch of them. I met this like a couple of younger viewers too, which was really cool. And a couple of them broke my fucking heart. They were just so sweet. You know, there's this one kid. Actually, there's two younger viewers that both came with their parents, and they were like, "I didn't know you'd be here. I watch you on YouTube, dude." And they were so sweet, and they were lovely to meet. So it was really cool to see some people. I had one guy come up. He was like, "I have a bone to pick with you," and I'm like, "Yeah, what's up, dude?" He's like, "Your TikToks keep blowing up my feed, and I don't want you to stop, but I'm mad." I'm like, "Oh, sick, dude." He's like, "Yeah, you're rad." And then fist bump me. So it was cool, man. It was really lovely to meet a bunch of people that I didn't, know existed, obviously, because who the fuck am I to have, viewers or fans or whatever, you want to call people that watch my shit come up and say, hey. So that was really cool. It was a very different experience for me. I also met a bunch of other creators, which is fun. A bunch of people that I've known for a long time on Twitch. Like, I think a lot of you guys are familiar with Blackwater D&D. So I met M and the whole crew for Blackwater, and they're also Canadian. They were at Gamecon. They were invited guests, which is very prestigious and fancy and awesome. And so I met M and them, and M's so sweet, man. The first thing, M like runs across the gaming hall, arms open, gives me a giant hug. What a fucking amazing human being M is. And the whole Blackwater crew were just lovely to meet in person finally. And these are people that I've been, stayed in contact with from the old D&D days of the COVID patch for a long time, and it was cool to finally meet them in person, which is really. I didn't get any pictures of everybody. I should taken con selfies with all my friends from the conventions. That was really cool. I also met some of the people that I did like fan art for from War of the Realms. They were there, so I met like Anastasia and Valiant Fox and Jordy and of course Kevin. So that was really cool seeing them and meeting them in person, and they were all super lovely, and it's really cool to be like in some ways kind of accepted by this group of creators that I really love and I've always looked up to, and now that I'm actually doing shit, and I'm out there and put myself out there too. They're all very supportive and really cool. Valiant Fox stopped by a couple times and was very cool to talk to. She's lovely, and then everyone else was just really cool, man. It was really interesting to talk to people like other creators on that level, and just like kind of talk about it, because there's a very few people that understand kind of the experience of it. And I also met like Dungeon Dad, a lot of people are familiar with. No idea he was dating one of my closest friends. That was cool. And didn't know who he was when he walked up, as far as like the face to the name. And as he's walking away, I like put a couple things together. I'm like, wait, is he dating? Wait, what the fuck? So he came back after his girlfriend texted. I don't know if they're like publicly a thing, so I don't want to mention who she is, but she's a friend of mine, and I think they're probably public, but whatever. I'll just err on the side of caution. And I texted her. I was like, "Did I just meet your boyfriend?" And she's like, "Yeah, I told him to come find you." I'm like, "I just had an interaction. I had no idea who he was, and he had no idea who I was, because I was at Ella's booth, and he's like, didn't detect the name or whatever." And so he comes back. He's like, "Yo, what's up, dude?" So he was super nice. So got to meet him. That was fun. And chat for a little while about stuff and learn a couple things from the creator side of all the D&D nonsense we do on the internet. So yeah, man, it was fun. Another big news: I paid off one of my student loans about 4 to 6 months away. Let's go, dude. That's awesome, entities. Think cons tell you which prints to bring more of. Speaking of which ones sold the best. So the prints that sold the best, I will show you which ones I sold out of. Ooh. I will show you which ones I sold out of. I sold out of couple of them. So people love the dragons. So I had 2 dragons that did really well. Dragoon. And you know what's crazy? People actually appreciated the like higher quality prints. So this one sold out. I knew this one would do well because it did well at the other convention. So I brought enough of these. I have 1 left. I sold like 7 of these, I think. And then I sold all of these ones in both sizes. So now I need to bring more of these guys. And then I sold out of my floating pools, which was this one. Oh, this one in the large size. So not the small size, but I sold this one out in the large size. And a lot of people love this. I don't know. It was cool. It was really dope to hear people say like, how much they like a piece or whatever, and it resonates with them. And this is one that a lot of people liked. So that was really, really cool. Did I bring the Ord stickers? No, because there's no stream viewers at the conventions. There's These are people that wouldn't understand the fucking memes. So I brought all my other stickers, which is cool. I had I'll show you guys a picture of my table. I think did I post a picture of my table? I might have posted it. I think I did actually. But I'll post it again so that I have it and I know where it is. But this is what my whole setup looked like. And it's all, yeah, wait, where is it? There we go. Okay, so this was our tables together. Where is my secret Discord server for myself? There we go. So that's what my setup looked like. So very refined, very mature, you know, not doing the whole artist alley thing. So I had all my stickers here. I had all of my little sticker boys just chilling out here. And my little bookmarks, my keychains, and all the new stuff that I made. And then all the prints. So they all did really well. But I don't know, man. I got my new banner and stuff. I really wanted to have the adventure ready for Gamecon. I really, really wanted to have the adventure ready for Gamecon, but it just didn't work out. You know, after I got a couple big projects dumped on my lap and offered to me, I had to make the decision, what do I care about more about? Getting my, you know, certain important things done or having the adventure ready for Gamecon. So I'd tell a lot of people like the adventure's in beta, which kind of sucked. I wanted to like just say, hey, you can go play the adventure. Here it is. Here's a QR code. Go download it and play for free. Here's the class. Go play it. And I'm very close to finishing the two classes and the adventure, and I'll try and finish it this month and in early first week or so of July. I'll do my best to try and get that all done by then. But obviously, I couldn't you know, force it and get it done beforehand and have it risk being not good. So that just wasn't worth it. But what's up, Crab? So yeah, it was good. It was fun. I met a lot of cool people. I had a couple people ask me about fan art, you know, not too many, which is weird, right? But I had a couple people ask me about fan art, you know, why I didn't bring any, or like what my whole thing is. And I had some people think that I was doing Genshin fan art for some reason, you know, I don't know why, but they assumed that this is Genshin fan art. They were like, I don't know, where's the dragons in Genshin? What is this? And I tell you, no, it's my original artwork. And a lot of people, so I had weirdly, I had a number of people ask me about AI and if my art was AI, you know, and I don't know how I should feel about that. Should I take this as a compliment? What's up, Plucci? It was good. It was really good, actually. It was really successful. I had a target for if I could like hit that target for sales for like prints and stuff, that'd be my like a stretch goal dream, whatever. Holy fuck. And that I hit it and it was like, oh fuck, shit, okay, cool. Then Ella did amazingly too, so we came back, we enjoyed it quite a bit. And I met a bunch of creators that were way bigger than me that looked at me as peers, which was it's really amazing to have somebody, you know, like Ice Cream Sandwich or Anastasia or Valiant Fox or Blackwater, you know, talk to me as a peer and not as a little peepo, whatever. Obviously they wouldn't do that, but it was just like there was that kind of like commonality, which was really humbling for the first time. So the former Genshin player, Genshin wishes it was as cool as your art, right? Appreciate it, Lexer. You're rehabilitated. Genshin, yeah, there you go. Jara is very kind. Let me play through it on the player end of the adventure horizon bit. Oh, what did you think? How was the playtest go? Did the playtest go? Did the playtest go? Did you guys have fun? Did you enjoy it? Because you're playing Astral Knight entities. You gotta tell me how you thought of how you had fun with and how you thought of the Astral Knight, and also tell me what you thought of the adventure as well. Yeah, everyone there beat the AI allegations at cons. Well, weirdly, like, so I had a couple people ask me about it, right? They asked me,
good morning and welcome
Steph.
back.
Oh shit. What's up, Steph? Hello. Thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thanks for the 35 months. Thank you, Steph. I'm honored. Fuck, dude. Appreciate it. Thanks for the free sub. They clearly the Lan Ryu Spring from Tears of the Kingdom. Well, I got a lot of people saying that it was Zelda too. So here's the thing. I have never played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. I tried to play Breath of the Wild for a little bit, got insanely bored with the game. It might have just hit at the wrong time because objectively, Breath of the Wild is probably one of the best games ever made. I understand that. I thought it was dog shit. So I'm assuming that when I played it, I just wasn't in the right mood for a new game or something. But I played for 2 hours and was like, I am bored. I'm going home. So I never played Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom. But apparently people are like, oh, these rings and whatever. It's like, oh, this is all like reminds me of Breath of the Wild. And so I'm like, I don't know. Sure, maybe. Like, I don't fucking know. Okay. And I kept getting that over the convention. So, Theodon, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you, dude. Welcome, bro. Appreciate it. So yeah, so I got people asking me about like, is your art AI, or people say, how much AI is your artwork? And I keep having to say like, bro, like none, you know, like whatever. And one dude was very upset. He's very upset. He said, well, clearly he pointed at this piece. I'll show you. Mandari recommended me. Oh shit, Faye. Wait, Faye's live right now, right? Faye, dude, Theo, I appreciate it. Faye is a dear friend of mine and one of my favorite people ever. So I'm honored and humbled. I never get to stream with Faye anymore because we stream at the same time now. We used to stream together sometimes, Theo. Back in the day when she streamed at night and I streamed during the day, I'd like hop on her stream in the evening, or she'd come harass me in chat during the day, and we'd like hop on stream together. I love Faye. If you guys don't follow Faye, wait, what's the command? Go follow my favorite mod. She's great, dude.
Visitors, how exciting.
Oh shit, dude, Nishi, holy shit, thank you for the raid. Nishi Star, thank you, I appreciate that. Welcome in, man. Hold on to your bread. The ducks are coming in hot with all chaos quacks and waddles you can handle. Oh shit, that's a raid message and a half right there. Welcome in, Nishi, I appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. Hello, friends. How you doing? Thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. What were you doing today? Tell me your tales. Tell me your stories. Tell me your tales, what y'all were doing today. What's up, guys? What's going on? Hello. We were just I'm going over my stories and regaling my chat with stories of a convention I just returned from as an artist. So if you guys want to hear about all of the allegations of AI and slanderous fan art, insults I got hurled at me, then you can stick around for that. And guys, go drop a follow for Nishi. For real, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I was in the middle of a story, so I just want to like finish that real quick. Normally I like to like I don't know what you guys were doing today. So doing beautiful art. Oh shit. Okay. I gotta go. Wait, Nisha, I gotta go and I gotta check you out. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm gonna see what you're doing after stream. All right. Okay. Sick. Fucking awesome. Thank you for the oh, thanks for the follow, M Beanie. Did I say that right? Hope I did. But thank you. All right, so this is the piece that the guy pointed to. So I'm sitting at my table, right? I got this. This is table POV. This POV, you are approaching my table and you're like, hey, what's up? So this is what the guy sees, right? And he's coming up. He's looking at all my work. And he's like looking it over, and he's kind of looking, and he says, he's like kind of like a little standoffish, but a lot of people are just, very discerning, kind of like, examining my art, kind of stroking his chin, giving a couple, and he's looking around and he says, yeah, all the art looks good. Just kind of a weird way to word it, but like, okay. I'm like, sure. I'm like, oh, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. He's like, so how much AI do you use? And I was like, oh, none. I actually am a classically trained painter, and I do all my work digitally, and this is all hand painted by me. So, Renegade V, thank you for the follow, and Nishi Star, thank you guys for the follow as well. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. And so he sees this piece, the Realms of Eldar, and he says, well, that is clearly AI. Why? What makes you say that? Rather than just telling him he's a dipshit, I was like, what makes you say that? And he's like, well, I mean, just look at it. Verbatim, just look at it. Like, okay, well, and I said, well, fortunately, it's actually not. I painted this, on stream. I paint all my work on stream. I'm like, look, and I like get my phone up, and I'm like, look, if you are curious about how I make any of my art, you can go. And I don't ever like to tell people like, go check out my social media. Like, that's so cringe. But I'm like, hey, if you want to, you can go like to my Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, and you can see me do process videos. And I like held this video up, or one video, or whatever. And I'm like, and I do like a silly voiceover for it where I talk about something in D&D that kind of like, makes me happy or whatever. So if you want to see. And he's like, huh, okay. All right. Still unconvinced. Okay, he's still unconvinced. And as I'm showing him that I literally do my art by hand, I shit you not, this is going to live rent-free in my head. I'm going to make a TikTok complaint about this, by the way. Before he turns to leave and he says, yeah, well, you know, AI can make pretty crazy things with video too. Turns and leaves. So my man accused me of AI art. Didn't believe me. His reasons for why he said that my art was AI was said, just look at it. After I show him my process of video, he says that AI video is pretty good too. And then just walks away. And I was like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? And this is new to me, man. This whole like AI art accusation shit is brand new to me. So good fucking god, man. M, what's up, dude? M, good to see you, dude. M, I'm so mad. I wanted to get a selfie with you guys. I wanted to get a selfie on my Blackwater friends, and I totally forgot. And I was on my way home driving through the highways and storms of Alberta, and I was like, shit, I forgot. So, and it was definitely lovely to meet all of you guys in person. I was very humbled by it. You are all amazing, and I love you all dearly. So thanks for being so lovely to me and Ella. But guys, if you don't know Blackwater D&D, oh shit, you go follow Blackwater D&D. Oh my god, the best D&D show on Twitch. Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. But yes, so I did get a couple of AI art accusations at the convention. This was the one that set that guy off right here. Thank you, anonymous gifter.
Anonymous user
appreciate that.
A tier 1
Thanks for
sub
that.
to Blackwater D&D.
Appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Although, do it by name, you coward. All right, let me thank you personally, properly. God damn it. But thank you for that. Was it AI bro paradox stuff? I don't know. It was very weird. It was very bizarre. So that one got me an AI art accusation, and also this one did too. You want to see the other piece that got me an AI art accusation? Was this one right here. And it was very weird because this was a much like less weird interaction, but this was in my portfolio book. So this wasn't out as a print, it was in portfolio. And a couple of friends, a group of friends walk up, and they're all like in their early 20s or whatever, and they're like looking at my art, and you know, there's like two girls and this guy. And the girls like looking at my art, and they're like, oh wow, this is so cool. They're like looking around, they're like picking up, you know, bookmarks and shit, and they're like, oh, what's this all about? And I'm telling them like, hey, this is my art for my D&D adventure I'm publishing. And they're so cool about it, and they're like, oh my god, that's so amazing, like what do you do, tell me about it. They want to know about the world, and I'm like talking about it a little bit, and the guy's just kind of sitting there like examining my art in the back, and he's just being a little quieter, and it's like whatever, you know, usually when there's a group of people you're interacting with like one or two maybe, and not the whole group. And so I wasn't thinking anything of it. And as soon as one of the girls starts flipping through my portfolio book, she flips to this piece, and the guy smacks his finger down and says, AI. And the girl's like, what? And he's like, that's AI. That's AI. I can spot it a mile away. And they like kind of look up at me. They're like, you know, like aghast. And I'm like, sorry, bro, it's not. And he's like, are you sure? You sure? He's like looking at me like, come on, you can tell me, man. I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, man, like, look, and I was like, I did the same thing where I was like, yeah, dude, like I do all my process on stream, so you can come and follow my Twitch channel if you want. I was like, or you can like, you know, see my Instagram, whatever. I bring up a process video. I'm like, look, I do my process by hand and by stream or on video. So, and he goes, oh, well, it looks like AI, so you should probably be more careful. I should have asked why, right? I should have asked why it looked like AI. Right? Like that should have been the next logical thing. Is I should have been like, oh, why? Sure, man. Thanks for the warning. You know, why does it look like AI? Like that's what I should have said. But like sometimes in the moment, you just want to de-aggro the mob. You know, you just want to disengage. So I'm like, oh yeah, cool. And what was kind of a piss off is like it was kind of awkward, right? And so one of the girls was like, let's just go. Like she like felt the tension, was like, oh fuck, like let's just go. And the other girl was gonna buy something. She had like some bookmarks and stickers in her hand, and she's like, oh sure. And she like puts it all back really quickly, and then they just like all shuffle off. Like, damn it. So those are the two Those are the two like weird AI. I had some people say like, "Oh, is this AI?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Oh, okay, cool." And so like most people are pretty cool about it. Like a couple people asked like, "Oh, you know, like how much AI do you use? Do you use AI? Whatever." Like that was kind of. And I'd always tell them like, "No, I do everything by hand. I'm a traditional painter." Blah 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 blah. I'd say that kind of stuff. And they'd be like, "Oh, cool. That's awesome." But those are the two weird ones. Okay, and this is a new meta. Because last year, even at Edmonton Expo, I did not get a single person even asking me about AI. All right. I did not get a single person asking about it. And this year at ArtCon, I had somebody ask me about it last weekend. And then at Gamecon this weekend, I had a bunch of people asking me about it. So it was so weird. You were careful. What does that even mean? Yeah, I kind of want to do the like Dr. Avazan, Ponda Baba, Luke Skywalker. Like, you better watch yourself. I'll be careful. You'll be dead. And like, but you know, he wasn't that cool. So I don't know. It was just so weird, right? Like people are, I don't know. I guess it's good to be discerning, but some people are, I guess, just so paranoid and whatever. But to punch that dude, bro. Listen. I know. I just like there. I have this insane like weird, I don't know, quirk. Whether it's a power or a weakness, I don't know. But when somebody sort of like. When somebody presents themselves as like kind of a mob in the video game, my instinct is most often to just like kind of disengage from it. And a lot of people have accused me of like, oh, well, that's cowardly. You should stand up for yourself. But I'll admit it's a lot more sinister. And I'm a lot more of an asshole than people think when I say that. Because to me, once someone demonstrates that they like aren't worthy of like interaction, that they can't like, you know, meet the bar, I just like kind of stop thinking of them as like a person. I'm just like, okay, this dog is just barking at me. Like, let me just remove myself from this fucking weird barking dog. Like, you don't get mad when a dog barks at you. You walk by a fence, there's some dumb dog in the yard barking at you. You're not like, oh, I should get mad at this person for barking at me. You're like, ah, it's just a dumb dog. And that's what I do with these people sometimes. It's like, I'll just like kind of like, my face like glazes over. I'm like, oh, you're just like a mob in a video game. I just want to de-aggro. Like, I don't fucking care about this shit anymore. You know, like I don't want to fucking get into it or whatever. And I know sometimes I should probably stand up for myself more. But in those kind of situations or whatever, a lot of times I'm like, this is an insane person. I just want to move on or whatever. But it was so weird, you know? I don't know. I think that there's like some weird AI stuff happening at conventions or something like that. I don't know what the source is, what the cause is, or anything like that. But even the fuzzy select tool is AI, right? Yeah, exactly. Ashley knows. Fuck, man. AI art and video has grown, so a lot of it development over the last year. It's pretty wild, right? And like I don't know what then I can do. Like I don't think any artist needs to answer for accusations of AI. If you don't want to post your process, don't do it. You shouldn't feel compelled, right? But it's a good way to avoid that shit. So I think it's a good idea too, but I wouldn't say that any artist should feel compelled to like post their process and do shit like that. But it is nice that basically I never ever get accused of doing AI art on Instagram, YouTube, anywhere. Like I get so many out of pocket weird comments on YouTube. I have never once gotten a comment about AI, about how your art's AI or whatever on YouTube ever, not even once. And I think it's because I do process videos and I also talk over it. So there's like a person behind it, maybe. I don't know. And then I stream. So this is all new to me. Going to conventions and having people be like, yo, what is this AI nonsense? I'm like, this is so wild. This is rad. Like this is a whole new, you know, level to jump through or some shit. Do you want AI comments? No, Jacob, shut the fuck up. You'll get permabanned from the channel if I see that shit. And I won't know it's you either. And I'll still ban your comment and shadow ban you from the channel and I'll feel bad about it because I won't know it's a joke. Because I'll do that shit, man. I shadow ban people from my YouTube all the time. And I wonder if what they keep commenting I just never see. When somebody makes a stupid fucking comment on YouTube, I just immediately, you know, shadow ban. I'll know it's you? Okay, all right, fair enough. Okay, all right. Because sometimes people are like, yo, Evan, I left a comment on your video. I'm like, your Twitch name and YouTube name are two different things. How do I, you know? I've seen artists here wearing anti-AI pins. So maybe they can reduce those questions. I don't want to wear an anti-AI pin, though. Maybe it would help reduce those questions, but I don't want to. I don't want to have to wear a brand or a label or something that says I don't do AI art. I don't want the standard to become AI, and now I'm trying to set myself aside from that standard. I want to continue to confidently produce and push my art forward and have people, you know, look at it and the AI weird. I think people are just paranoid. But it's weird kind of witch hunty stuff where people are like excited to like accuse me of AI. They're like some people were like, hey, is this AI? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. And they're like, whew, they're like relieved, right? But those two weird interactions with Dude Bro 1 and Dude Bro 2, those were like the weird ones of people like they like wanted it to be AI and they wanted to like, you know, to come after me. So maybe it's a compliment. Maybe my art is just too grand and too amazing. They can't possibly fathom how somebody could possibly do it on their own. I don't. It's jealousy. I don't fucking know. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what it is, but it was weird. I will say the amount of positive interactions I had with people were way outweighed. Obviously, it's funny to talk about the negative ones because they're like unhinged and shit like that. But a lot of the positive ones are really cool. Like I said, meeting some of the people that like didn't know I'd be there, that followed me from YouTube or whatever, people who just like saw my TikTok or something. That was crazy to meet people for the first time, because like I'm a nobody. I'm no Blackwater D&D, all right? I'm an irrelevant peepo. So the fact that anybody was like, oh shit, it's Evan Blair Art, I know you, dog. I was like, oh goddamn, wait, people. Oh my god, that's so cool, right? So I need to have like a sticker or something that I can give out to people that, I don't know, like a Dragon's Claim sticker or whatever, be like, oh hey, like a little card or a badge or something like that. I don't know, it's something fun to bring to conventions. I'll do that next time. I'm gonna do that. I think so the next events that Ellen and I have to do is in 1 month we will be at a Renaissance fair in northern Alberta, which is dope. Those Ren fairs are fucking sick. And then we'll be at a Ren fair in southern Alberta again. And the next big event convention type thing will be Edmonton Fan Expo 2025 in, I think, September, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And so at that point, I'll have something maybe more formal that I can say, hey, if you see me at the convention, say hi, and you get a badge that says Dragon's Claim members, something, you know? Maybe a tablet shows all your draw process from various art could work. That's true. I could have like, and I thought about that actually, Plucci's. It would be a good idea to have a tablet or a little iPad there playing a video about Eldara or something, or animatic or something like that. Or it would be kind of fun, like you said, to just have like process videos sort of like on a loop or something. That'd be really fucking dope, actually. And then I wonder, I bet you that would actually destroy a lot of the kind of allegations that people see it's AI. They see a tablet. The problem is I just don't have a lot of space in my table, and I don't know where else I'm gonna do it, because the problem with Fan Expo, which is more of the general Comic-Con, is your tables are smaller. So if this is my table, ooh, that's not what I want to do. Oh god, that's not what I want to do. There we go. If this is my table, this is an 8-foot table. Okay, at Comic-Con, basically the big ones, it's a 6-foot table. So you got to shave like 2 feet. This right here, this block is about 2 feet. Is about 12 inches each. So you got to shave this entire left part of the table off. And so unless I want to do the art display where you have all your art above you and shit like that, unless that's what I want to do, I have to really think about, you know, space. So I'm not sure what I do, because I have a lot of larger prints that I think do better as larger prints. And I don't know what to do. I don't know what the solution is necessarily. Besides getting a second table, except those are very expensive. So like our table at Gamecon is like $400 or something like that. You know, a smaller table at Expo is like $500 or $600 or some shit like that. So yeah, just start telling me your art is one of the main sources for AI models to learn from. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's actually hilarious. I'm new here. I'm curious, are you a hater on AI artists, or do you just hate people accusing you? I don't care about AI art. That my hot take is that I don't care about people. I wouldn't call them an AI artist, because I think that, like, if you want to call them an AI engineer, I think that's even a bit of a pretentious label. It's not art. AI image generations is not art, because it doesn't qualify as art. It qualifies as aesthetic, cool images. And that's a weird distinction some people get lost in, or really, you know, whatever. I don't give a shit. If somebody asks me about AI, like if somebody brings me AI art, I don't care. I think it's lame. It's like doesn't matter to me. You know, it's kind of like, the way I like to reference it is like, I am a handmade leather wallet maker, right? That's what I do. I make things by hand. I source the leather. I do this. I go through the process. I make handmade leather wallets. And someone's like, what about this wallet on Amazon that's mass produced from China? I'm like, I just don't care about it. Doesn't interest me. So the way I think about the AI art sort of thing is like, I just don't give a shit about it. And people are mad. Like, don't, like, you need to condemn it. I don't have the energy to condemn it. I'm too fucking busy, you know? So no, but the accusations are heinous. I cannot stand being accused of it. Not really. I don't care. It's actually kind of funny because nobody that matters accuses me of it. It doesn't really, like, you know, if somebody comes to the table and they don't believe that I do my art by hand, what is that going to change for me besides me losing the sale to his friend that was going to buy 3 bookmarks and 2 stickers or whatever? It's like, it doesn't matter to me really at the end of the day. So no, I don't give a shit. I don't care about it. I think it's cringe and lame, but I'm not gonna like witch hunt somebody into the ground, you know. I'm not gonna condemn and throw stones at people that use image generation tools and exclude them from society and tell them they're terrible people. It doesn't matter. I don't interact with people, and I don't compete with AI art either. I don't compete with it. None of my clients are the kind of people that like would interact with AI art. So there's one thing I can do, I can say I've done well in my career, is I position myself in a way that I'm the only person that does what I do and can do what I do. And so there's no competition. And this was intentional because the things that I did to ward and guard myself against race to the bottom Fiverr artists conveniently are the same things that have kept me guarded against AI. So mass produced crap has never affected my my bottom line as an artist, and none of my clients, you know, it's not like I ever get people saying stuff like, oh, you're expensive as an artist, I could just get this made in AI. Because people who want my style and what I do and my design and my stories and things like that, you know, they don't care about the AI thing. You know, I'm basically the only person that produces what I do. I don't compete with a single person, honestly, and I mean that, and which is like very intentionally done on my end. So Sabine, hello, what's up, Sabine? Cheers, bro. How's it going? Thanks for the 2 months, Sabine. I'm honored. What the fuck, dude? Thank you. That means a lot to me. Thank you, Sabine. I see there was a dice seller beside you. Did you buy any? No, I didn't buy a single Blackwood die. Not a single one, but everyone else at the convention did. Holy shit, right? Honestly, AR itself is fine for me. The only problem comes if you want to sell that shit, excluding the fact that it's actively bad for the environment. Yeah, I just don't care. It's just mass-produced slop. It's inevitable. And I just,
Evan,
you know. Yes, hello. Thanks, dude. Also, appreciate it.
I just noticed that I went over 300,000 channel points.
1/3 of the way
a long time here.
to your Monka. Yeah, thanks, Starry. I appreciate it. Thanks for the bits, and thanks for sticking around for so long, man. It's been an honor to have you here. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. God damn. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, con was good. What else happened at the convention? I bought some stuff for myself. I actually bought some stuff for myself, which is, I never do that. I never buy things for me. What did I buy? I bought some Warhammer. Actually, I bought some Warhammer plastic, expensive plastic in boxes, which was funny because I never buy anything. And to think I'd buy the most heinous of things, expensive plastic. I actually wanted to paint some models and stuff and get back into modeling, and not model making, but model hobbying. I want to do that. So I bought a couple of, I bought a con exclusive, which was like a limited edition commissar with his gun out and stuff. That was pretty cool. And then I bought a model called Saint Celestine, which was really cool. I've been wanting to get for a while to fit in with my Grey Knights type thing. So yeah, it was cool. I bought a couple models. Ella got a model. She actually got her first Tau. She's now into 40k apparently. She wants to paint some Warhammer Gundams. So that's cool. It's cool. What else did I get? Did I get anything cool? Did I get anything fun? We bought a board game. I was gonna brag to Cobalt about this. We bought a board game. I never buy board games, but we bought the Darkest Dungeon board game. That's right. So Ella and I have that to play, and that's an intentional idea for us that we're going to try and spend some time every week playing board games with each other or something, not in front of our computers, and focusing our time, you know, downstairs at our kitchen table. So we bought a board game. We bought a Darkest Dungeon board game, got it on a crazy discount because we got like a $600 like package of everything, expansions, organizers, bonus, whatever, pre-order things. We got it for $100. because I don't know why. I think they're going out of business from
I
some
guess
shit 'cause
I'm
tariffs.
getting out of the lurk. What are we doing today?
Hello.
Not finishing another
What's
painting,
up, bro?
I assume.
Painting? When was the last time I painted anything? Of course you're right, Sedex. I'm going to be doing a sketch today, so thanks for 100 bits, man. I appreciate that. Thanks, dude. It's a great idea. I'm trying to do more no-screen games with my son. Yeah, no, and Darkest Dungeon, it was a deal I could not pass up because our friends next to us, Selena and Garrett, they had bought Darkest Dungeon. They're like, dude, you have to get this. And I was like, why? Like, because it's $100. And I was like, okay. And she's like, this is normally $600 for this entire kit. So here's the game, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's a Kickstarter exclusive, something back and whatever. And it's very sad because the reason it was, they were like blowing them out and just like basically throwing them away was because they're going out of business. And as I understand, they're going out of business because the tariffs made it impossible for them to get their products in and to sell them and continue, which is very sad. That fucking sucks. But I did get to benefit from that in some way by getting a board game. And Darkest Dungeon's kind of like a, as far as I understand it, it's kind of like one of those Arkham Horror, Gloomhaven, Frosthaven type big games. I think that's what it was. I think that's what it is. So who knows? But Elle and I should have some fun with it, and I'm looking forward to it. So we'll see how it goes and play that. So I bought some expensive plastic. I bought a board game. And what else did I buy? Anything? Did I buy anything else? I don't think so. I didn't buy any art. And the reason I didn't buy any art is because the only art that I saw at the convention, except for my friend who I went to school with, besides her stuff, the only art I saw was like fan art of various IPs and stuff. And I don't know, I want an artist's original work. I want to see their ideas and see something that they made and wanted to like tell a story about, the narrative they. So yeah, fan art's great, but I just don't want to. It's not that I don't care about supporting it or anything. I just like, I wouldn't put a print up of that's fan art. You know, if I want to see a Shadowheart print, I'd buy an official print from fucking Larian or whatever. I don't know. So I didn't get any art while I was there. I don't think. Did I get anything else? Oh, I bought some cards. I bought some Flesh and Blood cards because they were there. But I didn't really get any swag or loot from the convention. No. I think next year I might apply as an influencer and see if I can get a free badge, because that's what M said to do. M was like, bro, just apply. Just say, hey, I'm important. Give me an important thing. Okay. So I'm gonna do that next year. I'm gonna see if I can get Gamecon to think I'm important. So I need to keep growing on Instagram by posting heinous art of attractive women that people can get mad at, because they'll say, Evan, why is your art all attractive people? Stop it, you're annoying. And I'll say, no, so long as Brooklyn and Sabine commission art for me, I will always make the characters unnecessarily attractive and you can all get bent. So that's what we got to finish today. We got a sketch to do for Brooklyn for our what was she, an assassin? Which one are we doing? Are we doing Bliss or the other one? Shit, I gotta figure it out. Whatever. But yeah, so Gamecon was good. Ella did very, very well. The 40k tournament was dope. I didn't actually catch any of the D&D panels, unfortunately. I didn't catch a single D&D panel, and I wish I had, because I knew everybody on the panel, basically. Basically, the only person that I don't really know that was from the part of the D&D sphere there was somebody by the name of Taylor's Tavern Tales, who seems very lovely. And I met with her briefly and did not know who the fuck she was. And I was having a lovely conversation with her, independent of knowing who the fuck she was. And she was a lovely human being. So I gotta go follow her and figure out what she was doing. So I have created 2 new player characters and I need a campaign to call home. Well, that is the problem, you know? Isn't that, yeah, oh man, just too many characters and not enough campaigns. Now I do 7 p.m. here, need to go study for an exam tomorrow. All right, dude, Leonardo, have a wonderful day, my friend. Good job studying for that exam, and I will catch you later, my friend. But speaking of catching things, any cool Pokemon Go? I mean, I deleted my Pokemon on the way home, in the car ride on the way home, and I caught about 700 Pokemon when I was there. I didn't get anything cool. I got like a couple shinies that were, you know, middle of the road, whatever shinies. But I had my Go Plus on the entire time we were in Edmonton, because I don't know if you guys know this, but Edmonton has the largest mall, I believe, in the world. It's called West Edmonton Mall, and it has everything. It has a billion stores. It has a pyramid. It has a hotel. It has a water park, it has a skating rink, it has a theme park, it has a go-kart track, a bowling alley, a giant pirate ship with submarines. West Edmonton Mall is awesome. It is, I think, the main attraction of Edmonton, unless you're a hockey fan. So we always go to West Ed when we're there, you know, one night. So we went on Thursday night, and it was fun. And I caught a billion Pokemon there and at the convention, which is cool. So no, I didn't catch anything really cool, but I don't know.
How exciting.
Say, oh shit, what's up, Say? How's it going, bro? What's up? Good to see you, Say. I missed you this week. I miss you, bro. How was stream? Thank you, Guapo. Appreciate that. Thanks for the shout out. Say hello. What's up, dude? What are you doing today? Tell me of your tales. Tell me your stories. Inspire me, Say. I'm back. I'm ready. I'm here from convention land, and I am ready to make art. And I need to make art for things now that I am home. And I need to be inspired by my artist peers. So inspire me, Say. Tell me of all the art you made. And I don't know. What's up, Dark? Dude, thanks for the 4 months, Say. I appreciate that. Thanks, bro. Welcome back for another month. Say, you missed my stories of me getting heinous accusations of AI art. Yep, I got accused of AI art when I was at the convention, and it was awesome. It was hilarious, and this was one of the pieces that they accused me of AI art for. So, yeah, this one, and this one. They said these were AI, and they were determined and definitive and. Even after showing them video, one of them was like, oh, well, it's AI video of your AI art. So, and one of the rationalization for why this was AI to one guy was just look at it. When I was like, why do you think this is AI? He's like, well, just look at it. Like, you want to see what the AI version of this looks like? Here, Photoshop has this stupid fucking thing that I hate. Here, you want to see this? You want to see some generative AI? Let's see what the generative AI looks like. Okay. All right, ready? I select this, and I right-click it, and I hit. Where is it? Where's the fucking thing? Did they remove it? I hope. I mean, that'd be nice, but they definitely. Grow, deselect, feather, whatever, select, make work path. Where's the fucking thing that they? There's like a fill command or whatever. There was. I wonder if they removed it because people were mad. There's like a Photoshop has this really cringe generative thing. Content aware fill. There we go. All right. You want to see what AI version of this looks like? Let's see what Photoshop thinks. Let's see, dog. Let's see what terrible shit Photoshop comes up with. Photoshop having Gen AI's features like the biggest betrayal in the history of digital art. I'm not pleased with it either. And they are not making a great case for themselves, in my opinion, for me switching over to stuff. There it is. There you go. Okay, here's the oh god, it's hideous. Just trees floating and shit. Oh god, just repetitions of random brush. Oh god, the planet in the sky. All right, that was the worst part of my day. So, you know, hey, I should have shown them and be like, bro, this is what AI looks. Oh god. Also I wonder what it would do for my sketch thing or my sketch style. What would it do for my sketch? Let's try Steph's favorite piece I've ever done. Here. Let's do this, okay? Edit. Generative fill. There we go. Generate. All right, let's see. All right. Let's see what Photoshop thinks of my own sketch style. Let's see how easy it is. It's like, bro, you want to see some AI garbage? It didn't even do anything. God, you're so fucking gross sometimes, Photoshop. Even though Adobe rated me the other day, I was like, oh shit, I can't shit talk Photoshop while Adobe's here. Oh no, oh god, okay, all right, whew, yeah, Clip Studio, what? Or this. So this was the other one that they said was AI. So here we could see what AI here looks like with this one. Edit. There we go. Okay, let's see. All right, ready? So this is the other one the guy said was AI. Let's see what it actually looks like if it's AI. Okay. Adobe's live. Oh shit, guys. Oh shit, guys, cut it out. Cut it, kill it. Oh shit, cut it, cheese it. Fuck, let's get out of here. Okay, all right, we're making art. Oh shit, yeah. Damn. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh god. All right. Whew, man, we gotta get out of here. Shit, Photoshop's or Adobe's live. We can't let them know. They follow me. They can raid again. We can't have the raid. We can't have them raiding into me shit talking Photoshop. Oh god. Okay. Whew, man. Yeah, Adobe's great, guys. What's the Pepe emote where he's like the like forced smile Pepe? Can one of my mods find that fucking emote for me, please? I don't know what it's called, and I definitely won't feel like we need to use it. Like we need a command that's like exclamation Adobe or whatever. It's just that Monka face that's saying Evan loves Photoshop. Not that one. That's Pepe laugh. There's the other one where he's like scared. He's like yeah, everything's fine. You know, it's kind of like Pepe laugh, but his eyes are open. So it's like a Monka Pepe laugh or whatever. So I don't know what it's called, but I need one of my mods to find it for me. It was an AI hand drawn, right? Yeah, it's true. It did have the right number of fingers. So, Samurai, yes, the convention went very well. Ella did amazingly. Ella blew all the expectations out of the water again. Sold out on all the dice. Her chonks and geodes and mini sets and everything were well received by the good people of Edmonton, and people liked it, so it was great. It was fun. I actually met a bunch of people from the community that I didn't know existed, so that was cool, right? That was very lovely. All right, Leah. Okay, so this is some character, some nerd character that Brooklyn came up for some nerd game or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a nerd. I don't know what this is all about. Some like swords and parks or fucking monkey bars and underground layers or some fucking game. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, this is the sketch that we're doing for Leah. Oh, Leah was your first character. I thought that Addie would have been your first character. If that's who you commissioned first. Okay, all right. Then we have to do Leah justice. So I'll try and make her seem as prickly and stern but contemplative as you had listed her. I also assumed Leah was a human. Because it wasn't specified. I don't think Bliss was specified as a tiefling either, but I just assumed when you said horns that I assumed that meant tiefling. So I just took some liberties here. So I hope Leah was a human, but all right. We get into it. We record another video. We record the process because that's what we do here at Electronic Blur Art Studios. You know, I had a lot of people actually ask me when they asked about the adventure and about Eldar and stuff. The most common phrase I heard from people at the convention was, "Did you draw this?" And I have to ask for the con goers here, is it normal for a person to be at a booth or a table that isn't the artist? Is that a thing? Because yeah, I'd always say yeah, I did this. So he's an actual elf. Okay, cool. All right, we'll give her some elfy ears then. I'll fix all that shit up. We'll make sure we adequately communicate the proper. I don't know. I whatever I copy pasted, maybe it's my fault, but whatever I copy pasted into Photoshop that was the description did not have a specificity of her being an elf, so it could have been on my end too, Brooklyn, that I just didn't get the entirety of the block of text there. So yeah, no problems. It's just I might be the dumb. Doesn't matter as long as I know what what Leah is. My stupidity did no damage here today because you were here to tell me she was an elf. So people selling books and stuff with posters they didn't draw, like authors. Okay, I see. And so maybe it's because it feels like a more of a project that people were like skeptical or questioning or whatever. I don't know. It was like kind of just weird for people to be like, oh, did you draw this? Is this yours? Are you the artist? I'm like, yeah, what? Yeah. Uh-huh. That's me. Yes, I am Evan. Yes, hello. Nice to meet you. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's more normal than I give it credit for. They're D&D setting creators, not super common, so you mentioning that might throw people off. Really? They have their significant other partner standing for them. Well, yeah, like Ella and I were side by side, so like Ella and I were helping each other at our tables, you know, a lot. So I get that, you know. Like I don't expect Matthew Mercer to have drawn the cover of interior of Dagger Heart book. Oh, I see. Huh. I would think because it had art, it had like Evan Blair art there that people would, I don't know, maybe. Someone's on the break, like away enjoying the con. When I ask, is because I know they didn't do it because I know the artist personally and it comes more as a joke. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Are you the artist? Yeah, okay. I get that. Mm-hmm. A table beside me who had a friend stay at the table while she walked around, but she was the artist. Oh, see, I didn't really leave my table all that often. I did not get a chance to really see much of the convention because I don't know. I felt like it was very busy and I wanted to be at my table for most of it and be talking to people and stuff. You know, that's the reason I was there. I was not at the convention to make money or to sell shit or whatever. That was not my goal of the convention because me going to convention is not like a profitable endeavor. So if I had opened up my coffee sketches and I had opened up like if I opened up requests and I did a hard weekend of like 10 sketches, I'd make more money doing that than going to convention, right? Because after costs of gas and hotels and food and all that stuff, conventions are rough. Excuse me. So it's not about that for me. It's about like meeting people. So if I'm not at the table and I'm not like talking to people and like able to sort of like socialize with the good members of the Dragon's Claim, whether they know it or not, that's kind of like defeats the point for me and defeats the purpose of the convention. So, you know, I mean, the only reason I do them as well is because Ella is there as well. And if Ella wasn't at the conventions, then I would never think to ever get a table at a convention even once. So, Comic Commission cons without Blackwood dice, right? Right? Should I add a Blackwood dice set as an add-on to my coffee requests, Sabine? What do you think? It should be an add-on where you can also get a commission set of Blackwood dice for the character sketch. Character sketch in the mail, Blackwood dice. Maybe I should add the character sketch thing as a add-on on coffee. So you don't have to go to my print store to do it. You know, that's actually probably a better idea. And I got to put a Blackwood dice, accompanying Blackwood dice set on there. Yeah, right? Racefix, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. There are many people trying to sneak in the AI these days, and everyone's skeptical of people with talent now, and it's so frustrating. Well, I don't have any fucking talent, bro. I wish I did. If I had talent, oh my god, could you imagine how good I'd be if I actually had talent? No, I get what you mean. It is weird. The accusations were strange and weird and cringe and upsetting, but ultimately funny. I didn't really let it get to me. And only a couple people, like the vast majority of people that come to the table, didn't have like any. At least they didn't say it out loud. Any like, what is this AI slop? Most of them were just very nice and cool and reverent of the art. I think that now I could be wrong here, and so you guys tell me if this is an unhinged take or if this is like a reasonable take. Okay, I think that the vast majority of people don't know shit about AI art. They don't even know it fucking exists. They don't think that conventions have AI art. I think that, again, you tell me if this is unhinged and unfair. I'm going to make a strong statement here, okay? And you guys tell me if this is unfair, all right? I think the majority of people who are witch hunty about AI are just terminally online. And they're just stuck in the Twitter sphere where everyone's just mad about and going on crusades against AI art and stuff. I think your average, bread and butter D&D playing nerd that goes to a convention and buys some cute art and stuff, I don't think they even fucking know or care or have any real whatever like skepticism about AI. So that's why I think the majority of people just don't even wouldn't say shit about it, because they're just average people who are like, oh, cool art. They wouldn't think like, oh, cool art. Is it AI? So I don't know. I could be wrong with that. Maybe it's more common. It could be. That's kind of the impression I get sometimes. And so I'm not sure. It's Leah. What's up, Tombstone? She was scary to plan encounters around. Really? Was she kind of unhinged and broken, or is it just tough to plan encounters around a stealthy assassin that could just one-shot everything before combat even starts? Because if that's the case, I'm down. The most witch hunter about AI don't know how to spot actual AI. Right. That's something about they did a very survey on opinions. Regenerated or regarding generated images, there's about 50-50 split of like and hate. Right. Okay, interesting. I wonder where that survey comes from. Is that survey like a Twitter Blue Sky survey, or is that like an average person survey or whatever? I don't know. Yeah, it was funny. I'm not like butthurt and broken up about the people that were weird and rude about it. No one at the convention was really all that rude to me about anything. I think most people tend to understand how to, keep their opinions to themselves if they're mad about stuff. You know what I mean? So that's fine. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. It's not some massive problem, I guess. Some people like the only kind of people that were mad about stuff were mad about my prices. Some people are mad about my prints, which is fine. I don't expect people to understand, care, whatever, I don't do sort of like standard convention like print kind of stuff. I do like kind of more fine art prints, and a lot of people don't find value in that, and that's totally fine, and I'm not mad at them for that if they don't find value in it. But like Ella gets a lot more people being like, whoa, that's overpriced than I do for her sets. A lot of people that have no idea what goes into handmade dice will see her price point and be like, $100 for a set, that's crazy. I can buy a Chessex set for $32 or $21 or you know what I mean. So she gets a lot more of that than I do. But I got a little bit of that, I got one guy that he was there with his kid, and his kid was like, Dad, I want the dragon. And Dad was like, whoa there, buck. Well, we're not buying that. And the kid's like, but I want the dragon. You said I could get one thing at the convention. I want the dragon. Dad's like, well, we're not paying $50 for that. That's crazy. And I'm like, standing there like, okay, yes, sir. He glances up, sees I'm staring at him while he's saying that, and just like awkwardly averts eye contact and takes his kid. So that's the only thing that is really, that's it, I guess. If I ever meet you on a con selling stuff, the first thing I'll say to you is asking if it's AI. Got it. Excellent. Thanks, Plucci. Thanks for reinforcing that. Just so people know that, yeah, that's great. That's the that's the good shit right there. Thanks, Plucci. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that broken up about any of it. What else did I get at the convention? I got a couple of weird comments. I got, okay, wait, okay, hold on. I can't believe I didn't bring this up earlier. Okay. So somebody approached me, and pretty normal looking person, Nothing that would put me on edge, right? So people walk up and they have like a certain aura to them, and you're like, whoa, normal person. She's like looking at my stuff, flipping through the portfolio at the front. She says, wow, these are great. And I'm like, oh, thanks so much. You know, I said, are you perhaps a D&D player? And she's like, oh yeah. I'm like, well, this is all art for my D&D adventure. And she's like looking at it, she's like, wow, so you do like D&D art? I was like, yeah. And she's like, do you do like NSFW or like fetish commissions? This is like 15 seconds into our interaction. 15 seconds into the interaction, this is the first question just shot off the bow. And the first thing I thought was, is this a normal, acceptable conversation at a convention for an artist? Is like, am I the weird one here where I'm like, that's weird? You know, everyone else, it's like there's an understanding that if you're at the convention that you're just like there to draw weird shit for people. You know what I mean? Like, is that normal at conventions? That was my like, I was like, oh, not typically, no, sorry. And she was like, oh, okay, that's a shame. And then just like trails off and disappears into the crowd. That was our entire interaction. Just, will you draw some heinous shit from me? No, peace out. Yeah, it's zero shame, right? Like, this can't be a normal thing the convention artists have to deal with, is it? I suppose, like I didn't have anything that would possibly account that that's something that I do on my table. So I just didn't understand. I still don't understand. That was one of the weirder ones. I was thinking of like people that are being rude or whatever, but that was, I mean, she wasn't rude or anything. It was just weird. It was just bizarre, you know? I just didn't really know what to say or do or think after that. And like, nobody was there for me to be like, was this normal? Was that okay? And I forgot to ask any of my like artists that I knew that were there. Be like, is this a question you guys get at conventions? So, I don't know. The con crowd was mixed, but like I said, everyone was very nice besides the couple of AI weirdos. So, I don't know. Send them forth to QB. What is QB? What the fuck? Well, the things, I don't mind doing NSFW stuff. It's just people can't afford me. You know, so listen, man. I'm not afraid or ashamed of the human form. I went to fucking art school. You think I haven't seen everything that somebody wants me to draw before? Think I haven't drawn that shit before? Maybe not in the weird way people want me to draw it, but it doesn't scare me or frighten me. It's just people can't afford me, because if I have to draw something that I can't post on my Twitter, someone's gonna pay a lot more for it. So that's like WTF per, right? I don't know, Sylvia. It was weird. It was weird. Never done a table, but I'd imagine that artist might get asked. Okay, well, I gotta figure out some like I gotta talk to some regular artists and see if this is things that they do. You know, if this is like some shit that gets them business and work or whatever. So, okay, hold on. She wears long braids. She wears very sleek, form-fitting, and high-quality leather armor, as well as a hood for when mission calls for discretion. Okay, so we've got our form-fitting armor. We got our hood. We're gonna make it all look kind of elven and very sneaky and sleek. So hopefully we do a good job for Brooklyn on Leah, because I can't script the first character Brooklyn ever played, right? Right? I can't mess this one up. What was the fetish thing she wanted? She didn't say. I just said no, and then she just like left. She just said, "Oh, it's a shame," and then just left. So I don't even know what she wanted. That's the thing. I don't know to what extent this was or what kind of weird ass shit, you know. And it's like, dude, like I don't know how to explain to her. It's like, yeah, my Twitter is like stream safe, and my stream is fucking all like not age gated. It's like, what do I say to her? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. That was a bit strange. The kids, though, man, the kids broke my heart, man, when they found me and said they watched me. The two of them, oh my god, they were the most adorable little creatures. They were so unbelievably sweet. And their parents were really nice. It's nice to know that there's a young generation of artists that I'm having a positive influence on. You know, I'll do my best to try and have as positive of an influence as I can on the next gen of lovely young artists. But it was cool to see that there was a couple of them that already, in some small way or some small fashion, felt like I was bringing something to the table for them in their art journey. So that was really cool. That was dope. Explain 7. QB is a gender neutral term for incubus and succubus. Oh, I'm never gonna remember that because nobody ever used that term. I'm never gonna remember that one until it becomes mainstream. I will always try, but I can promise never that I will use that or remember what the fuck that means. But I will try. I will do my best. Chuck's amazing. Oh man, thanks Brooklyn. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you are enjoying, because I will try my best to make sure she is a representative of the dignity of a character request from you. Okay, it's very important to me. So give me options. TM about about Adobe. Oh yeah, give me options. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, tell them. Yeah, just let them know. You know, just let them know. See what they want. No, I mean, I don't really want to do work that I can't post on my Twitter or whatever. I'm like, and use for some sort of like growth. So I don't think I even really take, like, if somebody offered me a project that was like, and they're willing to pay for it, I still don't know if I'd even take it, because yeah, it's great to get an extra sort of bump on your pay for a project, but at the same time, I really value being able to post videos and work on stuff on stream right now. If I can't post it on videos and work on stream, it almost doesn't, like, I'd almost have to charge even more of a modifier than 2x for it. So you'll make it mainstream. All right, get after it. The dice add-on for coffee for real thing. I can add it. I mean, should I? I could do that. I could do add-ons, hey? That's like not the most difficult thing in the world. I think you can do that, right? I'm pretty sure. Your page. No, hold on. Can you add on add-ons? Commissions. Character portrait sketch, edit. Is that a thing that can be done? Anime style, price 120. Okay, that's a joke. Print mailed to you. Price North America only. Blackwood dice set based on character. 120. Okay. Requires shipping. Enable worldwide shipping. Oh. Okay. So I can just do that for enable worldwide shipping. No. Add a destination. Country. Canada. Shipping price. $8. Add a destination. America. No. United. Fuck. Where's the United States of America? Are you guys America, or are you guys the United States of America on here? You guys are the United States. Oh, okay. Shipping price 10. Add a destination. United Kingdom. Shipping price 15. There we go. I'm sorry, the rest of Europe. It says North, does it? Oh, okay. I don't need to put that in. Print mailed of your character, or 8.5 to 11. 8.5 by 11 print mailed. There we go. Ooh, but the thing is, Blackwood dice would cost more to mail. Oh, that's probably. I can just eat the cost. All right, there you go. There you go. Okay, next time slots are open. Next time slots are open, you guys can do it through there. You don't do it through my print store. There you go. There you go. How about that? Congratulations. You can get a print now. And a Blackwood dice set of your based on your character. So, need no color palette for that, I guess. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, North America. Let's go, dude. Let's go even Norther for North America. That's really funny. Yeah, maybe somebody will want a Blackwood dice set of their character or whatever. You know? I don't know. Oh, I also had a couple of bigger, like, fancier people ask me about stuff. So I had a couple of like corpo clients ask me, like, big, like, contract stuff work, come to my table and be like, hey man, your art's awesome. Are you taking contract work right now? And I said, maybe, maybe not, maybe. And they're like, cool, we'll be in contact with you. So I had somebody from who is a board game publisher ask me, and I had no idea what their company was. So I should probably look that shit up because I don't remember, and I don't know if they do like big games or if it's like a small indie company or whatever. And I had a game store actually ask me about doing work for them from Eastern Canada. That was pretty cool. They were one of the sponsors of the event. So, you know, a couple of like bigger, you know, contract clients coming up and saying, hey dog, I heard you do art. Would you do art for me? And I was honest with all of them. I said like, yeah, I'm open to it, but like I'm booked for a long time. So if your timeline dictates projects in the near future, I am not your guy. I am not the man you were looking for here. So we'll see if any of them actually follow up. I'm definitely willing to like speak corpo to, and not that I'm joking when I say corpo. Obviously, I like, you know, these are respected, you know, potential clients, but like when it's like more of a contract piece and I have to like sign it rights away, I can speak like corporate to clients and like talk about them talk about projects with them fairly comfortably because I come from a graphic design background and I've done this like for a lot for big projects. Like somebody like the biggest projects where I've ever wielded budget for as a graphic designer is I've wielded budgets into the six figures where a company will come to me specifically and say, hey, we want you to do this project. Here's our budget. It's $160,000 or whatever. Now I don't get all that money because I have to then like manage a team. I have to like hire a web developer. I have to hire a video like either crew or person or videographer or whatever. I have to hire like all these other people to do things for me. I have to go do some print testing, whatever, and travel. And so, you know, obviously that like $120,000, $160,000, $180,000 project is not worth that much to me, even close. Like maybe 10% if I'm like super whatever, but not even that much typically. So I'm not afraid of like when clients come to me with big projects, right? It doesn't scare me off, but it is always kind of funny when I'm talking to somebody who's more independent and you start talking about them like in terms of things like contracts and licensing and whatever. And I say like, I'll know very quickly if I'm like, so do you have a contract for licensing? And if they blink at me and they're like, what? I'm like, okay, you know what you're doing. That's okay. We're going to LARP as if you're, you know, a big developer. And sometimes they're like, oh yeah, but we have a contract we give our artists or whatever. It's like, perfect, you know? So I'm not afraid of that, but I'm always skeptical because you never know when somebody approaches you randomly, like whether that's a DM or at the convention, and they're like, hey, we're people from this big project. We have like a big project we want you to work for. You never know if it's like that they're like a really serious thing or if it's like a very independent, like, you know, brand new endeavor and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, which is totally fine, by the way. When somebody doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, that doesn't mean that I wouldn't work with them. Especially if they're newer, if they're like nice and good clients and like good to work with, then I'll help them through that process. I'll try and be an educational resource of like, hey, I'm used to this. Let me work through this with you so that you can hire other artists in the future with confidence, you know? And I don't charge a consultant fee for that or anything like that. I'll just help them out because that's, I think, the good thing to do. That's like the independent indie discount. But sometimes you do get a sense from a lot of these people that they want or expect some sort of a discount because they are independent, because they're an indie project. And I wonder if that's like a standard thing that like there's an assumed sort of like Yes, we get discounts on our shit because we are indie developers, and that's what we expect you to do. I never know. So who knows if I'll do any of these big projects with people. I have yet to receive the email, the follow-up emails that are promised this week. So we'll see. Alf, what is up, dude? Thanks, man. Alf, I had a time and a half at the convention. Oh boy. That was an endeavor. That was an endeavor and then some. So I was very, very exhausted at the end of it, but it was very good. Ella did amazingly, as she always does. So hello, Natasha. Good to see you. Like, people are obsessed with dice matching their characters, probably. Maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe. Ella's done a couple of matching dice sets to people's characters for my commissions. Not that many. She's done a couple. Not a lot of people have, like, after paying for a commission from me, not a lot of people have the desire to then pay for a commission from Ella right after, you know, understandably. But a couple people have asked for it. A couple people have said, hey, can you do a matching dice set based on this thing or whatever that Evan did, which is always really cool. It's cool when people want to work with both of us and we get to both take on a client, as it were. So we'll see. And then honestly, that'd be really cool because I can make a process video. Ooh, yeah, I could make a video, a combined Ella Blackwood Dice and Evan Blair Art process video where I talk about a character and then show off the corresponding dice that go with it. It'd be pretty fun, actually. So we'll see. We'll see if the good people of the internets wish to engage in such hilarity. All right, I think we're almost good. I'm going to do a little bit more Elven design here, and then we are basically good to go on drawing our lovely character Leah. So we're drawing today. We are drawing the lovely assassin Rouge, the Rouge Rogue, Leah, for Brooklyn, for a coffee character request. Yeah, dude. One that I wanted to get done before I left last week, but it was chaos. It was too hectic to I had like appointments I had to jump around to and stuff last week. I did not have the time to, you know, finish my coffee requests the way I wanted to before the convention. Which is why I didn't actually open any new ones, because when I tried to open my Gamecon commissions for coffee, you guys just went in and just scooped them all up, which is kind of funny, actually. I mean, I guess kind of a power move. Really, it was kind of a power move. I do appreciate it. So I was going to open them for Gamecon as well, open additional slots for Gamecon as well, after you guys snaked the initial Gamecon ones, but I decided not to because I still wasn't done Brooklyn's from the original round last month. So that's what we're doing. We're just chilling. Today's a recovery, get back in the swing of things, remember what the fuck I do for a living kind of stream. So, and then tomorrow, good news, I won't have to I will not have to leave well, sorry, I will not have to be absent tomorrow. I can stream tomorrow for the first time on a Tuesday in a long time. I will have to be leaving stream a little bit early because I have my normally scheduled hospital appointment for my ear is later in the day, which is great. So I can actually stream it for about 3 or 4 hours tomorrow, which is cool. So I don't have to miss another day, and hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully there's an end to that nonsense or whatever. I purchased dice based on my characters. That's why am I getting called out? You're not getting called out, Natasha. Come on. It's just... Actually, that does seem kind of personal, doesn't it? Now that I think about it. Yeah, that's fair. That's completely reasonable. We're drawing Leah, Nick. We're drawing Leah for Brooklyn. So, didn't realize we were supposed to leave them. You know what? You weren't supposed to leave them. It's just I didn't think that if I opened up 6 slots before Gamecon, I did not think that you guys would all immediately jump on them. Okay. I just didn't think that you would all immediately say, "Yep, that's what I want to do now." So, screw you, Evan. That's oops. Sketch and under sketch, delete sketch, and okay. All right, now we can actually start the Evan Blair Art part of Evan Blair Art. Let's go. Finally, dude. Finally. Let's start here. Okay. All right. Let's see if I remember how to make art. It's been a while, hasn't it? Been like a week. Been a week since Electronic Blur arted. I was so happy to give the pieces that I did for Anastasia and Valiant Fox to them. They were so unbelievably happy. There's something about seeing people get fan art or whatever, or art in general, that just seeing them be happy about it is just like good for my soul. You know, I want to just now taking commissions and exclusively working with people who will be happy if I work for them. They posted a story on Instagram of the two of them with big old smiles with their EBA art prints that I made for them, and I brought to the convention because I knew they'd be there. And they were so gracious about it. Holy fuck. There's summer swimsuit calendar to come. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's probably the July-August project I'll be doing personally once the adventure is done. The swimsuit calendar is upon us. But the problem is, man, my commission price doubled since you guys paid for the swimsuit calendar. So do I be one of those artists that says, ooh, sorry, when you booked this commission and paid the deposit, actually, sorry, my price went up. So, yeah, God, that sucks. No, come on, man. Come on, bro. I wouldn't be that guy. Maybe I would because it's funny. Maybe I would just because it's funny for the memes, and I just do it anyway. So, would you have a lot more landscapes or something like that? Would I have a lot more for... Wait, for what? For the swimsuit calendar? What do you mean by that? I'm confused. You gotta explain to me in crayon. My brain's not working as well today. I think I missed the... He's looking like hurricane positive. The flash storm is gone and rain is on the way. Damn, bro. Damn. Yeah, we had a pretty bad storm driving home yesterday. A pretty bad storm. Drove through. We were considering, like, if the storm was bad enough, we were just gonna stay the night in one of the smaller towns like Red Deer. Red Deer, Alberta. But it wasn't too bad. It was just like stormy and rainy on the way home, which is why it took us a bit longer to get home. But it wasn't the end of the world. We survived. We were all right. It's always a little nerve-wracking driving in the stormy weathers, but also just like driving from Edmonton to Calgary, just got tornado warnings on our phones. Monka, what do we do about that? Accidentally info dumped in GC. Now it's dead quiet because no one gave a fuck. Oh no, that's fine. Listen, sometimes people are just busy, right? The test print sheet and the first editions are here. Let's go, dude. What do you think of it? Hey, Dark, thanks for the support on the print store, man. What prints did you get? Which ones did you get? I packed up a lot of orders and signed a lot of prints recently because of the convention. I don't remember the specific ones you got, but yes, Dark, you are the first person outside of EBA to have a single hard print sheet, whatever, of the actual set. People have received promos. But that's an actual official test print sheet that I did. I made a bunch of them, and that's one of them, so... Thanks for support, man. I hope you enjoy the test print sheet ahead of the release. Gives Walt Evan for tasty art. Yeah, thanks, Lexer. I appreciate it. Yeah, listen, I'm trying. I can't open up my other, like, more coffee requests for June until I finish some other stuff, so coffee requests will remain shut for a little while. And then I don't know, man. I don't know what we'll do. We'll make some art for people, I guess. That's because they all hate me. Trust? Oh, okay, that's why. Got it. Yeah, that's what the brain says. Tofu, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in, Tofu. Good to have you here. First time catching a stream after finishing your YouTube shorts and found them inspiring. Dude, I'm honored. Thank you very much for stopping by the YouTube channel. You're listening and watching stream while drawing. Hope you and chat are having a good day. Tofu, I'm honored to have you here. I mean it. Thanks for stopping by the stream. I'm glad you're enjoying the silly YouTube shorts where I monologue about things nobody cares about while I post my art process videos. So, yeah, dude, that's awesome. Hope your drawing is going well. Whatever you're working on today. That's awesome. I'm honored that you stopped by. Yeah, that's cool, dude. Whenever I hear that, whenever someone says that, like that was wild. What was wild this weekend is just to hear people say that from like the convention standpoint. Like when somebody like Tofu comes by the stream, that's always like such a huge honor that somebody stops by the stream because of, you know, the videos or whatever. But there's just something crazy about it when someone says that in person. When I have no idea who, like, you know, I've never met them or whatever, comes up and like has some indication of like they know who the fuck I am, and they're like, bro, that thing you did was rad. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, dude, appreciate it. You know, it was cool, man. Really enjoyed my convention time like that, so it was really fun. We'll see what Edmonton Expo and like the bigger conventions are like, if that's like a increasing theme or if it's like that was like a one-off. You know what I mean? I didn't know I had so many people in Edmonton, Alberta that knew who I was. It was cool, man. It was very cool. But I don't know, the convention was a blast. I enjoyed it. I hope they keep it in Edmonton for another couple of years. I know there's like talks of them moving it. They already moved it once. It was in Calgary the first year. I really hope they keep it in Edmonton. That'd be nice. The missing landscape prints and all the map, all first edition. We need to build an extension on my house families. Oh shit, dude. Well, they are all fancy Giclée archival, museum grade gallery print Pega art. So there's that, I guess. You can get them framed or hand them. Not many people get my art like professionally framed, but a couple of people have. And it's always really rad to see what kind of frames people choose for stuff. But it's a frame that you find off the shelf at Michael's. It's because they are standard size. Or it's a fancy frame from some fucking fancy print store or whatever. I'm always curious to see how people like display the art. You know? I had this one guy though stop by and he was like, look at my art, and he's like talking about, he's like, yeah, I need art for my new game room, and he's like, tell me about it and all the cool things he did for it, and like telling me about all the things he bought. He's got a cool table with the TV in it and the whatever and the chandelier. He's like, yeah, so I really need some landscapes to like, you know, hang on my walls. And I'm like, oh, cool. Like, what do you, what? And he's like looking at my landscapes and whatnot. And he's like kind of deciding and thinking, kind of humming and hawing. And he's like looking around and he's like, but yours don't have enough color in them. So I don't think I'll be buying any today. Goodbye. And he just like turns and walks away. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, man. It's kind of a weird, like someone's kind of like not thinking of like if they want to buy a print, but like which print they want to get, and then all of a sudden just like completely switch out and be like, nope, actually on second thought, your art sucks, goodbye. Oh, that was fun. Would you like to homebrew? If you do, you should watch The Ugly Goblin. What's The Ugly Goblin, Cilio? No, I mean, I love to homebrew. Love your artwork. I hope I can draw like you one day. Moonlit, learning to draw like me is not very complicated. It's time consuming, but if you put the time in, I am not a talented artist, Moonlit. I am an artist that had to grind for everything I've gotten. And what that means is that the things that I do are very obtainable for people who are willing to put the time and effort into their fundamentals. So if you actually are serious with that and you actually want to like sort of like draw in somewhat of a similar kind of sketched, painted, whatever style as I do, you can absolutely learn to do that really quickly. It's like not complicated or arcane or secret. It's all like pretty in the open. People just don't like to take that path, because a lot of modern artists like to have the path of, I would say, the animation career path, or on like how to learn to draw, even if they're illustrators. But if you take the painters and the classical artist path on learning how to sketch, my art will seem very unimpressive very quickly to you. rude guy. Well, I mean, it was like he would, I don't know. Sometimes you have a conversation with somebody and you're like, I don't know, you give him a little bit of grace because I don't know how to word it nicely or word it properly or whatever. I got some impressions from, you know what I mean? I'll just make one single free run art piece for Edmonton as a limited edition run, but then I'm doing fan art and I'm not doing Eldara art. So the problem is if I do a free run print, then that's one like 25-hour piece that I could have made an Eldara piece for, right? So if you guys want a free run print, you guys have to like crowdfund it, a commission slot basically, if you want some fucking free run art. Because if I'm going to do it for my own like sanity, one free run print is not going to make up for the time that I spend on it, and it's also not going to gain anything for the adventure. So there's not really any reason for me to do it. You know what I mean? It would be really funny, but yeah, I don't think it'd be worth the actual like meme. So we're looking at character doodles for a personal project of mine. Got to practice drawing those characters. Yes, exactly. Get after it. Get those characters done. Show me your might, Tofu. Impress me with your dazzling art and your wonders that you gift upon the world with your amazing creations. That's what I want to see. You lot now and you're back, but we had 2 hurricanes before or last year, but before that we went 7 years without any. Oh wow. Does Jamaica get hit with a lot of hurricanes normally? Was it 7 years odd, or was that like kind of the norm? Is that you guys weren't getting any hurricanes? Man, that's scary shit, bro. Them hurricanes, they don't mess around, as far as I know. Gotta be careful with that. Holy. I don't want nothing to do with no hurricanes. I don't be anywhere near that shit. I see the way they deal with that in Florida, man. They got their boards up. Y'all got concrete houses because of it. 7 years is lucky. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I mean, I guess, you know, return to the norm, I suppose, right? Unfortunately. I think most people look at artists, musicians, etc. as talented. They don't understand that most of it didn't start off as talent. It just looks like palette of passion, hard work. Yeah, I mean, when people say, like, so the thing is, when most people say something along the lines of like, wow, you're so talented, it's like it's a lovely compliment. People are basically saying that you are good at what you do, and the way the depth of which you are good at it is it's not understandable to them. They can't conceive of how you sort of achieved what you've achieved. And that's usually what people mean when they like it's just a compliment of adoration and awe. And it's very lovely when people say that. They mostly all the time they mean it in a lovely way when they say that, you know, it's about talent. The thing that I try and like always reference when it isn't like, and like I think being like one of those defensive artists is like, it's actually not talent, it's actually hard work. It's like kind of cringe. It's like, dude, relax. People like old guys giving you a comment at convention, just you know, let them. It's like when a lot of older people, they give you compliments that start off something like, wow, you're so good at this, and you're like, wow, thank you. And they're like, I don't know how you do it, and you're like, oh, you know, it's tough. And they're like, I can barely draw stick people. And you get that kind of a compliment from usually older people. Like, I don't think anyone under the age of probably 46 has ever given me that compliment where they reference the fact that I can just draw stick people or whatever. And I always think it's funny because it's like, well, I'd hope I could do better than that if I've spent fucking my entire life doing this shit. Like, yep, you'd think, you'd hope anyway. But you know what they mean, right? And I think that the talent thing is part of that. It's just like, yeah, just accept the compliment. But it is, the only reason I ever usually talk about it is when somebody sort of like is referencing my skill or ability in reference to like a aspiration or something, or something that really breaks my heart is when I hear an artist say something like, wow, I can't do it because I wasn't born talented. And I have to tell them that most artists aren't. The vast majority of artists aren't. That I know what talent looks like, and of the professional artists that are out there making full-time livings of art, I would say if we want to consider a metric for talent, I'd say probably less than 1% have true talent, where they're like, oh my god, and they're prodigies, they're phenoms. Like there's some, and it's not a bad thing either, because talent without practice and without dedication is wasted and doesn't mean anything. There's a guy that I know that I think is legitimately talented. He's an artist by the name of Seb McKinnon. And Seb McKinnon, again, I'm not taking away from his hard work. I'm admiring the way his hard work coalesced with his talent. But what he became a very successful artist very young. I met him when I was about 26, 27. He was like 21, 22. And he was like in the industry, already had Magic the Gathering cards under his belt, did amazing stuff. And I think he was talented. I think he just had something in him. He just understood light and color and painting and whatever. It just clicked and snapped, and he just like went for it. And he worked really hard, and he started building a great career. But he was a lot faster. And so what I think the difference is, a lot of people here's what you want to know what talent looks like in a graph. This is what a graph. So this is what this is skill, and this is time. So this is what normal artists look like. Okay, that's what normal artists look like. And this is your career. This is over the course of your career, right? A talented artist looks like this. That's the difference. That's all it is. That's all it is, my friends. And so this might be age, let's just say this is age 20. Right here. Maybe it's actually probably like closer to this, right there. So they get into the industry and they figure their shit out, and they go to art school and they have better results faster, but they don't achieve something that you can't. The only thing that really matters is consistency. And so the problem is, a lot of people think that because they don't have talent or whatever, that they won't make it, that they can't make it, that it's not meant for them. But it is something that I think is an obtainable skill by every single person that wants to do it. The thing that I say that upsets people the most is, one, Critical Role Campaign 2 wasn't the best campaign, but that's a different crowd. The thing that actually upsets people in the art group is when I say that being good at art is a choice. And I don't care what your circumstance is. I don't care what it is. Not that I don't care about your suffering through whatever your life circumstances that makes it tough. I love you, I adore you, and I want you to have the best career ever, the rhetorical you. But don't tell me that whatever your circumstances is preventing you from becoming a good artist or building a career off of it. I don't care. I don't care, because if I care, it's gonna do a disservice to you. If you tell me I can't practice and I can't build a career at art because, and then you list things that are all legitimate reasons, because I'm sick, I'm in a wheelchair, I can't hold a pencil, I have ADHD, my family situation is bad, I'm too poor, I grew up in a place that's not whatever. You give me all these legitimate reasons why the journey is difficult. The problem is, the bank doesn't write you checks because you had a bad time. So if you're trying to like carve your way out of debt or something like that, or you're trying to like buy a house, you're trying to do some shit or whatever, the bank's not like, well, I see you only make, $2,000 a month and you need $3,000 a month, so we're not going to charge you interest on your credit card. We're just going to let that slide, because you had this situation. They're going to say, you didn't make the money, kid. Fuck you. You put on debt and then go for it. But like, screw you. Sorry. You're now in bigger debt than you used to be. Like, get bent. And because the banks don't care, because the world doesn't care, I can't give life and energy and oxygen to people complaining about their circumstance. And it's not because I don't think that there's legitimate reasons why it's harder for some people to actually have a career in art than others, but because if I let people focus on it, that's not going to help anybody. At the end of the day, no matter what your situation is, somebody's had it harder than you and still made it. And so because of that, it's cruel and it's unfair. But at the end of the day, it's the way it is. And the way forward is to think about how to make it through your circumstance and still succeed at the other end, rather than to just lament and bemoan the fact that the circumstance exists. And it sucks, and it fucking sucks. So I will stand by you, and I will shake my fist to the sky with you and curse the world for being unfair. But I will, at the end of that, say, okay, now we're gonna get up and go work and go do it anyway. And so when especially young artists say something like, well, I can't do it because I don't have talent. I'm like, nope. It's a choice. It's a choice to be good at art. It's a choice to learn the skill. It's a choice to work hard for it. It is not something that you are given by fate, by the gods or whatever, the ability to make art or not. And you weren't born special, so therefore you are sentenced to mediocrity. I don't believe it. I believe every single person has the capability and capacity to be great at what they do. And, you know, there's things that you can do to influence it positively and negatively. But I think that it's, for me, some people hear that and they're like, oh, that's a really terrible message to tell people that, like, they could do it anyway and that their circumstance doesn't matter. But I always think it's a hopeful message to hear. I needed to hear it because I thought I was basically screwed and whatever, because I looked at my circumstance and how sick I was and whatever and all these things when I was in my late 20s, and I was like, oh, I'm just screwed. I'm just dead. Like, it's not meant for me. And it wasn't until I started reframing sort of my challenges, my circumstance to, it is meant for me. It's meant for everybody because I carry that sort of like gift within me that everyone has. And it's my choice to nurture it or not. So, Jester's your GOAT. Listen, Jester's an amazing character, but Campaign 2 doesn't hold a candle to Campaign 1, in my opinion. It doesn't. It can't. Campaign 1 was the fucking jam. For classical D&D, oh my god, there is no campaign better than Campaign 1, in my opinion. Yep, that's my hot take, man. People get mad at me for that shit. They're like, but what about Caleb? Yeah, what about Caleb? But what about Jester? Yeah, what about Jester? But what about... And I always have to take the unpopular opinion here, man, so that Campaign 2 wasn't as good as Campaign 1. Weirdly, nobody wants to defend Campaign 3, which I don't get. That's wild. You'd think there'd be more Campaign 3 enjoyers out there, but it seems like the Campaign 2 is most popular with the crowd. I don't know why. I didn't watch all of it. I really want to watch more, or want to finish it, because I got to episode 50 or 60, and I just kind of lost track with it. Why am I on... What the fuck? Okay. I had a selection somewhere that I didn't realize. You're an FCG and Chetney enjoyer? Yeah, they're good times. Yeah, I just kind of felt like Campaign 3 at a certain point in time started dragging its heels a little bit, and I kind of just lost a little bit of momentum and steam with it, and then I got behind, and then I don't remember what episode I was on, and just stopped. I just kind of said, oh, I'll just wait for the next campaign. But Campaign 4, whenever it happens, if Campaign 4 happens, I will... promise to myself, not to you fucking gremlins, but to myself, that I will watch Campaign 4 every week, and I will not let myself get more than probably 4 episodes behind. If I ever get more than 4 episodes behind, my priority will be watching that over any podcast, any audiobooks, whatever. If I get more than 4 episodes behind, Critical Role will become the only thing I listen to at the gym. When I'm working, whatever. I will not be in Miniful streams. I will not catch a single Mendari stream. Not that I can anyway. I will watch only Critical Role Campaign 4 when Campaign 4 is out if I get behind. That's my promise. They decide to pop back in chat. I hear amazing advice. I have it. How's that puffin? I don't know. Is that like, because like legitimately, is that good advice? Because people sometimes give me heat for it. They're like, bro, you're too heartless for the plights and the struggles of others. But I always think that you hold your own destiny and you are the one responsible for your success and failure. To me, that's always a message of hope. It's not to discount people's struggles, but it's always to me personally is a message I need to hear. You know, like when I started losing weight and I was 300 pounds, I probably put on a pound or two when I was at the convention. Holy fuck, I had like shit. Anyway, when I was 300 pounds, I started my weight loss journey. I thought I was terminally sentenced to fat. And I needed to realize that all my attempts and failures did not define the possibility for what I was doing. That if I could accept the pain of responsibility for all my failures, that with that pain came the possibility of changing it. And so that's why I try with artists to give them a very real stance on like, look, you decide if you're successful as an artist or not. It's not anyone else that has an influence on you whatsoever. It's just you. And again, some people really don't like to hear that. And I kind of get why. I get why your brain is resistant to it, specifically if you want to get, you know, neuroscience, psychology, Andy. I get why the ego would be mad about hearing that. But no, for me, it's always a message of hope. When I say, yeah, you're the fucking reason you're not doing anything you want in life. But you can change that, and I believe in you. And I will help you. And I love you, and I want to see you succeed. To me, that's always a much more hopeful message. Love your EBMT. Evan Blair motivational talks. Oh, shit. Okay, Brooklyn. All right. So we're not completely crazy then. Okay. Campaign 3 was rather linear, and only to me had a handful of great moments. Campaign 4 probably not happening until like November. You think that long? Really? It's gonna take them that long to... Ooh, maybe keep the people waiting so that they're getting hyped and excited. Now, here's the question. Is Critical Role Campaign 4 going to be Daggerheart? Or is it going to be Dungeons and Dragons? What do we think? I think they're going to stick with D&D for the mainline campaign. You know? There is a sort of Daggerheart game. Yeah, I think they're going to do small Daggerheart games here and there, but don't subscribe to the victim mentality. You have a control, operate in that mentality. Sure, yeah. Because you lack confidence, the more you succeed after failure, the less you become afraid of failure, and you gain confidence in your own ability to succeed. And I think that as artists, we should glorify the failing process for people. I think that artists should feel a lot more comfortable and safe and excited to post things that suck. But there's not really a culture around that, and I'm partly perpetuating that. So when I start, you'll notice every video, like you want to see the sketch that I came to stream with? I came to stream today with this sketch. What you guys didn't see was the half hour that I tried to fucking align her fucking T-zone, eyebrows to nose to mouth, and everything was fucked for like 3 fucking times that I took shots at this shit, and I had to like, you know, you guys don't see that. One, because I need to focus when I'm doing it, because I'm really bad at art. Okay? So I need to focus up, and I'm not like talking and like memeing with you guys. I'm just sort of like actually doing stuff. And I don't really want to be silent, just like stuck on my screen for any amount of time on stream. And 2, because the problem is whenever I'm figuring something out, the one thing that I really like that irritates me the most on stream that I try and never get upset about, because I never want to get like bark at people. If I never call people out on stream or like shit talk them or like, you know, or because it just makes the environment weird for everybody. But one of the most annoying things is when somebody is like, hey man, I don't think that this is right. The thing looks off. It's not correct. It's like, I didn't ask. I didn't fucking ask. And you might be right. And I'll probably catch it and probably fix it later when I like take the piece and I'm done with the piece and I like walk away from it and I come back and I'm like, oh yeah, the eyebrows too long or whatever. And sometimes I don't. And I'm because I'm just bad at art. And that's fine, you know? But I just cannot stand that shit. And the problem is while you're working through and constructing something on stream, I find that that's when people are the most sort of like empowered to kind of like offer that unsolicited criticism that I just don't fucking care to hear. They'll be like, but the cheek's too low on the... That's because it's a sphere, dipshit. So I don't do that. But the problem is I'm perpetuating the idea that people don't struggle and fail. This one I was hard. This one took me like 2 or 3 attempts to get through. Sometimes it takes me 4 or 5 attempts, and sometimes I one-shot it. But I don't record the process for that typically, just because I'm doing other shit and I don't want to like see... I don't want people to see video process of me failing at 4 or 5 times because it's annoying to get comments. I'm like, wow, guy doesn't know how to draw, you know? So the problem is that with artists is that then we feel like we can't fail publicly. And so unless artists like me are willing to have the courage to show off and deal with that sort of side of it and show off the failing process behind art, without that, how the fuck is a young artist with no followers, no whatever, no commissions, no anything, supposed to feel confident that they can do it the same? Until that changes, artists are not going to have that confidence, and I'm part of the problem. But I'm also a struggling artist trying to figure out how to do this too, man. I'm not like some Giga Chad master either, so you know what I mean? So one day I'll try and take on the burden of responsibility and help fix the problem if I can and show off all the failures and whatnot. But right now, it's not today, unfortunately. It's not going to be today or tomorrow. Maybe on Friday, we'll see. Well, that's a whole week from now, so it's extremely valuable and very realistic. I'm currently working on a portfolio in the games industry with 3D art and 100% exactly as you say. Using circumstance and excuses do nothing and gets you nowhere. Unfortunately, yeah. You need to push through and do your best you can. The cards you are dealt, somewhere someone is always having worse circumstances. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Well, I'm glad it's not completely ridiculous. Making maps is hard? Why is it hard, Alf? Is this you subtly telling me to get my shit together and get my GPU so that I actually get on my maps? Is this you prodding at me? I'm sorry, Elf. I'm sorry. GPUs are expensive. I didn't make enough of the con to buy a new GPU. What's up, Flower? I think they may eventually switch over to Gamecon, but they're likely to stick to D&D. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. I always tell my friends, when you hear my recorded tracks, you realize how many takes I do, how Frankenstein a lot of takes try to get them to that seamless sounding. I see, yeah. Don't see the hours it takes to get there and all the failed takes. You only get to see the finished product. Right, exactly. 100%. Even for like video recording. Even when I'm recording audio for videos. Like, do I have an example of like raw audio from a video recording? Let's see. This be funny. I can show this. I don't care if I show this off. This thing is funny and cringe and whatever. What's this? Cool, hot, outlaw, rogue in your D&D campaign. Yeah. So this is an example. That's like a question, because like I don't know, man. I'm all right. Somebody asked me to draw. All right, a good friend of mine asked me to draw her RP character for her. So I said, you know what? Sure, this is a D&D character through and through. You're a D&D player. What's that? Oh, wait, a Red Dead character? I'm not taking too many takes here, but you hear a couple of them, right? I draw D&D art. Am I allowed to draw Red Dead RP art? See, like I have to do that a couple of times. I have to think of the phrasing for something to like edit. So people hear that, they hear a 30-second video. This is only a minute. Sometimes they're like 2 or 3 minutes or whatever of me like running through it, like having to say something over and over again. Like I'll stumble over words all the time because I grew up with a bad lisp and I try and enunciate. People say like that I enunciate my S's very intentionally, and it's like, oh, that's weird or whatever, you know. But I try and it's because I'm trying to avoid the lisps. And there's some words that are very difficult for me to pronounce without a lisp coming through. And in everyday conversation, we forgive it. But when you're listening to a recording, it's a little bit different. So I'm not afraid to say any words or whatever on stream, but it's different when you're listening to a YouTube video. So there's certain words I try to avoid saying. And the plural of artist is one of them. Artists. Right? There's something about when I say artists, it's the artist's journey. You guys know what I'm saying. But when you're hearing a recording, it's like sounds weird, especially because the OBS recording of recorded audio picks up way more than Stream does. Stream has like certain filters on it, and the bit rate's weird and whatever. It doesn't protrude as much when there's some awkwardness there. So yeah, I mean, like totally. I mean, I even for process videos, I get what you mean, because I mean, obviously you're doing it on a much more sophisticated level, but even then, people don't hear that and they don't think that there's that, like, you know what I mean? They don't think that there's those takes and whatever that goes into it. Obviously, as the project expands, it gets even more difficult. So, oh shit, Reaper! Hello, friends. What's up? What's going on, Reaper? Hello, guys. What are y'all doing over there? Tell me of your tales and amazing things. Hello. How was stream? Good to see you guys. If you are not following Reaper Miniatures and you are an EBA viewer, oh boy, do I have a Twitch channel for you, man. Definitely go give Reaper a follow. There's some of my favorite people over there. Some of the best streams on Twitch, one of the best companies that I've had the lovely opportunity to enjoy through my gaming career. And yeah, man, some of the best people over there in that chat. So welcome in, everybody. We're just doing some character sketches, and I'm regaling my chat with tales of one of the first conventions that I've ever done as an artist. Everything from people asking me why I don't do fan art, to heinous accusations of AI art, even though I post my process online, and everything in between. So that was the convention weekend, but we're just chilling, talking, chatting, relaxing. So pull up a chair, man. It's good to see you guys. You feel bullied? No, I'm sorry, Fox. I don't think I actually posted the August video. I think I didn't actually get it finished to the point where I was like good with it before the convention. So I don't actually think I even posted the August Green video yet. So I apologize for that. I know you're probably anticipating seeing the process video on the YouTube, but unfortunately, it just wasn't good enough. So can't edited to save my life. Ooh, yeah, I get that one. So it always ends up edited. Yeah, right. No, I get that. And so like I try and avoid those like certain words when I'm speaking, when I'm doing like video recordings, and I'll have to like reshuffle videos together, or I'll say something and I think it sounds okay, and then it like I do the actual like playback of it while I'm editing and everything, like taking out the pauses and breaths and whatnot and like cutting it together, and I'll realize, oh, I need to do that entire thing again, right? Or I'll start a sentence with a phrase or whatever, and I'll be speaking, and sometimes I'll take out entire sentences or entire like kind of like I don't know, things in the middle that I say, and I'll realize that I started the sentence at the before and after that one with the same way, with like so or anyways or whatever, and I'm like, oh fuck, I have to re-record that because I can't start 2 sentences in a row with anyways, especially if there's, you know what I mean? It's so annoying. It's brutal. It's tragic and tough, and I hate it and love it. That's why I sometimes repost old videos for the day once in a while. I give myself permission a couple times a week to repost old videos, and because most people haven't seen an old video, right? There's occasionally one where someone's like, hey, I've seen this video before. I'm like, yep, you sure have. So I'll repost old videos on Instagram as trial reels, which is an amazing feature that I didn't know existed, but apparently doesn't exist for everyone. Apparently you need to be like a certain level of relevancy on Instagram before you have access to trial reels. So if you don't have access to trial reels, then Godspeed. Good luck. Keep growing until you get trial reels, and then your life changes. Holy. Changed the way I think of Instagram completely. And I'm never looking back. You can't make me. Just have to trust the process. And then one day trial reels will emerge for you. And you can just repost shit all the time. Let's go, man. Wait till I do another request for another Red Dead Redemption character and the Antler Tiefling. Okay. The Antler Tiefling. With her luscious hair cascading through her antlers. Understood. I didn't read all the requests I got, but I think I got a request for another Red Dead character, Fox. I'm pretty sure one of your friends requested a character from me, so I shall have to do them honorable justice for their character request. Oh no, I did read that through that one, I think. Yeah, I think I did actually. Hold on, I'm not crazy. Tiefling antlers, fuzzy antlers, or bony? I'd never do bony antlers. Are you kidding? Or sorry, fuzzy antlers. Antlers are supposed to be bony antlers. You want fuzzy antlers? You gotta go to a different artist, bro. You gotta find a different one. I'm not your guy. I was actually talking with an artist on the weekend at the con about people asking you to do stuff that you just like don't ever like do. My friend Lack. It's so weird calling her that. My friend Lack. She's a phenomenal artist that draws a lot of like animals and stuff like that. She's like, why do people ask me to draw people? why does some people ask you to draw things that you just like don't ever do? And I was like, yes, I understand. 100%. People cons ever ask you to do NSFW stuff? Okay, so I did mention this earlier, but somebody, so I don't have a big metric here because I've only done 2 conventions as an artist. One was last September for Edmonton Expo. It was my first one. It wasn't really like, I was not prepared for that. It was kind of a last minute thing, and this was the first one that I've kind of like done with intent. And so I would really say this was my like first convention, like real convention as an artist, like not just helping Ella out with her table, but like as me actually, you know, I had like my banner and stuff like this, like I was like set up and good to go or whatever. This is Ella beside me with her cool pretty dice booth. But yeah, at my table, so it's the first time I really tabled as an artist, and it was I did get somebody that just this really like unassuming lady walks up. And she's like, sometimes you get a weird aura, like from people, you know, you get like, oh, this is gonna be a weird interaction, like just a weird gut feeling. And often it's right, you know, but completely unassuming, just normal person walks up and she's like looking through, she's flipping through my art, like, because I have a little portfolio. Most of my art's out, but I have a little portfolio on the table. She's like, wow, this is really good. Do you do NSFW fetish art? And I was like, no. And she's like, oh, that's a shame. And just like walks away. What? Okay. Okay, sorry. See you later. Bye. Bye. No, I'm sorry. Okay. I should have been like, are you on book talk? No, man. She just kind of stun locked me. No, I'm sorry. I don't. My bad. My bad. Very strange, weird interaction with her, so... I don't know, man. That was a bit different. But no, I didn't really have anybody besides her ask me about that. I get asked that in my DMs a lot, you know? And what do I have to say? I mean like I do like I don't do weird like I don't do anything weird, but the idea of like NSFW, people like what is NSFW? NSFW often means something a whole lot more salacious to people than it actually. What NSFW would just mean is something that just is like not safe for work. So whether it's like, you know, nudity or whatever, that's like I'm not afraid of that. Like come on, man, I grew up on like Frank Frazetta and those guys, and I went to art school and like drew. The human form does not scare me, so I don't care about doing that kind of art. But obviously you can't post it, so I charge a premium for it. If somebody wants something that I can't post, whether it's for NDA contract for a big studio or a company or a project or a commercial endeavor, or if it's just somebody that wants me to do something that I wouldn't post on my Twitter, there's a premium on it. And most people just don't want to pay it. It's like, fair enough. So I just don't do a lot of that ever. A lot of money in it, or so I've heard. Yeah, I mean, I never have people, you know, that request it just because like, so basically I charge double if I can't post it, or if I have to sign away rights to it or whatever. If I don't own the art and I can't post it and use it to grow, I charge double. Okay, I'd like to pay a premium for it, sure, but I think the issue is, Natasha, is just to be candid for a second. This is $500. So if somebody wants this, but like, you know what I mean? And I say, okay, if I can't post it, if it's like whatever, that's then doubled. No one's gonna pay for that. No one. And no one has or wanted to. So fair enough, I guess, right? I mean, sorry, not no one. A couple people have, but obviously I can't post it, so I can't really show off any of that work at all. And I have friends that want to see it. They're like, let me see the secret projects. And I was like, no, dude. Nope. Nope. I ain't showing it off, man. You can't see this shit. They're always so mad. I showed my first off to the wife. She's like, that's Evan? Am I in trouble? Wait, what? Uh-oh. Wait, what? That's Eva? I'm confused. She didn't like it? Was she mad? Did she enjoy the art? I think I'm missing the subtext here. Anything's not work is NSFW. Shopping for the new car is also NSFW. Yeah, right. No, you know what I mean. Like people usually have this like idea of what, when they say NSFW art is, they think it's something very, you know, particular and kind of beyond the bounds of what I'd be comfortable making art for. I'm not doing some Sakimi-chan fucking shit or whatever. It's just not. It's not a reputation I want as an artist. So, and it follows you. Like you can never undo it. When the world sees you doing like stuff like art like that, you can never remove that from your reputation, ever. Not once. So take the bag with all the caution in the world, you know, and be very careful, I guess, about it. Guess who Evan was? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, hey, growing a reputation then, I guess. Dark. Oh, she liked the artwork though. Oh, she thought it was cool. Hope Mrs. Dark was at least approving of it. Thought it was neat. I just have friends that spend way too much money on art. The first year being a VTuber, one friend spent the worth of a small luxury car in art commissions. Sure, yeah. I mean, that's yeah, 100%. The VTubers, especially successful ones, have like an unlimited art budget. It's awesome. And if you can do something within that kind of like field, if you do like anime style, yeah, the world's open to you. Yes, what's up, Ella? Oh, okay. So yeah. Yeah, so so I added on a thing on coffee for an add-on from the print, so people could add on the print to like through coffee, or they could add on a set of dice that based on the sketch that I do. So when I do my sketch, then you can make a set of dice based on the sketch for that.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought you were watching my stream and heard me meeting about it. You fell asleep. I don't know if you guys can hear Ella's voice, but she is just not with it. Her voice is cracked from the weekend. Yeah, mine too, a little bit. Which is weird, 'cause I stream, so you wouldn't think that... Right. How would that impact it? Oh, yeah, I guess. Okay. Okay. We'll have fun. Okay, goodbye. Again, she sounds like she's been attacked. Yeah, I mean, she's not doing so hot, man. Her voice got destroyed over the weekend. It usually does at conventions. She'll come home and like is unable to speak. And she had 2 conventions in a row, 2 weekends in a row, ArtCon and then Gamecon. And then 2 weeks she got High River, and then 2 weeks she's got Vegerville, and then yeah, we gotta get Ella some more honey mint tea, bro. She's not used to this shit. Samurai Ella says thank you. She congrats on the cool con. Samurai says congrats on the convention. Oh, I thought you were just saying thank you for the dice request or whatever. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, dope. Limited with honey helps a ton. It does, but also there's kind of at a certain point there's nothing you can really do. Like, new streamers will know what I'm talking about. My voice didn't figure out how to not be in agony all the time for about a year and a half of streaming. It took me more than a year. To be more than a year of streaming before my voice stopped like being perpetually just roasted from streams. Early streams, you guys will know that I had 2 drinks all the time. One was like in a water bottle like this, and the other was like in a tumbler. And it was always honey tea with like, or it's either Earl Grey or some kind of tea with a copious amount of honey in it. For my voice. And I needed that. If I didn't have that, dude, I'd be dead. But even right now, my voice is kind of bothered me quite a bit. More than it should. Probably, 1, because I missed a week of streams, so I haven't been like talking as much. But 2, I think the conventions are just very dry or something. So, you know, there's that. I guess maybe. But kinky stuff, just ask for kinky stuff. Don't call it SFW. You can even voice your desires. You shouldn't be asking for it. Yeah, I guess people are just embarrassed. I don't know. It's not like I'd do that kind of work or whatever. Again, I just don't want to get known for it. Like, I was thinking of making a Twitter account where I would post work like that is stuff that I can't post on my main Twitter, and like studies and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of figure studies I do and shit like that. I like seeing those from other artists. But I think Twitter's not the place for it. I think you have to post it on ArtStation, where like the professional artists are. Because like, you know, amateur artists and the average like human on the internet will see a nude figure study and like start giggling. But like tell me you're not a professional without telling me you're not a professional. You know, that's like a easy tell for a lot of artists. But it'd probably have to be an ArtStation exclusive thing, I guess. Question: I'm still very new to digital drawing. When you draw a beard, do you have any tips for not making the hair look layered and too symmetrical? I think about silhouette shapes. So when you're constructing anything, Mediumancer, think about like the basic sort of shapes and shadow shapes you're drawing, and think about drawing the light. So anytime you're drawing anything, almost think about the form of it as coming from the context of light. So when you're drawing a character's, their beard, whatever, a cape, a sword, hard or soft, jagged or smooth, whatever it is, you think about the main sort of shapes. So we've got like sort of 3 kind of like large main components here. We've got like 2 cylinders, and then kind of a bit of a sphere down here, and then sort of like a plane right here, almost. So, you know, we're thinking about our main sort of shadow shapes and how light's going to impact it. There's also the way that hair grows. So you're often going to have this like sort of chin thing down on beards that kind of interrupts the main beard expansion. Depends on how thick it is as well. And you think about your light
and how your shadow shapes are going to form. So think about the lines that it's going to create between a light and dark, where those shapes are going to sort of form, and how they're going to kind of shroud or reveal details, and also when they disappear. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like nothing, you don't have to ever ask about drawing like a beard or a specific item. When you start thinking about what you're drawing is not form but light. When you think about drawing form or light and not form, that's really when you start sketching like a painter. And the problem is a lot of artists today, they come at learning art from the animation side of things. So the idea of the perpetual line work being the way to describe form, that's actually kind of a derivative of how to actually draw. There's no lines in real life. So when I'm drawing some shit like this is a sketch, right? But it's not, so it's based with, line work is a tool, but line work isn't the end game. Sometimes people don't know what the difference is between my sketches and other like artist sketch work that looks different. Is because I'm approaching it from a slightly different angle, where I think about it as sketching for painting. So if you want to know who does this really well, look at like Michelangelo or Sargent as painters. Michelangelo's figure studies are still the best. But it's the idea of sort of like your pencil, your pen, whatever it is, doesn't matter what tool you're using, is a tool that is to describe and layer value. It's not a tool to describe form. So if you're drawing, we're going to talk about the circle, or the sphere argument again. When you're talking about a sphere and you're like, well, draw the sphere, then draw the shadow. Okay, whatever. And then, you draw whatever. Like you don't draw, nothing in life has these hard lines, and you also lose edges and lose lines. As you have shadows creating depth in art, in images and visual whatever, you're going to lose detail. If you actually look at items, the sphere with like casting a shadow, you don't necessarily see like every detail on it. You think about creating texture on it. Think about the beard the same way. Anything you're drawing, if you want to learn how to sort of sketch properly, don't look at it from a line work perspective first and foremost. Look at it from a form created by light. And then you think about layering texture. You think about losing details in your light. You don't, the edges of the sphere here where the light's hitting it the most, you're not going to necessarily see those edges, and you're going to sort of communicate the detail elsewhere. You're going to think about reflections in the sphere. You're going to think about like all the material. Everything is just kind of like a way to inform the idea of how do you kind of like create and add value and texture with whatever tool you're using. And you really don't get this kind of like mindset from the modern kind of digital art tool software suite of self-taught tutorials on YouTube. You really only get this from like painting classes and like from formal study. So it's one of those unfortunate things where you have to kind of like do a little bit of like digging into maybe an area that you're not necessarily familiar with or not necessarily really care about for your art education. But if you do, then something like a beard won't be intimidating, because the complex shape of a beard won't be any different than any other basic sort of like derivative shape. You're going to think about like how to sort of like lose lines and create texture, and how to like sort of create some depth and shadows and some real sort of dark pitches, but a lot of the details are just going to kind of get lost in the beard or whatever. So the general advice is don't think about drawing the form of it, think about drawing the light, and that's it. And if you always think that way, that's how you become proficient at sketching, in my opinion. And anyone who's a good like artist that does a lot of line work, like animators or anime style artists or comic book artists or cartoonists, anything that's more derivative like that, they all have these fundamental skills. The problem is you never see them do that work. You only see their anime or their, Nickelodeon fan art or the Critical Role fan art or the kind of like whatever that like these styles are that people derive and develop. You only see that work, so you think that if you just practice that, then you're good. But no artist can get away from the realistic painting fundamentals. Painting, sculpture, and drawing, these are all fundamentals you cannot get away from if you want to actually be good. And so if you're ever struggling at creating shapes or creating form or drawing or sketching anything, a lot of it can be traced to which fundamental and which sort of school of thought do I need to practice. But it's tough because it's like it doesn't feel related to your work, but you just kind of have to trust that it is in a lot of ways. You're a very bastardized version of poutine for breakfast? Why? The fuck? All right. Get it, I guess. Yep. Get after it. How very Canadian of you. I'm inspired. inspired that you're appreciating my culture. My deep and rich culture of greasy foods from Quebec. And Ontario. Sorry, Thorkin. And Ontario. News comes out Jeremy Crawford and Chris Perkins are joining the Daggerheart team. Hold up. This is from Reddit. Jeremy Crawford and Chris Perkins are joining the Darrington Press. Why Dungeons and Dragons storytelling duo? Shut up. Signed with Critical Role. Well, I guess it's official then. Jeremy Crawford and Christopher J. M. Perkins joining Daggerheart. It's official. Wow, dude. It's Polygon. Oh, I hate Polygon. Top D&D designers join Critical Role after quitting Wizards of the Coast. There they are. There's Jeremy. I think that's Jeremy Crawford, and that's Chris Perkins. I'm assuming that's Jeremy Crawford. Wow. Christopher Perkins and Jeremy Crawford, previously creative director and the game director, respectively, for Dungeons & Dragons, have joined forces with Critical Role. The company announced Monday Perkins and Crawford are joining Critical Role's tabletop publishing arm, Darrington Press, to develop new game concepts, innovate mechanics, and future iterations of expansions across the publisher's product line, which includes the recently launched Daggerheart. Perkins and Crawford left D&D and Magic the Gathering trading card game playing cards Wizards of the Coast, copyright Richard Garfield, 1993, of the Wizards of the Coast in April after decades of shared experience in the tabletop game maker. Together, they helped create stories and rules for the beloved tabletop role-playing game TTRPG experience across multiple games, including Dungeons & Dragons, Star Wars role-playing games, Warhammer Fantasy role-playing. The Star Wars role-playing game in question here is Saga Edition, and it is the best edition of any role-playing game ever. Fuck you, I don't care. Saga Edition is the best role-playing game ever created. At Darrington Press, they'll work in similar roles. Perkins is now creative director of Darrington Press, while Crawford will serve as game director. Quote, storytelling has always been at the heart of everything I do, and joining Darrington Press feels a bit like coming home, Perkins said in a new release. Quote, I love being part of extended Critical Role family as a regular guest over the years and beyond excited to help create the new worlds of adventures. I've always believed the great games invite everyone to the table, and that's exactly what excites me about Darrington Press, said Crawford in a statement. Quote, team is passionate, wildly creative, and committed to building welcoming, connected, amazing story-driven experiences. I can't wait to expand on what Critical Role has already created to develop some really fun, unique games. Founded in 2020, Darrington Press publishes tabletop role-playing games like Daggerheart and Candela Obscura, as well as more traditional board games like Queen by Midnight, Till the Last Gasp, and Solar Gardens. Never heard of them. Sure, they're lovely, though. Critical Role's Darrington Press officially launched Daggerheart, an alternative to Wizards' D&D franchise. Ooh, I wouldn't say that. I would not brand. I would get away from branding your project as. I don't know if this is Polygon or if this is Darrington. This is probably Polygon, but Polygon's not doing them any favors by saying that. Never ever brand your project as an alternative. Always make it, even if it's based off, inspired of, ripping off. Always make it an original work. Never an alternative. That's a death sentence. Early this Monday, after years of development and testing, while Critical Role built its actual play empire on Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition rules, it has since moved on to become a competitor to publisher Wizards of the Coast, writing its own rule set and creating new fantasy worlds to inhabit. The Critical Role team is currently in the midst of actual play series called Age of Umbra, described as a dark survival fantasy. Daggerheart miniseries. Daggerheart miniseries features Game Master Matthew Mercer and players Ashley Johnson, Laura Bailey, Liam O'Brien, aka Illidan Stormrage, Marisha Ray, Sam Regal, Taliesin Jaff, aka the Male Demon Hunter, and Travis Willingham, aka Terrellian. Wow. So there it is. Jeremy Crawford and Christopher JMPH Perkins are now working for Daggerheart. And this answers a question I have been pondering for many a week. Where, oh where, would our boys from the D&D Empire land up? I'm glad they're together. I'm glad they stayed together because they're a dynamic duo. Now, is this a good thing? Here's the question. Were these guys responsible for the stupid fucking decisions made in 5th edition? Or did they do the best they could with what Wizards told them to do? You never know. I'm excited and favorable about this, but I still have to mention that that these guys are perhaps responsible for everything that 5th edition sucks, or that sucks about 5th edition. They also might be responsible and are for everything that's good about it. So we don't know if this is going to be a fantastic change or not. I always like to reference it as, so a lot of people are mad about 5th edition, the stupid shit they did. Here's the thing. There was a story that I like to reference about a man by the name of J. Allen Brack. Mr. Brack was the head of Blizzard Entertainment briefly after Michael P. Morhaime was pushed out by Robert J. Kotick, the head of Activision Blizzard. Michael Morhaime was pushed out and replaced with J. Allen Brack. J. Allen Brack made some decisions people were not happy with, and people blamed J. Allen Brack, and they wagged their finger at JAB and they said, you are a bad man. You're not good at what you did. You're no Mike Morhaime. You're a shadow. Get out of here. We hate you. And he didn't have popular public image because of that, because a lot of changes happened under his watch that were bad changes to Blizzard. However, if you ask an employee at Blizzard, like I have personal friends there, they were mostly favorable to J. Allen Brack, and they said J. Allen Brack made decisions that people didn't like to prevent worse things from happening. So you can be mad that JAB did this thing, whatever it is, but it prevented a worse. What's up, Nix? Thanks for the 37 months. I appreciate it. Thanks for sub, Nix. It prevented a worse person from coming in and making even worse decisions. And so JAB is a martyr in that sense, where he takes the brunt of the blame, but he was protecting Blizzard in a lot of ways. That's how a lot of people view J. Allen Brack. Okay. And so we must ask, when a stupid decision happens for Dungeons and or Dragons that people were not happy with, was this the fault of the guys in charge? Or were they mandated by a greedy investor board, whatever, Hasbro, who knows, Cynthia Williams, Dr. Cox, whatever that fucking team is that people don't like? Were they mandated by them to do even worse things and they negotiated back some of it? We'll never know. So what we do know, though, is Darrington Press, company of favorability and quality. They've done nothing that I can say is bad. I'm fully supportive of their endeavors. Critical Role as a company is an amazing company, and as far as running a good business goes, I'm a Critical Role and Darrington Press and the extended Critical Role family enjoyer, supporter, lover. Until they do something to change my mind, I'll have my positive opinions about them. We also know that Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford are well loved in the community and respected for what they do, and seem to be well loved by their teams. So, should be a good fit. Now, is this a good thing? I don't know. We have no way of knowing. Okay, my camera keeps fucking... Hold on, let me just change this real quick. My camera keeps... Okay, properties. Configure video. Lock the fucking focus. Thank you very much. Okay. Cool. Is this a good thing or not? I don't know. I think it is. I'm generally favorable. I'm not going to say that they're going to make that they won't bring some of the bad Wizards juju to Darrington Press, but I don't think that they will. I think this is an awesome decision, an awesome place for them to land, and I'm actually very excited to hear this. So may the spirit of D&D live on here. Even if I think 5th edition wasn't as good as previous editions for various reasons, I hope that the decisions that they were forced to make for 5th edition that I don't personally like are not decisions that they fully endorse, kind of the way that like Mark Rosewater from Magic said, oh, we've made this decision. And we're like, did you have to, or do you want to? And he's like, no, this is my decision. And you're like, oh, ooh, okay. We don't know. You never know. These corporations are tricky places. People can't really talk about who's at fault, who's to blame. At the end of the day, never sell your IP. Never give your control to a board. Always own everything. Fuck the haters. Fuck the investors. Never, ever give up creative rights. Never take criticism. Never take advice from anyone you won't want to be in their position of. That's the way you build a good IP in a franchise, I think. The absolute George Lucas way. You just, until you sell it to Disney and you fucked up. But, you know, before that, the entire thing was good, so that's awesome. I like Perkins, and I like I don't know I don't hear Crawford talk about stuff that often, but I like Perkins. So congratulations for Daggerheart, congratulations Critical Role, congratulations Darrington Press, and congratulations Crawford and Perkins. That's awesome. They do well. Also note, even if they can learn and grow. Absolutely too. Fair point as well, you know. Much like Dragon 5th Edition, it was a strong project that did more for opening up RPGs than almost anything else in recent memory. Hasbro can eat and take them. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there were certain things there were certain design choices about. So my main criticism of Salesian, what's up, dude? I didn't see you pop in. I'm sorry, I wasn't glancing. My YouTube chat is dead, so I have to like actually look to my other monitor. So I didn't see you popping in. But yeah. What's up, Salesian? Good to see you. I'm so sorry I didn't see you pop in. So my main problem with the ethos behind 5th edition is that WotC has decided, and I don't know if this is their decision or not, but basically WotC decided that they wanted to, if you have like soul points, just the soul of a project, this is how like good it is. You have soul points to spend. And you have also, let's just say, game smoothness. There we go. Smoothness. So you can have 80 soul points. The project can have a lot of soul, and you can have 90 game smoothness. But if you want to get 95 smoothness, you want your game to be 95% smooth, you have to sacrifice 20 soul points to get it to 95. So now your game only has 60. So was 5% smoothness worth 20% soul? I don't know. Let's get it to 99. To get it to 99% smoothness, oh boy, you have to sacrifice like almost all your soul points. So now you're only at 30% soul. Was it worth it to sacrifice most of the soul of the project to get the last little bit optimized? Personally, I don't think so. Wizards of the Coast definitely thinks so. They never want there to be a interaction or a mechanic that people are confused of, they don't know how it works, that can cause some tension at your D&D table. They always want every rule to be rock steady, and I'm not saying this is a bad decision. I'm saying it's a decision that I don't agree with for my own project, but I'm not saying that Wizards made the wrong decision, because maybe they did. It's their game. I don't run a $1 billion company or a fucking multi-hundred $1 million IP for D&D. What the fuck do I know? They might have a perfectly good reason for it. It's just a decision that I wouldn't agree with. I don't think that I would sacrifice that much soul points to get my game. There's definitely a balance where you can have the most amount of soul in your project with a decent amount of smoothness. And I'm fine with my project being 10% jank, you know, if it means that I get to maintain most of the soul of the project. This was 3.5 and 4th edition. For 5th edition, they increased the smooth gameplay and decreased the soul of it. That's just a trade-off they had to make. So, was that a decision that these guys made? Then who knows? Then I guess I'm concerned about some things that they might do for Daggerheart. Was this a thing that they realized later? Like Guapo said, they're like, ooh, that was a mistake. Was the thing where they're like, ah, God, they want us to make it more accessible, so we got to take some of the soul away to make it more... Who knows? That's my criticism, and I think it's a fair criticism, but I'm also not saying that I'm right here, because obviously, like I said, I don't fucking run a $1 billion company or am responsible for game design for a $1 billion IP. They are, so who am I to critique, you know? Reverse Gravity, they smooth they over smooth causing issues, right? Yeah. They just that's true. You can you can do it the other way too as well. Okay, give me a sec. I need to go grab a new water because my throat is kind of killing me actually. The whole not speaking for a week on stream. So give me give me a sec. Okay. All right. We doing it. We in it. We back. We there. Okay. All right. What was I drawing? Oh, yeah. A cool elven assassin. A rouge. Or something along those lines. Some kind of nerdy shit like that. I don't know. I made a joke at the con. I called D&D some nerd game. And this lady got very offended. She had some baggage there with that word. You know? I was like, yeah, it's my project for some nerd game. And she was like, ugh, I don't think it's very nice to call it that, especially when you're expecting to sell your adventure to people. I was like, well, actually my adventure's for free, but you know, also I mean it's kind of like a joke, right? You know, it's like a game for basement dwelling nerds. She was all aghast by it. I was like, damn, bro. She had some trauma in there she never recovered from. Somebody in high school called her a nerd 35 years ago and she never recovered. It didn't sound annoying. I mean, I think that if there's one thing I've learned, Guapo, going to conventions and stuff, that it doesn't matter, Canadian or not, universally, there is a certain category of nerd that is absolutely insufferable. And I don't think it's limited to just Canadians. Yep. To be fair, I just feel like it's not, you know? Right? The inability to take a joke. Then again, I suppose it's even more of a younger people thing, because she was older. By older, I mean I don't know, 40s. Older than the average con crowd, let's just say. Not that you can't go to conventions and enjoy yourself if you're older than fucking 33 or whatever. But just you know, if there's a metric standard of individuals that maybe don't understand the internet culture of the self-deprecating humor that nerds sort of do. It was as I said, some high school trauma there. I can't fix that shit. Young generation sees nerd as a badge of honor. Older sees that as slur. That's true. You know, that's a good. Yeah, exactly. She saw it as she's the she saw it as a slur. Exactly right. Well, occasionally I get an older person that kind of makes a joke about that. We're well, I'm a geek, not a nerd, and it's oh, okay, funny, you know. You're ha ha ha, okay, cool, and you can laugh about it. But occasionally they get riled up, and I do remember when nerd was a bad word, right? People, even when I was in high school or junior high, people would be ew, you're such a nerd. And then now I think it's just it's just a classification now. It's just a what a I don't know. It's like a qualifier, a descriptor, I guess, as somebody into subculture. Well, you know what's interesting though? Are any of you fucking boomers old enough to remember when nerd shit was simply called genre? So this is a really old cut. You'd have to be around my age or probably older to remember this. But there was a whole thing back in the day. I remember when we had a channel called Space Channel in Canada. It's basically nerd shit. It's mostly sci-fi, but basically our version of Sci-Fi Channel. And they would say oh, Space Channel, the greatest channel for genre entertainment. Or I remember Toronto Fan Expo, specifically Toronto's, referred to itself as a convention, a comic convention. They a convention for comic books, movies, and genre. Right? And so it's just simply called genre, just generally. And this is a really old thing, man. If you're not and I'm on the tail end of that. If you don't remember you know, if you're not fucking old like me, you probably don't remember ever being referred to as that. But it was referred to, nerd shit was referred to as genre entertainment. You're what genre? Just genre. You're okay. That was like a while ago, though. You didn't even use the, like... Now I just say NerdCon. You know, when you go to, like, Comic-Con, it's like NerdCon. Because it's not even about comics anymore, so it's not even, like, a Comic-Con. It's fucking NerdCon. Yeah, you go there for nerd shit. Go to NerdCon for nerd shit, bro. I'm also old enough to remember this, right? Okay, there you go. I'm not crazy, right? This is something that, like, is like an older thing that people don't remember that... being like terminology being used, and so maybe people from that era that remember that, like, especially, and we're kind of from that time where it's like, I'm actually into Star Trek, which is a subset of genre entertainment. I am a geek as a Star Trek nerd. Star Wars fans are Star Wars nerds, but us Trekkies are geeks, which are different than nerds. We're not trekkers. Trekkers are a subset of Trekkies that will trek to conventions, and every trekker is a Trekkie, but not every Trekkie is a trekker. Like, okay, Milton. I see you've got your fucking Next Generation uniform on with your fucking Lieutenant Commander pips. Like, yeah, you're cool. And now it's just called NerdCon. So maybe those people are mad about it, right? You know? Do not cite the deep magics to me. It was there when it was written. Exactly, right? So, I guess that's when people get, like, butthurt about it. They're probably from that older generation that, as Nick said, nerd was used as a slur. So, learn about nerds versus geeks versus dorks in Pinterest in 7th grade. I don't think any of it fucking really matters now. I think people just use the, you know. Friend and I are 32 years old. Yeah, so you're around there. A little bit younger than me, but a little bit younger. Got that young buck energy in you. You're not all old like me. The amount of, like, of fucking 30-something-year-olds that have just given up. I had a friend, fucking, on my unhinged friend on the weekend. You know who the fuck you are. Referred to herself as middle-aged. Bitch, you 34. Shut the fuck up. I told her if I was like, shut the fuck up. Middle-aged at 30 foot. Gee, I'm gonna fight you. You know what you did. She knows who she is. Also referred nerd shit? Yeah, exactly right. Right. There is that too. Also the preference of nerddom. The preference of nerddom. It's so mainstream now. Like, what is still non-mainstream nerd shit? What is, like... What's, like, really out there, you know? Because D&D is pretty mainstream now. I think the out there shit would be, like... So, like, Battletech, you know? Vampire the Masquerade? Like, what's really, like, niche, weird, non-mainstream nerd shit? That people still get kind of outcast for, whatever. Anime is totally mainstream now. Anime used to be, like, kind of cool. The furry community? No, okay, Jesus Christ. Yes, but... yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. I guess. Right? Maybe. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Right, fair enough. Shit, dude. Everything's so mainstream now. Like, playing World of Warcraft and being into anime, you were, like, on the outside of society. Building your own computer and shit like that. I'm so glad that I got to see the end of, like, the true independent underground nerd community. Right? Warhammer's a bit nerdy. Warhammer, I think, is still... Yeah, Warhammer's kind of still up there. Yeah. Warhammer, that's a good example. It's becoming more mainstream, especially with, like, the games and stuff, and, like, you know, like, if the VTubers found Space Marine 2, I have a hard time really saying that Warhammer is super niche and like nerdy and like underground and whatever. I have a hard time with that one. But I know what you mean, and I think you're right about that. But still. The video games in general aren't really like that nerdy anymore, hey? They're pretty universally accepted. TTRPGs and D&D, like TTRPGs that are really main or out there, still fall under the category of like D&D in general. Vampire is still a niche, I think, because it doesn't really rely on fight mechanics. I don't know if it's why, if like that's interesting. I'm not saying you're wrong, Solution, but I don't know if that's why, or if in my mind, why it's still like underground. I think VTM's still underground because it's fucking weird. Because the majority of VTM players are fucking weird. And weird in a good way. I love them. But they're kind of out there. If you think your average VTM group and your average D&D group, there's like they're into some shit over there. You know? Right? Warhammer's mainstream, the best performing stock in the UK and is known in every content. Yeah, you convinced me. Okay. Yeah, okay, you convinced me. Dude, the fucking guy at the Warhammer store kept trying to convince me to buy a Manta. Alright. It's 3 feet wide. And it was $3,000 Canadian. And bro's like, you should want to buy Manta? You should buy Manta, bro. You should buy Manta. We have one Manta here. You should want to buy, you don't want to buy Manta? You want to buy Manta? Yo, bro, you should buy Manta. Yo, we got Manta. You comes with a 2,000 point Tau army inside of it. You should buy Manta, bro. Like, motherfucker, I'm not buying a Manta. Okay? I almost bought a Manta. Now, Bad Evan. Back in 2006, I was working for Xbox at Fan Expo Toronto, and we were partnered with Space Channel. I got close with them, and on the last day they were going to interview Carrie Fisher. They asked if I wanted to go with them. I did because it sounded awesome. She was so high and ev'd up, she just caused gruesome through stuff until we left in front of a crowd of people. That's hilarious. That's a story I didn't want to hear of our princess, but that's also hilarious, so... Damn, bro. It's so true. There's a particular friend who really wanted to play VTM. I was like, I'd love to try, but not with you. Yes! So... my friend in high school, Silesian, that I almost dated until I found out she had a bead curtain and wanted to wear a vial of my blood around her neck, played VTM. And that's what I think of the VTM community as now. She ruined it for me. So, and apparently it's not that far off, so. That's the trick, boys. If a girl invites you back to her house and there's a bead curtain, you turn around, man. You get the fuck out of there. If she's got a bead curtain, oh my god. Unless you know what, like... sign it, you like, unless you know what your retrograde sign is, you get the fuck out of there. Okay, unless you brought some crystals and shit, man. Whew. You get cut up, bro. So Underground probably wouldn't know about it. That's reasonable. So yeah, Red Dead RP, but VTM's getting a bit more out there. Notice, well, Red Dead I think falls into the general RP. I don't think game RP is out there anymore. Is niche or nerd or whatever, like that nerdy. Certainly not Red Dead. I don't think Red Dead's nerdy. I think the like nerds RP in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. Red Dead I put on the same tier, slightly lower, slightly nerdier than GTA. But it's all mainstream shit. It's all normies for the most part, right? Because it's all like, it's Western, it's gritty, it's all that kind of shit. It's not like really nerdy shit. It's not like we're RPing as mystical elves. It's like you watch Yellowstone once and you can go play Red Dead RP. So, I don't know if I'd call Red Dead that niche or nerdy or whatever. HEMA and LARPing. LARPing, you know what? That's true. LARPing and HEMA, they're becoming more mainstream, but they are still, I think, kind of niche. Now, to be fair, some of the biggest creators that I've met and befriended, the kind of the crew and the crowd of like the Tank Tolman, Quincy's Tavern, Queen Estrella, a lot of these people that I've met and have like gotten to know a bit, these like big TikTokers, like Instagram huge massive creators that are awesome, they're like a gateway and a normalization of that community a little bit. They're like, that's how you get into it, is through like, you watch a Tank Tillman video, and then you watch a Queen Estrella video, and then you watch a Mossy Socks video, and now you're in LARP talk. It's great. But so it is still, it's more mainstream than it used to be, but it is still, I think we can still classify and qualify LARPing and HEMA as nerd stuff now. I think you're right about that. Barely, though. We got like, it's got like 6 months to live as a nerd niche shit, you know. DD5e can be so, I don't know, too stale, too anxious to do anything that rock the boat. Yeah. You like the VTM players more than the average D&D player? Reasonable. Because you're weird, Guapo. It's because you watched the Blade and you decide you wanted to go to the weird fucking club at the beginning of the movie. So, welcome back, B-Town. What's up, dude? Honestly, many RPers also play D&D. To the point, someone brought in goblins and ghouls into the setting. That's cute. I like that. Yeah, sure. I mean, definitely, I think it can attract the really nerdy crowd, but I still don't think that Red Dead, I don't think I'd qualify or classify them as really nerdy shit. To be honest, I don't think they're quite there yet. But it's like niche, but it's not like nerdy. You know what I mean? It's niche because people don't really like know about it, but it isn't like super fucking nerdy. Like BattleTech as a game is some nerd shit. Right? If you ever played BattleTech, you know it's some nerd shit. That's where the nerds hang out. There's not a lot of things like that anymore that have stood the test of time and lasted through the age and have presented and stayed all that nerdy. Star Wars and Marvel are not nerdy anymore. It can be, though. They're pretty mainstream. To be fair, Ella has some cousins on her side, and they're like in their early 20s, and none of them have ever seen Star Wars. So the normies do exist, I will say. You know? And they're all lovely girls, but they are normies, right? They are into reality TV. They're into celebrity news and drama. They're Swifties, right? They're into Ed Sheeran. They're normal young women. It's like, you know, they don't know shit about shit. They're not judgmental or whatever. I think it's a little weird what I do. They're never like judgmental and like rude about it. It's always like, oh, I don't really understand this, but like, that's cool, man. I'm glad you're happy. And like, you know, it's like, cool. But they have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about with my art or whatever. Like, I subscribe to your YouTube. I don't understand what's going on over here, but like, you sound like you're having fun. So, you know, all right. Basically, yeah. You, caught me. So, like D&D still, I guess, kind of out there. There's like some people that don't understand. So it's like there's different levels of mainstreamdom, you know? Haven't seen Star Wars either? Yeah, fair enough, right? Sure. And I mean, it's not like that's the metric for if somebody's a nerd or not, but like most people have seen Star Wars that are like even in the mainstream at least once, or like have some impression of it, or like know a little bit about it, even if they've never seen a full movie all the way through. Maybe not the younger crowd though, huh? Maybe if you're in the young crowd, like maybe you went your entire youthful life without ever being exposed to this weird nerd shit. So good for you, man. To finding a millennial who hasn't seen Harry Potter? Oh, yeah, good point. That was our generational movie, wasn't it? Or like Pokemon, who didn't play a Pokemon game or something like that. someone born in the 90s and never played a Pokemon game or had any sort of like experience with it in any way. I was also into crystals and gave me a gallon of water charged with the light of a strawberry moon. Told me it was good for fertility. That's some bead curtain shit. Yep. You ever had a normie ask you about your nerd stuff? Stand there nodding while you info dump, and then you realize they're a normie. It's the strangest thing. I was like, why'd you ask? So yeah, maybe a long time ago. I try and gauge it though pretty quickly. By being somewhat self-deprecating and joking, where I'm like, I just do some nerd shit, like some nerd stuff, like I draw dragons and knights and shit. And a lot of people are like, kind of like, oh, cool. Like if they end the conversation right there, one, they're either not interested and fine, or two, they they're normies and I know pretty quickly. And so somebody's like, oh, like dragons and like, what do you mean nerd shit? I'm like, well, like, have you ever heard Dungeons and Dragons? I'm like, yeah, I love Dungeons and Dragons. And you're like, oh, cool. And you tell them what you do. But I tend to try and figure it out pretty quickly when you're like, yeah, just some nerdy stuff, like whatever. People like, they'll kind of like chuckle and they're like, oh yeah, okay, that sounds cool. Like, you know, do you enjoy it? And they'll ask a question about it that has nothing to do with the specifics of it, just the generalization. And they're like, well, do you have fun with it? And you're like, okay, yeah, you don't understand what's going on. That's fine. You know, no problem. So I'll just like be as general as I can. I try and avoid that. Yeah. Like when I try and explain anything I do to family or, I don't know, somebody asking casually about like what I do for a living or whatever, it's always like, I'm pretty practiced at trying to identify the normies, I think anyway. So maybe I'm not as good as I think I am at it, but I tend to try and avoid overly conversing with like just smashing someone with details about something that I have no idea what's going on with or care about. Because I know that you see that look, you know, that look in their face where they're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about, you know? The hell is this shit? Imagine, yeah. Watch a few clips on Disney XD. Could not get into it while lab rats and gravity falls are going on. See, I don't know what those things are. I've heard of gravity falls, but I have no idea what it is. Zero clue. Heard of it. People have talked about it. Couldn't tell anything about it. Unfortunately. Not versed. Not opinionated. Not educated. I mean, even with nerd culture, there's a lot of stuff that I don't really know or have like references to and stuff. Like when Game of Thrones was out, I didn't care about it. I wasn't watching Game of Thrones when it was out. I'd be at Nerd Store, working at Nerd Store. People be talking about the newest episode of Game of Thrones or I don't know, Battlestar Galactica or whatever show was like currently airing or movie or whatever, and I have no bearing for it. I have no reference point, no opinion. That's kind of the way it is now with a lot of things, you know. There's a lot of like mainstream nerd shit that I just don't know shit about. Like anime, a lot of mainstream anime I don't know fucking anything about. If you were to ever find my anime list and you saw the anime that I was watching from like 2000 and I don't know, maybe 4 to 2014 when I like stopped updating my anime list, the site my anime list on my anime list, you'd see like very few like specific like general titles. It's all weird niche shit that nobody heard about or wanted to watch because it was some, I don't know, you know what I mean? Some weird thing. I always say that I'm out of the loop. It's like when I have to apologize because I'm out of the loop on like meeting a big creator or something. I've had to like I'm bad with like associating a name with a person. So like the first time Scotty raided into my channel, I'm like, that's cool, this guy seems nice, just not associating with who that was. Until later I was like, oh wait, it was Scotty. Oh fuck, you know. or whatever. Or like I met Dungeon Dad on the weekend. I've seen his videos. Couldn't have fucking told you what his name was or, you know, what he looked like or whatever. You know what I mean? I was so bad about that. I'm out of the loop on like people and things I should know about. Too out of a genre, impossible to know everything. Meanwhile, I reread every single Game of Thrones book each time a new book was released. Really? Really? Well, you haven't had a lot of reading recently then, I guess. You know? You know? Had a coworker ask me about D&D game, but then he said he knows nothing about D&D, so I tried to tie it into storytelling, fantasy fiction, and video games. Turns out he wasn't into any of it. Okay. Yeah. Shit. Oh, God. Well, it's nice of him to ask and pretend to care. You know, that was sweet, I guess. That was nice of him. Maybe. Oh, that's funny. If I Game of Thrones customer TV while delivering pizza, I said it looked cool. What show is that? And then watch season 1. Oh, okay. That's a good way of getting into it, I guess. Yep. Yeah. I mean, so like at Gamecon, I had a couple conversations with people where they were like, they talked about something with this like basic kind of like, oh, everyone knows about this. And they tell me about something or whatever. Like, some young lady was talking to me about Has Been Hotel, as if I should know what the fuck that is and should have ever seen it or whatever. And I had to Google it and be like, oh, I know that character. I've seen that guy before. You know what I mean? They're talking to the like, you don't know Has Been? They call it something else. I don't know what it was, but it's some like moniker or nickname for it. Like, nah, dude, never seen that shit. Like, what? That's what? Really? And all surprised and shit. Like, no, dude. As it's moved on, but I devoured them. That's good. You like the books better than the show, though, Guapo? Martin should release the new book as a 2-parter. Think he's gonna survive for the last books to finish the series off? Or I think he's just straight chilling. And fuck that, man. I'll do what I want. Your culture, explain things you find fun or interesting to people who could not give two shits but are too polite. Yeah. Hell of a boss? No, they call it something else. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but... Or like, what did... Like, Fishy and I had this interaction a while ago where she told me about something. There was like a big influential thing on her. There was like a webtoon or something. Oh, God. There's like something stuck or whatever. Fuck, what was it? Homestuck? No, that's Homestar Runner. What was it? Fuck, but it was some like webtoon that was like... Or I guess her being in her mid or late 20s, mid 20s, late 20s. I don't know how fucking old Fishy is. It was like a big thing. Was it Homestuck? Is that what it is? Homestruck or whatever. Webtoon. I don't know. It is the thing. Okay, then I think that's what it was. Then I got that right. You know, it seems like it's super like well known to people that are like of that age, but for me, I was like, I don't know what the fuck this is, bro. Some shit y'all talking about. You spewing some shit I don't know about. I ain't heard nothing about nothing to do with nobody. Yeah. They meet with that moment of like, what? You haven't read whatever? I can't believe it. That happens in nerd culture all the time. To the point where I realize that nobody's like you have that happen enough to you that you realize that you can't do that to other people. You can't ever think that the thing that you like is well known amongst the nerd community. There's certain things like D&D, Warhammer, whatever, that you can kind of assume people know. When it comes to certain things like, I don't know, to go niche again, like BattleTech or whatever, you just can't assume anyone's ever heard of your stupid shit. I know what the hell you're talking about. The cringiest of Tumblr reads Evan. Wait, is that a Tumblr thing, actually? Oh, shit. I know because it was a huge thing on Tumblr. Okay, I guess, yeah. See, I never used Tumblr. The Tumblr era, I never got into that whatsoever. The Tumblr timeline came from like DeviantArt, and I pieced the fuck out. So when I heard that Tumblr had anything to do with DeviantArt, I was gone, man. You couldn't have paid me to engage with that community or that website. Do you feel like I didn't even use Twitter for like, I reserved my Twitter name when I was in college or art school or whatever, and then I didn't actually use that Twitter account until I started streaming. I never used it once. Same thing with Instagram. I never used Instagram as a user or a creator ever until I started streaming. I never engaged with anything but Facebook. And Facebook, I think I stopped posting on in like 2014 or whatever, and I just like abandoned that account. And I formally like properly deleted it, but yeah, I just never engaged with any of these platforms whatsoever. Right? There's also a lot of Y/N fanfics, is it? Like, yes, wait, what? I don't know what that means though. Yes, no fanfics? I don't know. Zero context for that. Nope. I know about Homestuck because around 2012-14, I literally had like half the people at conventions in my area were cosplaying from it. Oh, your name. Oh, okay. So it was for desperate people where it's like you'd replace the name of the Y/N with you. So it'd be like, and then Hermione says, "Oh, Mithril Fox, you're such a stud Chad, unlike that Ron," as she slowly takes off your wizard cape. In Wizard College, you weirdo. Wizard College. Fucking weirdos. God. That's okay, that's kind of cringe. That's pretty sad. That's rough. That's like the dating. Ooh, man. I don't want to judge, but that's tough. That's tough, man. I feel if I offer my opinion, I'll become judgmental. So maybe I'll just say that's tough, and then, you know. Oof. When I saw Y/N, I was like, is it like a choose your adventure? Like you'd answer yes and no to questions, and then you could choose your own adventure in fanfic. Not even Wizard College, Wizard High School? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that the fanfic would be in Wizard College, okay? Weirdos. So exactly what I'm saying now is that because that's when the fanfic should be set. Fucking weirdos. It's like, you ever have a friend that plays exclusively female characters in video games? You ever have that friend? I know that guy. I have two of those friends that only plays female characters in games. And when you ask them, you get some response that's somewhere along the lines of, if I'm gonna stare at an ass for 12 hours a day, I better be a hot ass. And you're like, yeah, I get that, man. That's why you play a hot night elf in World of Warcraft. Like, damn straight. You're like, why do you play the female character in the Pokemon franchise then? Answer for your crimes. Answer for your transgressions. Fucking weirdos. Mm-hmm. You heard me. I'll put my foot down on that one. Yep. Yep. It's a smaller hitbox? Oh, God. Yeah. Right. So my very first character in World of Warcraft was a female night elf. I was a female night elf for a long time. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because somebody said that I was supposed to create a female night elf because they had better stats for tanking. They had a higher dodge because female night elves had more dex than strength. I don't know if that was true or not. I'm guessing it wasn't, but when I realized it wasn't true, I kept playing a female night elf. Why? Because I was 14, little fucking weirdo perv. Because I was a lonely 14-year-old fat nerd. That's why I played a female night elf. And guess what? As soon as I got a girlfriend, fucking gender swapped that bitch to the big old hulking man boy. That's what you do. Good God, man. So listen, man, you can be a lonely boy. It's fine. I get it. I was a lonely boy. But let's not pretend that it's because of hitboxes. Okay? Let's not pretend it's for any reason other than you want to stare at a hot night elf. Okay? At least I respect the guys that are like, I would have stared at an ass all day. At least I can, like, you know, at least they're being honest, right? But then they read the Harry Potter fanfic, and you're like, this is Wizard College, right? No longer at Hogwarts? Uh-oh. Blood Ninja, yeah, give me a Roman Wizard hat. That's Samurai. That is the first time I ever read Blood Ninja. I was in the computer lab in grade 11 or grade 10 or 12, whatever. That's an ancient, from the depths of the archive meme. This looking good? Hell yeah! I'm glad you like him, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, you are always a joy to do art for. Little comments like that make my day. So, all 14 characters I have the same hitbox size. Exactly. Right? Exactly. I tie my long, straight brunette hair and look in the mirror at my blue eyes. I was beautiful, so everyone hated me. Also, I'm so petite, and I was going to emphasize this 100 times through the fic. Right? Look, the fanfic community, they just need to accept themselves as being no better than the dating sim community. And I think that that's like a destiny that they can call themselves to. There's nothing wrong with it, but let's not pretend like you're better than the dating sim enjoyers or the body pillow havers. Yep. That weird nerd with a Shiley body pillow on his bed and a waifu cup. You reading that fanfic? You are no better than him. Alright, you are the same person. Bogus is always a joy 24/7, except when she's hungry, then she is scary. Oh shit. Damn, bro. I had no idea. I had no idea. Alright. Well-fed buff required then. Holy. Got that hangry in her. God damn, I get it, man. Mildred and I can't enter the inn mounted because 2 kata hitbox advantage. By the way, mind if I take over guild on kata mop, or do you intend on coming back for mop? We had a guild? What? Wait, we have a classic guild? we had a classic guild? Yeah, you can have it. I forgot about our classic guild. Yeah, sure, absolutely. 100%. You probably go join a real guild instead. You know, there. I did not know we had a classic guild. I know we have the Final Fantasy 14 guild. No one's allowed to take that one. That's my shit. Okay. I think it's called, oh no, it's just Dragon's Claim. Okay, it's called Dragon's Claim. You can have it. If it's called Moon Tree, you can't have it. In any game, Thorkin, any MMO, you can take all Dragon's Claims except for Final Fantasy, but you can't have Moon Tree. That's mine. No, that's fine. Yeah, for sure. I was thinking about coming back from MOP actually. Like seriously considering it. Kata, I was not interested in playing again, but MOP was the first expansion that I actually took off, really. Like, didn't, like, heavily engage in. MOP was the first expansion I didn't raid in, too. The fuck? Fucking call me. Fuck calls in this economy. So, you want to watch the stream and have drama characters truly? Oh, come on. Come on now. And get me all flustered. Sure, I get a little hungry sometimes. Yeah, the hanger buff. I get it. I get it. Fucking Tombstone playing with fire over here. I was considering coming back for MOP. I'm actually playing. In my quest to play video games more, Thorkin, I was contemplating it because I've been enjoying playing retail. You know what I'm actually very much looking forward to, Thorkin, is Legion Remastered, or Remix, Redone, Redo, Redux, whatever it's called. The fucking thing they did to Pandaria, but for Legion. That's gonna be awesome. That I am actually looking forward to. So, Won't quite be Legion Classic, but whenever they come out with it, it's gonna be sick. I don't know what to play though. If I should go with Warrior again, just because that was my experience, or if I should do like the meta tanks. Or a different class altogether. Oh my god. Who's the healer? Who is the meta healer in Legion? Was it Durid and Disc Priest? Because I'm enjoying my Disc Priest in The War Within, but only because they made it easier. Yeah. I've been playing Cat with my brother. It's been fun. It's super casual though. Right. I'm seeing people getting killed and shit in TBC Hardcore. They have no idea what Kata is going to be like, do they? I remember how much fun I didn't have doing Kata Heroics, Thorkin. Do you remember how much fun you didn't have doing Kata Heroics? I remember how much fun I didn't have doing Kata Heroics. Yep. I remember the release days, like release nights of every expansion, and Kata was like the worst. I have the sourest memories for it because I did a lot of dungeons with somebody that I'm pretty sure might have destroyed my family eventually. I don't know. There was a couple people involved there in the destruction of my family. But I think he might have been one of them. No, that memory's a little soured for me, so. Great expansion, shitty release night. Yeah. That was fun though. I eventually, like, that Kata was when I switched servers and joined NCP, my raid guild. And then before that, TI, my other raid guild. The Guapo's familiar with. It was good. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed the shit out of my rating. That story, but yeah, that was weird. That was weird. Oh, that's a story. I'll tell. Hey, Thorgan, I'll tell you. If you want to hear a fucking story, man, I'll tell you a story, bro. It's actually hilarious. So, I'll tell you some stories on Discord one night. I'll tell you the drama. It's actually pretty hilarious. It's good tea. Promise you, it's a good time. No, it's Cat I enjoyed because we had a really serious raid group and a really raid guild, and I really felt like it was the culmination of all my desire to like play World of Warcraft very seriously, and I got a chance to do that for a summer or so, and it was really fun. It was fun raiding 4 nights a week. I'll admit, I'm glad I did it. I was a fucking loser nerd that had no life, but you know what? I was a loser nerd with Ella because she also had no life and raided with me. We both were raiding 4 nights a week with our guild through Firelands and Bastion and all that. Did you know the story? I think. Oh, I think this is a different. This is no. You know a story. This is a evolution of that. There's missing context in this one. I don't think we've ever talked about this one. Yeah. I know the story, you know, and trust me, there's extra hilarity on top of this one. So yeah, it's a good time. There's stories and then there's stories, because I had just forgotten about that until recently. But I loved every expansion night. Like every expansion I did after MOP, I remember the release night for them. The worst one was WAD because of all the DDoSing that happened. I'd go to work and I'd leave my character on with a fucking, like, the click, like, whatever thing that you get banned for using, where you wouldn't log out. And Ellen and I's characters would stay logged in with her laptop running on my desk beside my computer, so that when we both got home from work, we could actually play. So I didn't have any problems logging in WAD. Everyone's, like, whole experience of, oh, I couldn't play WAD for the first X hours, whatever, it was awful. I did not have the same experience because I fucking cheaty pants and cheese my way through it. But I remember it being shitty for a lot of people. And it sucked because of that, because so many people were like unable to play and it was lame for so many people. So it was rough. The release night was not great. But I love, like, Blizzard game release nights were the shit. They were unbelievable. When a new Blizzard game would come out, release night was such a hype event. There's nothing I'd want more than to be there when a new Blizzard game came out. Okay. We're getting there, man. Taking my time with Leah, okay? I'm gonna make for a good process video so I can get accused of drawing AI art at conventions again. We're not loading and waiting in queue and finally getting in the lag. Yeah. Yeah, Battle. So Legion was fine, I think. I think Legion was great. I remember Legion was the best one. Maybe. Because we had the boys together. So I met Gamello and we had Paper and all the boys together. And then Battle for Azeroth was pretty good. The week was fine. It was great. But the problem with BFA release was that there was a little bit of problems on the night of. And I remember you got to level cap with BFA and there was like, well, what now? I guess we just do mythics and heroics and island expeditions, I guess, you know. But Legion was fantastic because of Suramar. You got to max level. And there was a whole nother campaign you could do, right? It was incredible. Suramar was one of my favorite experiences in a game of all time. Hands down, one of the best. One of the absolute best. How's Gamecon, by the way? Oh, Gamecon was great. It was really good. I told some stories at the beginning of the stream of Gamecon. Got accused of AI art a couple times, Thurkin. That was cool. I sold out of a bunch of prints that I have to like do some order fulfillment today and actually mail them off, which is cool. People like bought too many prints from me, which is a good problem to have. Because I make my prints like more fancy than other artists, it's like hard for me to like just bring a billion of everything, you know. But it was good. It was fine. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I met up with a lot of the kind of big creator people that I wanted to see. Like, I wonder if Valiant Fox still has it on her. Please mute. Okay. How do you go back? How do you swipe reels? Oh, here we go. I wonder if it's still there. Or if it's already... I think it's already falling off her reels. I think it did. Blackwater, I'll check. Yeah, I think it... Well, regardless, so I did some fan art for a couple people. For, you know, Anastasia and Valiant Fox, and they were there, and I gave it to them, and they were so cool about it. And I met, you know, Dice Cream Sandwich, I met all the Blackwater friends, and I met a lot of people that it was weird to be kind of accepted into that group a little bit as like a creator. I've never really felt like a creator because I don't network. I'm very much on the outside of things. I don't make a lot of friends. I don't keep a lot of friends, and I keep myself a lot when it comes to, like, I don't collab or whatever. I don't appear on people's shit. I don't do art for people. I don't do a lot of fan art. You know, you guys know that I like stay in my lane a lot, for better or worse. And so only recently have I like started kind of reaching out and kind of like making some friends. And, you know, it's just really cool that there's these people that have like these massive followings that do really cool shit that you'd think would be like inaccessible to like talk to about shit, that are like excited to meet me, that I'm excited to meet them. They're like looking forward to meeting me too. It was pretty wild. And I really felt, I don't know, just this like kind of thump in my heart of like, oh shit. I also met some people that had never, or that I'd never met before, that weren't part of the stream community, but had known me from TikTok and YouTube. That was rad and wild, you know. Met some really sweet people from that side of things. They're like, oh my god, I follow you on TikTok, dude, bro. Holy shit, I'm subscribed to you on YouTube. I didn't know you'd be here. You know, it's like, damn, bro. That was cool. That was really cool. Met a bunch of young, sweet artists that had a lot of nice things to say to me about my work. That was cool. What else? I bought some Warhammer. That was rad. I bought a Darkest Dungeon board game for basically 80% off the Kickstarter price. That was cool, because I wouldn't have bought that any other way. So, as Gamecon, it was good, Simba. I was just recounting some of the stories here for Thorkin. What else happened? Oh, this is on the wrong layer, isn't it? Oh, never mind. It's the right layer. I'm just dumb. What else? It was good. Ella did amazing. She always heard people are feral for Blackwood dice. I'm telling you, they are absolutely feral. She's been killing it recently. She can't keep any dice sets in stock and not long enough to put on her fucking store. That's why she hasn't done a shop update in like months. And she still can't. She's like scrambling to get enough dice ready for High River now for the next event she has, because she just keeps selling out of them. It's insane to see people appreciating her for what she does. It's like my favorite thing to watch. So I don't know. There's also like some of the other, like, not necessarily dice creators, but like other people that like do like small vendor stuff. The vendor culture is like a little weird. They all know each other, and I get a little miffed when people say things like, "Wow, it's so great that you support your wife's business," and they kind of talk about it kind of a way where it's like, "Wow, dad babysitting your kids." And you're like, no, I'm parenting, right? I'm just, you know, people say that, like, when I go to the convention, they're like, "Wow, it's so nice that you're there supporting your wife's business." It's like, it's not. But I'm not. It's like we do everything together. Like, what? No, fuck you, right? And so I say that my people, when I'm there, my favorite thing about conventions is watching people appreciate Ella's work and being like, "Wow, this is so beautiful. These dice are crazy," because she's like the coolest person I know. And what the fuck is this shit? Get out of here! Get out of here! Notifications. And yeah, it's really cool. I always love seeing people appreciate her work at conventions. What's of avail? They say why they thought it was AI. So the story. I don't want to like completely go over it again because I don't want to bore people. But basically, one guy thought this worked. He's like, "Hey, I thought, you know," or "Hey, so like your art's AI," and he was like kind of like snooty about it, like whatever. And I was like, "No, what?" And he's like, "Well, that's clearly AI." And he points to this piece, and I'm like, "The what? You think that what? This is AI?" And I was like, so I did say to him, I was like, "Oh, why do you think that's AI?" And he said, "Just look at it," and never gave me a reason. Okay, man. And then to the same guy, I also was like, well, actually, no, I like, if you like, my work's not a, like, I never get AI accusations because I do all my process videos. So I was like, no, actually, if you want to see how I do any of my work, like, no, you're good, Nick. I'm just apologizing for not like recounting the story entirely. I was like, no, look, like, you can see my process videos. Like, look, this is like my work, and you can see me, you know, drawing characters like this, like right here, like, look. And he's kind of looking, he's like, well, you know, AI can do some pretty crazy things with video too. Just walks away. It's like, what the fuck? Like, the fuck, man? They thought this piece was AI, and then another person thought that this piece was AI. They thought that she was AI. There were these girls that were like looking through something, and there was a guy behind them that they were like flipping through, and as soon as they flip through the portfolio, he just slaps his hand down on this piece and he says, "That's AI. That's AI. Yep, that's AI." And the girls were like, "Oh no, we've gone to a booth with an AI art producer." And I'm like, "Oh no, actually, like, I just do all my videos process, like look." And I like showed him my process videos, and he was like, "Oh, okay." And then it was like so awkward. The three of them like scuttled off because they just like felt awkward. I guess the two girls were like, "Oh god," you know. And one of the girls was gonna buy a bunch of shit. She had a bunch of stickers and bookmarks and stuff. I think she was gonna buy a print. She just like puts it all back and then just like leaves quickly. I'm like, dude, fuck, come on, man, piece of shit. Yeah, so I did get some AI art accusations, which is new and wild for me because I stream my process and have videos. I don't just post like sort of static art ever. Almost, I never get hit with the AI accusations, fucking ever. But at the conventions, yeah, dude, they all get in there, man. They're ready to call my art AI slop. So, you did before going, I think it was a paladin. The paladin. Oh, it's on. The problem is it's on the same pieces. Oh, actually, I can bring up the saved version of it, can't I? The paladin that I did was for Tombstone. This was it. Here he is. Here's our paladin boy. Look at him. Look how pretty he is. So, There's our man's right there. That's what I did before I left. And this is for Brooklyn. So, people playing something as AI without knowing is so cringe. The witch hunting is a little weird. Yeah. I get why people are skeptical and why it's like we live in a sort of post-truth reality, whatever, internet, can't trust anything. Like, I get it, but the witch huntiness is a little cringe, so, you know. They'll try to accuse you for AI for a discount. And no one's ever asked me for a discount. Yeah. I do get people saying that my prints are too expensive, you know. That's fair. I don't produce, like, convention sort of like bulk prints. I do like fine art giclée prints as it is. So at this point you need a little tablet just looping stream clips for most process videos. That was Plucci had that idea. I thought that was a great idea. Great idea. Yeah, that's like have an iPad up or something, right? So I'll probably have to do that soon, actually. I just don't know if I'll have table space, because the next conventions we do, the table's only 6 feet long, as opposed to 8 feet. So I might be fucked. We'll see. Need one of those no AI signs, I guess. I don't, like, people said I should wear an no AI pin. And that's a good idea. No AI signs or pins or whatever. Like, I just don't want to. I don't want to degrade my brand for it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, professionals don't explain themselves for that kind of stuff. No one accuses Jamie Jones or, I don't know, Peter Lee of AI, because they're just so established. And I don't know. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Like, even if it would help, I don't want to do it. It's a good idea, and it would help avoid a lot of these problems. But that's like one of the, like, I think that you shouldn't have to post process videos or process shots, right? But it's a good idea too. But I never tell an artist they have to. Or like, oh, you need to do this. So, Sab, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you. But like, should you as an artist? Probably. And so, like, you shouldn't have to have like a no AI sign or a pin or whatever, a badge. Should you? Maybe. But it's like a line or thing that I just don't want to have to do. That's like one step too far in my like kind of defense of myself in this weird new now world of AI and shit. Yeah, I thought about something like that, but I just don't. Maybe I'll change my mind on it, but I just definitely don't want to right now. So we'll see how I feel about it close to the next convention. That's kind of where I'm at mentally on it. My friends have had it happen to them too. AI has ruined things for artists. I feel for you. Well, so AI doesn't affect me almost ever. I haven't lost a single client, and I don't have AI doesn't impact me at all, because, and I was talking about this a bit earlier, but my work is unique. Whether, you know, AI doesn't do what I do, because what I do has a lot of different levels to it, and people don't do what I do. So I tried very hard to make sure I wasn't competing with anybody, and I don't compete with anybody. That's one of the reasons why I can get away with my prices and shit like that. Where people say like, well, how does you can't make, you know, a livable wage hourly with your art unless you have 100,000 followers on Instagram. How do you do it at 17,000 followers, Evan? And a lot of it's just because if somebody wants what I do, they can't find it anywhere. So I never have people haggle my price. I have somebody be like, oh, that's too expensive. But like, whenever someone doesn't accept my price point, when I give them a quote, they always say something along the lines of, that's out of my price range, but I understand why you charge that much. Thanks so much for your time. See ya. They're never like, oh, fuck you, I'll give you half. They always are very understanding. And the things that I do to ward against Fiverr, bottom of the barrel, race to the bottom, competition shit has protected me against AI almost entirely. So the way I see AI art is just the Walmart has opened up. So if you're making $5 wallets, you're out of business. But if you're making handmade, whatever, bespoke leather wallets for $200, the Walmart opening up and selling $5 wallets doesn't impact your business at all, right? And that's the way AI has always been for me. AI hasn't affected me almost at all, besides the conversations about it. The most the AI impacts me is when somebody comes in and asks me about AI at my stream. Now, obviously, I'm talking about this because this happened at the convention, but I almost never talk about or even really like discuss AI. And the only time that it impacts me is when somebody is curious what my opinion on it for one reason or another. And so, you know, whatever. I'm not like worried about it. It's like my hot takes, I don't care. We'll get mad about that. So I don't want to like have to like wear a fucking pin or a badge or have a sign or anything like that. Just, I don't know. It takes away, I think, from the brand that I want. Yeah, you know the best way to say it is having an anti-AI sign at my booth would take away from my brand. That's the easiest way of describing it, I guess, in my opinion. Well, I'm correct because I'm the one that decides that. So I guess that was unnecessary of me to say in my opinion, but people are so afraid of being tricked. I think, yeah, true, right? They're skeptical, right? People should be skeptical of on the internet. They absolutely should be. But I also think that no artist should have to. So like, I never mind when somebody says, "Hey, is this AI?" And I'm like, "No, actually, I do it by hand." Right? They're like, "Oh, wow," you know. That I don't mind that question or conversation. It doesn't bother me at all, right? It's the accusation that's weird, I find. So, swear refuses to elaborate. You can use loads of situations. Maybe carry a pocket smoke bomb. Yeah, right. I'm genuinely curious. Do you think AI generated images can be truly considered art? I'd really appreciate hearing your honest perspective. Okay, no. No, I mean, so can AI produce an image that is like to the viewer indiscernible, non-discernibly? What's the right word here? Average AI can produce art that the average person couldn't discern whether it was art or not. Does that make it art? I'm going to be a little sort of like philosophical and flowery for a second, but not overly. I think that people that sit there and cry about the human expression and experience, they make this big moral thing about it. I think they're a little bit deep in it. But my opinion on it is I don't think it's art. But I also don't think a lot of things are art. My opinion and subjectively what I think art is, do I think a Jackson Pollock is art? Not particularly. But my opinion of like my art, your art, anyone's art, what is art, the subjectiveness of art is irrelevant to anyone else. But when somebody shows me some shit and they're like, "Hey, is this art?" I'm like, not really. I don't think so, personally, in my opinion. I don't regard it as art. Does that mean it's not art or is art? I don't know. Like, probably not. Everyone's like individual experience with it is relevant to your own canon, your own head canon of the world, your own experience. So do I think AI art is art? No, I don't think it's art. And the reason I'll say why is because I think that it is my metric though for what is art and what isn't art. The line that I judge AI, the reason why I judge AI as not art, that line extends to a lot of human created stuff too. Repetitive fan art, IP driven slop that doesn't have any soul or character to it. I don't really regard that as art either. You know, and people really get mad at me for that. But like, if you love that and you think it's your favorite art, like that's fine, dude. Like my opinion shouldn't impact someone's enjoyment of something. So, but I think AI definitely is like, it's impossible until there's some sort of self-awareness within an actual like self-aware AI is creating generative art, and then we have the questions of what is a person, what is a soul. At that point, we're questioning bigger things and whether or not it's art or not. But for AI generated images, I consider the art to be also the story and brand behind it. And so, you know, there's a lot of like fan art that I don't think is art. As I said, there's a lot of other like sort of like repetitive, self-referential art that I don't really consider as art either. But I also don't really care. You know, if somebody uses AI to generate images for their fucking D&D characters or games, whatever, I don't associate with that. If a client brings me an AI generated image, there's a likely chance that I will drop you as a client. Now, I know a lot of people mean well. They don't understand necessarily, and they will present me an AI generated image for their art. And I forgive a lot of people for that. Forgive sounds a little high and mighty. I don't make a big deal for a lot of people, because if I like know you and I know there's that kind of like that whatever, like I don't want to judge people for whatever. It's just weird, cringe. But if I don't have any sort of favorability towards you, and you bring me AI generated images as a reference for your character art you want from me, there's like a good chance, and it might be whimsical and unpredictable, I'm probably dropping you as a client for whatever reason. I'll just make up something and be like, hey, you know, I don't think this is gonna work out. Sorry, see you later. Because it's just soulless and cringe and weird, and I don't like it. But I'm not going to witch hunt or bother or harass anybody who does. Because I think that that's weird. I'm too busy to worry about what the fuck other people are doing. And that's like a really unpopular opinion. And I was having a conversation with a friend about this literally yesterday at the convention. She was talking about like activism and being into like politics and stuff. And like my frame on it is I just don't fucking care because I'm too busy. I'm too fucking busy all the time with my projects, my ambitions, my dreams, my responsibilities, the people that are in my life to care about fucking worrying about who said whatever, who's mad at whatever. And so when people are mad and losing their mind and throwing their hands up about AI or whatever it is, Shade Monk, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I will say, I don't like it. I don't think people should use it for corporate stuff. It's really not to sell. Don't make products for it. It's interesting and cool tech. Definitely. It's really cool. But I'm not going to witch hunt anyone. I'm going to personally not engage with people, right? I had a pretty big client, potential client say, hey, I want you to do this big project, a big NDA corporate project, huge, like $3,000 project with my new commission rates, big project. Gave me AI images as placeholders. Say, well, we're using these placeholders until we can pay real artists. And I said, and for that reason, I'm out. And I just turned him down politely. But I'm too fucking busy, man, to worry about shit and to get mad about stuff and to witch hunt and to, you know, like I got way too much on my plate, right?
Visitors, how exciting.
Hi, Faye. Hello. Hey, yo, is that a Mindari raid? What's up? What's up, Mendy? What's good, man? Too much on your plate, dude. You have no idea all the projects that I fucking going on, Faye. I'm underwater. Oh my god. Hey, it's Mindari. Hey, you guys, look at that. Hey, my favorite streamer. How about that, man? Guys, if you aren't following Mindari, you should definitely go over there and give Mindari a follow. She is a small bean and enjoys everything about bats, just so many bats. Mindari is my favorite person. I know a lot of you guys might be newer to my channel. And if you guys are new to my channel and you don't know Faye is one of my favorite people that exists, and one of my earliest and dearest friends on Twitch. And no matter what, man, I'm always a Mindari supporter. So if you guys aren't following Mindari, you're newer to my community, we've grown a lot in the last little while, please go give Mindari a follow. You'll definitely enjoy her stream. You'll definitely enjoy her as a person. She's a delight. Her chat is hilarious. Her mods are fantastic. And everything about Mindari's stream is phenomenal. And if you're newer to Faye's stream, you don't know who the fuck I am, whatever Faye said about me is probably true. Whatever heinous, awful things about our pirate D&D campaign or any of that is probably true. Yeah, I did almost kill them to a guy with sword legs. So there's that. But it was a great fight. Also, Faye, can I elaborate on the story this weekend? Because I reference things, the hilarity, but I'm not sure what's known to the sphere. But I had quite the hilarious weekend at that's fine. Okay, because I wasn't sure. So I was not up to date on things. Faye and I haven't had a Discord call in like about a good year, which is kind of unfortunate and really tragic. I actually really miss my friend Faye. So we haven't had an update. So I knew that she was like doing stuff and moved whatever, living places. I did not know who her new, you know, living situation in Canada entailed. I knew she moved to Canada. I did not realize that she had a lovely partner, as somebody that I knew slightly, but I had no idea that you were dating Dungeon Dad. Zero clue. Zero. Okay? Didn't know. All right? Didn't know. Okay? And I'm sitting there talking with M. And M references him by name and says like, oh yeah, so-and-so's here. Yeah, well, like, Faye's dating whatever. And I was like, oh, wait, that's cool. Faye's dating another creator. I gotta like check this guy out. I don't know who he is. And she mentions something like that. And then that conversation ends. And then I'm talking to these two lovely people. I'm sitting at Ella's booth.
I was like, oh, it's cool. Like Faye's boyfriend is here. I didn't know. He's like a big creator, I guess. That's cool. No idea. And so I'm talking to these two lovely people at Ella's booth, and they seem really cool, chatting about things. And I see they have exhibitor badges on. There's no guest badge. They had exhibitor badges. And I was like, oh, what are you guys doing here? And they're both very modest. They're like, oh, I was just doing a thing. I was just doing a thing over at the stage. Very modest. Not like, well, don't you know who I am? Very modest individuals.
Visitors, how exciting.
Yo, Lemina, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. How was stream? Tell me your tales. I was right in the middle of the story, so I just don't want to interrupt it. I usually like to ask more about the raid, so just give me a moment, Lemina. Am I saying that right? I really appreciate the raid. I just got a raid from my friend Mandari. I'm telling a story about the weekend, so let me just put a pin in that raid real quick if you don't mind. But I appreciate the raid. I'm honored. I want to find out what you're doing on stream. So, talking to these two lovely people about the thing. Like, yeah, we're just doing a thing over the stage, whatever, you know. And I'm kind of like, oh, that's cool. And I said, so is your first Gamecon? And they're like, yeah, we're not from around here, we're out of town. Still doesn't click. Why would it, right? And I'm like, oh, cool. Whereabouts did you come from? And one guy said, well, and he said a place. And I was like, oh, wow. That's really far away. That's really cool. And we're talking about some stuff, and they're talking to she's really nice, and he's really nice, and they're talking about stuff and whatnot, and Twitch, and I was like, and they're asking about what I do and stuff. I was like, yeah, no, and like, this and that and whatever, and I stream the process, and the guy, really nice dude, says, oh, that's cool, my girlfriend streams too, and I was gonna say, oh, cool, what's her channel? Right? Thanks for the follows, guys, I appreciate it. Thank you, I'm honored. And I was gonna say, oh, that's cool. What's her channel name? Because I thought maybe she's in the D&D sphere. Maybe I know her. Like maybe she's in the periphery. I'm not very well connected in the D&D scene. I'm very like, I just stay in my own fucking lane, do my own thing, because a lot of people in the D&D scene, like when I first started, just wanted me to do stuff with them for free art. So I just like kind of said no to all collabs, basically. So I don't know shit. I don't know anybody, right? And I was gonna say, oh, what's your girlfriend's channel? But then the conversation didn't, like, there wasn't a moment in there, and then the girl was telling me about stuff, and I had no idea that was Dungeon Dad and Taylor's Tavern Tales that I was talking to. Zero clue whatsoever that's who I was talking to. And then as they're walking away, I was like, wait, creator, main stage, said he's from here, that's where Faye lives. And I know Faye's boyfriend is at the convention doing stuff, and he mentioned his girlfriend streams on Twitch. Wait. As they're walking away, I was like, no. Oh my god. So I messaged Faye. I was like, is your boyfriend at the fucking convention? And she's like, yeah, you dipshit fucking loser dog ass bitch. Like, yeah, he's at the convention, dumbass. She worded it nicer than that. But if you've known Faye, as long as I've known Faye, that's basically what she was saying. It's like, I read between the lines, okay? And so he comes back like an hour later. He's like, hey, man. And I'm like, dude. I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't connect. He's like, I don't know who the fuck you were. Oh, you're like, I don't know who the fuck you were. Super nice dude. We sat there and we chatted for a while, and he was super cool. Actually, it was really nice because him and I were talking for a bit, and he was talking to me like a peer. And he has no reason to talk to me like a peer as a creator. I'm not a creator, okay? I'm not a fucking real creator, okay? I'm basically irrelevant on the internet, and I'm slightly less irrelevant than I was this year, but I'm not a real creator. Like M and Blackwater and Dice Cream Sandwich and Tank and Quincy and all these people, they have no right or reason to refer to me as like a creator, right? But like they talk to me all this week. Everybody I met, like Vix and Kevin and Anastasia and everybody I met this week and we're like, oh, another like they're talking to me on that level, and they really didn't need to, but but they did, and it was very sweet, and I felt kind of accepted for a bit by like other creators, even though I'm a little peepo. So and so Dungeon Dad was really cool. We were talking to it, I was asking about some stuff, and I've never been able to ask other creators about how they do or handle certain things. It's like, hey, how do you handle this, or how do you do this, or whatever. Super gracious with his time, super lovely, amazing individual, super happy for him and Faye. That's fucking awesome. They're two of my favorite people now. Would love to play board games with. D&D game when. And and we had a great conversation, and I was like, okay, let me give you like a die for Faye, because I wanted to give Faye something. I was like, I'll send him home with something for Faye, and I gave him one of Ella's chunks as well, and it was really cool. So that was hilarious because I had zero clue who I was talking to until it like hit me as they were leaving that I was talking to Dungeon Dad and Taylor's Tavern Sale. And also I was like, I'm so sorry, bro. I have no idea what kind of content you make. And he's like, that's totally fine. Like he wasn't like aghast or whatever. He like laughed at it. He's like, yeah, it's fine, man. Like, you're okay. I was like, I'm so sorry. I don't know what kind of videos you make. And then he told me, and I was like, wait, I have seen your videos. Oh god, it was such a dude. I died inside. I was so embarrassed. Thank you for the follows, Buttick, and everyone else. I appreciate it. So yes, that was a story of how I met Faye's lovely boyfriend at Gamecon Canada, and I had no idea, and I wouldn't have if I hadn't had a conversation with M earlier about how he was here. That wouldn't have registered either, unless I had that unless M said that brief one little thing that made me go, oh, neat. And then he mentioned that they stopped by. I just would have. Now, to be fair, I also just didn't ever acknowledge Taylor as a big creator. Not that she wants to or whatever. Not that she needs like that from people. But they were very humble. It's not like they were like, oh, we're at the main stage. Don't you know we're big guests for the convention? Fuck you, man. It was just. I'm so to the loop. I'm so disconnected. Ugh. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's the story. And Lavinia, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate everyone from that from their chat. I hope stream was good. I hope you guys. I'm not sure if any of y'all stuck around, but I'm curious what you're all doing on stream today, and I appreciate that. And if you guys aren't following Lavinia, please go drop a follow and show some love, and apologize profusely for me being in the middle of the story when they very graciously raided into chat today. So yeah, I don't know. Lovely guy, Faye. Just super like your boyfriend. He's super cool, dude. I'm a big fan. And now just even more, just needing of that Discord call where we just catch up on everything that I've apparently missed out on in the last fucking year of us not being. I'm sorry. It is my fault, by the way. It is my fault, and I'm taking complete blame for it. I am a bad friend to people that care about friendship with me, and I apologize to them.
I have to go get someone who shall remain nameless from the airport. Kappa. Also, you are a real creator, dummy. Be nice to yourself. Angry face emoji.
Faye, until that says 100,000, I'm a fucking joke. Okay. Hey, thanks for 100 bits. I appreciate it, Faye. That's very lovely of you, but you don't have to do that shit. Yes, I would definitely like to have a Discord chat soon. And please go to the airport and do the thing. And thank you for the raid. And I appreciate it. And I died. Oh God, I felt terrible. It was just the worst feeling. I felt so embarrassed. So, and as I was saying, it is my fault. Faye has reached out and been lovely, and I am always the reclusive person that never has time to do anything. And I have asked very graciously, or very nicely, of my gracious friends to accept that I am going to be a challenge to be friends with, and that I need to go into the tank and disappear for long periods of time to try and build something I'm proud of. And I'm going to burn out, and I'm going to hide away, and I'm going to hermit, and I'm going to do all these things, okay? And I know that I'm going to do that. And I have to. If I'm going to build the things that I want to do, I have to go into the tank and disappear and be an antisocial, reclusive, 13 hours a day for months at a time workload monster, and I have to do this. And I'm going to burn out, and I'm going to crash, and I'm going to recoil, and it's going to be difficult to be friends with me. And I know this, and I told my friends and people who care about me, this is what I need to do. And it really shows a difference between the people that understand that and want the best for me, and the people that kind of like can't bear the burden of that type of friendship, which no one should, by the way. And friends that do stick around like Mendari, that are like, hey, I know you've been fucking in the tank for a year. I know you've been catching up and trying to do this, blah, 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 but I'm still your friend. I'm still here. I still want to chat with you and whatever. That's real fucking friendship. And that's why I'd go to bat for Faye. I've always said jokingly that if Faye got canceled, I'd go down with her for at least 2 weeks before I jumped on the bandwagon and joined the cancellation. But I'd spend a solid 2 weeks defending her. Okay, well, like 9 days, basically round up to 2 weeks. I'd spend like a week not jumping on the bandwagon to cancel her, and I'd go down with her for at least 3 days. Like at least once, you get one solid stream that I would definitely not, that I'd be like, Faye's my friend, the allegations aren't true, and I'd spend at least the intro for that stream doing that, and I would guaranteed at least make a tweet about it before the stream, before I jumped on. Okay. Like at least 20 minutes that I would wait to tweet it. Okay, cool. All right, rad. Strongly worded tweet. No, I mean it, man. Like I am a challenge to be friends with, and the people that still kind of reach out and understand that, and still like say, hey, I know you're working, and I know you're busy, but like keep going, keep it up. They're champ. Those are real friends. And like it's why. So this one of the reasons why I love and support Blackwater D&D so much is because I basically turn down everything, and I'm very difficult to get to know and to be friends with and whatever. But like M still reaches out and extends a hand of like friendship on behalf of Blackwater to me, even though I'm like such a recluse and I've done nothing to deserve it. So like when Blackwater or War of the Realms or any of these like creators in the D&D sphere that are still like wanting to, you know, have a favorable whatever, like it really means a lot, you know. That was the reason there are allegations that got me canceled. Yeah, okay, listen, I wouldn't make the tweet from my main account, okay, for at least 20 minutes after I made it from the alt account. Would you keep the tweet up after 20 minutes though? Ooh, would I keep the tweet up after 20 minutes? I would. My defensive Faye tweet I'd keep up for at least a day. Like a full day, like a full work day till 5. Definitely a full stream's worth of day until I end stream. 100% I'd keep the tweet up all day, at least until my stream started that day. So, yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. I dare you focus on your dreams and not be constantly watch DMs. Yeah, well, listen. It's not just that. It's not that I'm just like not responsive to DMs. It's that I'm basically just in the tank for a long time. And I just don't have sometimes the energy to focus on things that are important. Like the people that are important. And I know that, and I have to be. Like Ella bears the burden of being married to me worthily. You know? Where I just need to go into an insane sicko degenerate mode where I'm just working insane hours, and she doesn't tell me to stop. And she knows that I'm about to burn myself to a crisp, and she's gonna be there to pick up the fucking ashes and glue me back together when it happens. But she's not like, hey, maybe don't work so hard. She's like, work hard and I will be here to help you recover when you're done.
Don't feel too bad.
Which is awesome.
I once was at San Diego Comic Con and this
Yeah?
random guy came up to me and complimented me on my cosplay.
Okay.
I thanked him and turned away only to suddenly realize that random guy was none other than Matt freaking Mercer. I could barely choke out the
That's
ask
funny.
for a selfie with him after.
That's hilarious. That's lovely. That's awesome. I like that. That's sweet. Well, most people are pretty chill, I think, and I don't know, you hear, thanks for 100 bits though, EMS, that's very kind of you. Most people are pretty chill and just there to have a good time and be nice people, and yeah, you have that. And I have had people stop by my table or Ella's, and I'm like, that's a big famous guest for the convention. I have no idea who they are, but I know their face, and I definitely should know who the fuck they is. And I absolutely don't, so rip. Which I really should have, like, studied the convention guest list just a lot. You know, I should have studied it. And I didn't, because I'm whatever. And so when they came up, I definitely should have been like, oh shit, it's you two. But there is something nice about, at least a little bit, about having a nice interaction with somebody. Right? And just like realizing that you just had a normal human interaction with them, and you didn't necessarily like, there was no like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I felt very bad about it. Yeah, I'm such a fucking dipshit, dude.
God. Okay, I'm still trying not to be fucking embarrassed. Ooh, okay. Yep, I gotta let that go. I'm just all right. I suffer from remembering my embarrassments and them causing me that like pain in my chest, that sting of like, oh God. And I never used to. This is a newer development for me, you know? One time I was cocktail in a bar and YouTuber I watched came in with his girlfriend. I second guessed the entire time if I recognized him properly and didn't say anything to the end to be polite. Confirmed his name because of the credit card. And that was, they were leaving. I was just like, love your videos, by the way. That's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, I never like to bother anybody. Like I've never like bothered people for like a selfie or anything out in public. Like conventions are a bit different because like people go to conventions, they know they're there for like social reasons, whatever. But like I saw this big StarCraft 2 pro named In Control in Disneyland after BlizzCon. And I was like, oh God, I want a picture of him so bad. I just screamed. I was like, I love you, Jeff. And he was like, thank you. I love you too, bro. So nice. But yeah, I've never wanted to like, I don't know. I never wanted to like interact or whatever. Ella keeps telling me, she's like, when do you think the first day is you're going to be recognized? Just randomly at something. And not like when I had a booth at convention, people see Evan Blair art, but just someone who's like, hey. And I'm like, I don't think I'll ever be a creator that big enough. But the convention scared me that it might happen at a con. When people were coming up and saying like, wait, I didn't know you'd be here at the convention, Evan. I don't think they recognized me. I think they saw my table or whatever. Right? Wholesome, right? Like the only, I mean, like at a BlizzCon, we stopped a streamer and asked for a photo with her. And she was super excited about it. She was like really, really cool about it, which was fun. But that's the only time ever. So I'm meeting you at Gamecon yesterday. Oh, dude, Pond, that likewise. Dude, thank you so much for stopping by Gamecon. It was an honor to meet everybody. So, yeah, hell yeah. We're talking about Gamecon today and all the stories from it. So I hope you had fun at the event. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed my time there. Gamecon's the best vibe by a long shot. So it was lovely meeting you as well, my friend. Question about your process. How do you manage layers in your sketches? Do you have layers for each feature, just one for everything? You want a hot take from me, Media? If you want to be good at art, paint on or draw on as few layers as possible. In general. Right? This is 2 layers. It forces you to be as classical about your process as possible. This was painted on 2 layers. One layer was this, and the background was all 1 layer as well. Got a foreground background. that's all it is. And I strongly and firmly believe in treating Photoshop as much like traditional canvas and traditional paper as you can. And so the reason why I have 2 layers for a sketch, I have my parchment background. So I have 3 layers: my parchment background, my undersketch that I'm working off of, and then my actual sketch line work. And I treat this as pen, pencil that I can erase, and then paper. So I definitely believe in as few layers as possible, because it'll help you build as much like of your fundamental skill as you can. Chuck, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Loving the art, get alert. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I'm honored. I tell you, my boyfriend helped me with build new PC over the weekend, and now I can play Baldur's Gate 3 on basically all Ultra. Oh my god. What are the specs, Sabine? Or do you know the specs for your PC? That's legendary. Did you go AMD or Intel? That's what I actually want to know mainly. That's my main interest, I guess. It's kind of bad when else didn't recognize you at ArtCon since you didn't have your hat and glasses. Oh yeah, you didn't? Yeah. I don't wear my hat and glasses out like almost ever, right? Because I only wear them for the computer. I wear my hat out sometimes. Like I had my hat on at Gamecon. That's why I don't have my Gamecon hat, like my normal streaming hat, because it's like downstairs or something. It's like still in the car or some shit. I don't usually bring it out of the house ever, but I needed a hat when we were leaving and I grabbed that one. But like I don't ever need to wear my glasses when I'm not at my computer drawing and reading chat and shit like that. So yeah, I do get that. People say like, yo, you look different, bro. The fuck is this, man? Gamecom was so good, dude. I'm looking forward to next year. I am actually looking forward to it, which is crazy.
I hope Edmonton Expo is good too. I'm really looking forward to like conventions and Ren fairs and stuff this year, and I really hope Edmonton Expo is more fun than it was last year. Because last year it was a whole thing, but Gamecon was a really good vibe. It's also crazy to be in the city of Edmonton during fucking playoffs. We did it last year as well because the Oilers are cracked out, which is awesome. But to be in Edmonton during playoffs is so cool because everybody, like outside of Gamecon, there's a lot of people in like Oilers jerseys and stuff. But outside of Gamecon, we were walking around like West Ed and shit and going for, you know, food and whatnot. Everybody's just like in it. It's awesome. I love it. But we were so scared when the Oilers were playing on like Thursday or whatever it is. I was like, okay, please don't lose tonight, because if you lose tonight, you could lose the playoffs at home, and I did not want to be in Edmonton when they lost the fucking playoffs. If I'm still faithful, I believe. So it was fun. Edmonton's a cool city for that. I like the people. People in Edmonton are really dope. Zetacon working last Saturday. Saw my friend Jax did a different haircut and stared at them for 30 minutes before we recognized each other. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. My streamer friend, art school friend, Lack, I saw her at a convention and I was like, oh my God, it's you. And I'm like, you know, real name, it's you. And she's like, oh my God, it's Evan. And, well, she didn't immediately recognize me. She's like, who Megalol? Who the fuck is you? But then she was like, oh yeah, you know, our mutual friend Koi, Fish and Bacon, she's over there. And I'm like, where? She's like, over there in that corner. I'm like, I'm in that corner. And she's like, yeah, she's right in that corner. This is her name. And I realized that I was like 3 tables down from her, did not fucking recognize her for the entire weekend. And so I went up, I was like, hey, real name. And she's like, what the fuck, who are you? I'm like, oh, sorry. We went to art school together. She's like, oh my God, Evan. So she like, it clicked for a second there, but I think I did stomach her by coming up and like real naming her, you know? So that was kind of funny. But you see someone that you haven't seen in a long time, and you're like, oh my God, right? You have 25 layers in the sketch alone. You look, media. I do think that working with as few layers as possible will make you a better artist. Obviously, you have your own process. Everyone has their own process. I think definitely using fewer layers will force you to be more confident with your work, and confidence in your work and your line work and everything is always going to be a good thing for you. Trust me, believe in me. The classical ways are the best ways. Fewer layers, bigger tablet, better artist, or so they say. Evan compliments Edmonton to make the money when he goes to cons there. No, I like Edmonton's people. Edmonton's physical city, I have some issues with. You know, the River Valley's nice. The industry gets to me. Every time you're driving down a road, there's just like tanks and other like, you know, you think they'd all like cram their industry into one section of the city, but it's just everywhere, which really sucks. So, but no, the people are always really nice there. It's always dope. Someone was like talking about conventions in Edmonton versus Calgary. Like, I feel like Calgary people are a little like kind of stuck up. I was like, yeah, I see it. So no, I like my Edmontonians. They're all very nice. Except for the ones that thought I was doing AI art and were determined to get me to admit it for some weird fucking reason. So they can get bent. But everybody else was nice. Intel, but I didn't know anything and just bought what my boyfriend told me. I give him the budget and pass him the screwdriver. Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Well, I hope you enjoy your new PC, Sabine. That's awesome. I'm excited for you. That's so funny that your first thing, you're like a Baldur's Gate on max settings. So I see your priorities are in the right spot for your modded Baldur's Gate 3 run. The only thing I know about Edmonton is the crazy ass mall. Yeah, West Ed is huge. I think it's the largest mall in the world, isn't it? Or is it North America? One of the two. The West Ed's great. West Ed's fun. You know, it's not. I don't think it's overrated. People talk about it and they're like, "Oh, if you go to Edmonton, you should go to West Ed." And yeah, I agree. Every time Ellen and I go, almost every time we go to West Ed, we go to Edmonton enough during like con season that if we don't have time because conventions get out too late or whatever and we're tired, we don't bother going. But like Gamecon, we go up the day before, so we set up on Thursday, even though it starts on Friday, and then we have like the rest of the day to go to West Ed and fucking business Costco and shit like that. So good time, man. Thank you for the alert, Thorkin. I appreciate it. Finally, using one layer with coloring in Photoshop is so difficult. I always be going off and out of the lines, and like on paper, I never struggle with that somehow. What kind of tablet do you have, Silesian? Do you by chance have an iPad that you're working off of? And how big is your tablet? Right? This is a problem. How big is your tablet? Because this is an issue where I think that you can get away with drawing and sketching on any size of tablet. I think painting, you do want a bigger tablet. And I consider my 24, I consider this 24-inch Cintiq too small to effectively paint the stuff that I want to. And it's a 24-inch. So when I hear people are like having trouble digitally painting and they tell me they're on like a 4-inch iPad or whatever, I have suggestions at that point. You're on the screen of a 13-inch Surface Pro. Okay. Yeah, well that's pretty good. It could be worse, but that could be it. So with proper painting brushes in Photoshop, brushes that are designed to paint with, a lot of these brushes, they are designed to be painted with and used at a certain resolution. And you can go bigger and smaller a little bit, but if you're sort of stretching out too far out of like what you're supposed to do with it, you're gonna have problems. And a lot of people don't realize is that brushes have sort of a useful size that they like to be at. And if you aren't kind of operating somewhat in that size range, you're gonna have a little bit more difficulty with your painting. Also, if you're trying to digitally paint, but you're trying to use sort of tools that are commonly accepted tools for digital art, like line work, you might have a problem too. Because like painting tools and the painting style aren't necessarily designed for line work. There's a certain thing that happens in painting where you create textures and you create sort of elements that will complement your painting style and what you're doing based on layering brush strokes and layering paint. And if you think about yourself as layering medium and mixing medium, it's a little bit easier to like carve out your shapes as opposed to feel like you need to stick within line work that you're kind of like coloring in line work. Because there is a difference, and people get mad about this. I'm not trying to be pretentious when I say this. If you're coloring line work in, that's not exactly painting. Coloring line work and painting are two different skills. And a lot of people try and apply the ethos of painting to coloring line work, and I think that's where you go a little bit, you want to have like textured painterly line work. You can only really arrive there once you've learned the kind of the fundamentals of painting. And to do that, you have to be able and willing to sort of like use the tools of a painter and get to know them a little bit more. And to kind of create that like workflow for yourself and to render in the painter's way. And it's like a whole fucking thing, but I don't know. A lot of times people will have struggles with like the techniques when they're trying to do sort of, I think the wrong, not the wrong, but like a mismatch of technique versus the thing that you're trying to like accomplish with your work. And sometimes it's better to, in my opinion, go with like, to change your tools up and to change your sort of like expectations of your finished work by trying to like, let go of the control you might want for one art style to learn another style to like inform that process. So, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. I'm not a real artist. Yeah, the fuck do I know, man? I don't mind if my lines disappeared, but I don't want like the color from the armor to sploosh into the hair or whatever. But so why not? So check this shit out. This is how painters control edges. And this is my best example of work that I've done. Look at the way the edges, hard edges and soft edges and blending. Like, look at how the eye, kind of the color around the eye blends out into the hair. That's intentional by me, because certain things, certain shades or whatever, certain shadows fade together. They blend together, right? Look at the way that this is like such messy texture that has these hard edges on the sides, but then watch how the armor disappears into the shadows and blends with it all together. This is like, look at the way that like Sargent or Caravaggio or like a lot of these like maybe Dutch painters or like Polish painters, Jan Mateo, they control their lines and their work like this. Look at oh, you know what? It's a great example of a real painter that does this shit. Look at the way that like painters like Rembrandt do texture and stuff like this. Like, it all blends, it's all messy. The issue is sometimes we try and paint what is there, but you don't want to paint what the fuck is there. Oh, god damn it. Okay, where's an actual version of this? I need a close up, please. Don't be afraid for your like surfaces within your painting to blend. So when your edges do have like a strong like hard edge on them, that's great. When they have a softer and they kind of blend into each other, it creates more texture, right? Like, you look at the way that the hair is depicted or the ears, like this color is pulled into the ear, into the shadow, right? This color is definitely like dragged down. It's also the same sort of like the shadow in the hair for the most part is the same shadow used in the ear and the skin. It creates this unity. It's abstract to say, but your brain can fill in details better than any painter can paint it. So the difference between good or even great artists and masters is the ability to paint enough, just enough, that your brain fills in the details. You want to see an artist that does this exceptionally? Is John Park. John Park never paints what is exactly there. He paints enough details with enough texture, with enough of a hard and soft edge sort of like control, that your brain fills in the rest of the details. The colors are all referential to each other in a way that seems real. But when you look at the painting here, like, look at how messy these brushstrokes for these shades down, for the shadow down here is. Or these like trees and shrubberies. It's just a couple of awkward brushstrokes. Look at how filthy and like you know. The thing is that once you're at the point where you understand how light and how texture and how to do proper edge control, this cloud misting over this mountain, look at these brushstrokes. They're all fading into each other. So don't be afraid of your paint mixing, ever. The problem is if you have line work, sometimes then it needs to stay within the lines, which just select your line work in then, right? But the problem is then it's different between painting versus coloring. If you're working within color, within line work, you're coloring in a line work. You're not painting. This is painting. This skill of like, this is a matte painting half a little bit. Like this is a photograph that's been stretched and matted over. But then this is all just like, you know, buildups of texture and whatnot. Each one of these boxes that forms the different facets are just one texture brush dragged down with the proper colors applied. And it's so basic. And so the better the painter, the fewer brush strokes they need to take and to use. And you can see that on real painters. And you can see that on the few decent paintings I've done. Where I do achieve that is like actual painter shit. So, you know, even like the way that this is good. I like this. The way this kind of like blends into the shadows. It's just like, look at the texture. It's just this brown brushstroke texture that just sort of fades and just drifts away. Or even this highlight right here, this lighter highlight of iron. It just sort of like is a very, you know, loose texture that kind of mingles in with this brown. The browns used together here unify this. So this is like painter shit. So if you want to paint stuff in, it's a different skill set altogether, I think. So it's just not to say that it's hard to learn. It is hard to learn, but it's also people like I think try and learn in the wrong direction sometimes, which sucks and it like kind of hinders your process a little bit. But it's to look like soft hair, just doesn't ruin the ear. Just doesn't ruin the ear. You got it on a point. Wait. I think I'm missing something here. It's very hard for me to let go of that. Always admired painting like Monet for it. Totally. Yeah, good example. So I know it's tough in Arcane. It's not like that useful to talk about necessarily, but it is in theory the way to think about coloring line work in as a painter is to discard your line work very quickly in the process. What's up, Danny? What's good? What's going on? All of America is the largest in North America. The West has the most stores. Oh, okay, that's what it was. The largest mall by stores or whatever. Reminds me of a post about an artist that I can't remember the name. They did like 2 to 3 small brush strokes of a light yellow white, and suddenly it looked like eyeglasses. Yeah, I mean that's look at great painters. Great painters do like everyone knows you're not supposed to draw every strand of hair. Everyone knows that. Even the anime artists know that. Even the cartoonists know that. Even the comic book artists know that. Everyone knows you're never supposed to draw every strand of hair. Right? Apply that to everything. Apply that to fucking everything, and you'll be fine. Yeah. It's tough, though. I get it. I know it's arcane and weird and like how though I practice shit. Don't you need both eyes, right? You don't even need one eye. Again, I'm not the best example though because I'm only LARPing as an artist, but I'm glad we found some other ones there for artists like John Park and stuff. That's a real fucking artist right there. That guy's your favorite. Well, Jamie Jones is actually your favorite artist. Probably. Unless your favorite artist is anime. And they have no idea who Jamie Jones is. They have no fucking clue at that point in time.
Don't draw every strand of Evan's hair.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. You're gonna do some portraits of me? Don't do it. Don't do it, Moose. Thanks on a bits, though. I appreciate it, bro. Thanks, man. Only draw 4 fingers. Exactly. Only 4 of them. I mean, so you know what's funny, Sabine? You joke, but in anime they do this thing with fingers where they what's the anime hand look like? Where they actually do this. So in anime, you'll see them draw characters, particularly like women. Oh, I'm not going to get the anime proportions right with one pass here. And they'll do shit like this. Obviously, I'm getting a little clawy here or something, you know. We're getting a little... Trying to do the dainty anime proportions with my bullshit doesn't work. But we'll do some silhouettes. And they'll do shit like this. Right? You'll see this. You'll see them lose the edge here. So you're making a joke. And yet... you are absolutely right. You only draw 4 fingers. Because this is one amalgamation of finger, because you don't draw the lines that break them up. You draw the spaces. It's kind of like the pursed lips. You don't draw the every line in between. You don't draw this out like that. You don't make sure it's a very clear indication of lips. You lose the line. You let it disappear. You shade in and around it. Everyone knows how to do this. So you can meme all you want, but That's how you draw lips, and that's how you draw anime fingers and shit like that. So you take that, you merge shapes, you lose information, you discard information in the shadows, and in as you go from the midtone, as you go from the midtones out, you actually are in a bell curve of detail. So when you're operating in the, now most good art operates somewhere with color and with lighting in the middle range. You don't ever go super dark and you don't ever go super bright. When you use bright, like pure white, that's for things like highlights in the eyes. When you do things like pure black, that's for like sometimes the pupils in the eyes, or the deepest of shadows that contextualize the piece. But most great art, and if you look at a lot of Chinese painters, like modern Chinese digital artists, they do this really, really fucking well. They operate in the midtones. But as you go out from the midtone, you have the most amount of detail here, and you lose detail in the shadows, right? And you lose detail in the light. And that's why the sphere, when we draw a sphere, we don't draw an orb and then draw the shadows and then fill that in and draw the this or that or whatever. When we draw the sphere, we join the shadow. The shadow joins the actual object, because you lose the detail as you go, and you shade in the whole thing and more closer to the midtone. You lose that separation between table and object, and then as you go to the lighter end, you lose the separation, or lose the detail as you remove the separation between the light source, the background, and the actual object. I don't want to fill this in, but because I already did an orb once today. But you know what I mean, right? So we have the most amount of detail in the midtones through here, but as you go out in the orb to the light or to the dark, you lose your detail. And that's the whole thing about the hair. Is that you don't draw your strand of hair because you draw the shadow shapes and the highlights. Is aiming for an AI reference joke where the fingers are always messed up? Okay. Yeah, fair. But it's actually true though, right? AI would be you draw 6 fingers. That's, yeah, you put an extra finger in there. Why not, man? You need more fingers on your abomination of an AI piece. Or whatever, dude. But you don't learn that in like animation. You don't learn that in modern sort of like the way you learn that skill set is you learn it via painting. And this is the unfortunate reality of a lot of artists that are in the self-taught sphere, is they don't know what tutorials and what like information to pursue. So they think they want to draw anime because they love anime, and they never understand or line worked art, and they never go and learn how to paint and draw without line work because they think, well, it's just not what I want to do. Why would I learn a style of art that I don't want? They don't understand that the style they want is derivative of an actual sort of like piece, and they need to learn how to paint that piece first, and then they can derive from it. So that's just Stanford. Give them 7 fingers. Wait, what? Hold on, I think I'm missing something in there. Who's giving extra fingers out there? Stanford, like the school? I must be missing something here. I said decade late epiphany oven. Once drew a portrait in negative. There are bright spots where basically no details visible. That was the point. Yes. Yeah. My instructor's been using celebrity references and flipped the image to negative and tried to recreate on a grid on a larger scale. I never took away from that before. So this is the Asaro head. Let's see if I can do this real quick. I'm gonna try and do a very quick Asaro head. Okay, very quick and also very basic. We're not gonna do the entire Asaro head. We're gonna do a derivative Asaro head right now, okay? So we're missing a bunch of planes here. But if we would like to draw a head, the Asaro head would look something like this. So you figure out where your lighting is. I need those ones in here too. And you figure out how to create shadow shapes. Blend together. And the way that you can kind of figure this out the best, oops, I like this actually, is by converting everything to lightest and darkest, to only painting or drawing or practicing your understanding of the head in 2 tones. Okay. And obviously we're being very derivative here. The whole point is, though, from a distance, oops. So here's the paint. Here's me just grasping for that painter's magic, that skill, just a little bit. And obviously I'm not going to get it. But hopefully I can sort of like sell the point just a smidge. The point is that this from a distance you can recognize as a face. And the further way we go, the more you recognize it as a face. Why? Because that's what your brain fucking does. It fills in the gaps. Okay? It fills in the gaps very, very well. And so we've basically just, you know, stripped this of all form and of all shape and of all whatever. But as we sort of like look at that kind of stripped features, your brain fills in the gaps and you know this is a head. I didn't draw the eyes in. I didn't draw the like specific, oh, we can even do that. I didn't draw in the nostrils. I didn't draw in, ooh, I brought the lips. Even better. See, even more correct. I removed a descriptive line and it got better, dude. It got better. How is that possible? Because your brain knows what it's doing. And so this is how painters do this shit. Painters will figure out how to create and remove the most amount of detail so that your brain does the heavy lifting. And good painters know how to do that very well. And if you don't know how to start, you start with this kind of stuff. So yeah, 2-tone images. A good example that I can show you from my own work is in ancient Instagram, in the elder days before the fall of mighty kings of Gondolin. Right, mighty kings of Nagathrond and Gondolin, who now beyond. The westward seas have passed away, the world was fair in second-hand samurai's day. A king he was on Instagram throne, in many crumbs. Not made of stone. Okay, we're almost there. So, I used to like to do these ink pieces, right? Boom. 2-tone, for the most part. Still some detail. This is also an ancient piece of art, so forgive it being bad. But you should still be able to like discern the facial features there. The lips, the eyes, the wrinkles, the age. Things like our boy here, our Mind Flayer. You can still see the eyes, the wrinkles, the tendrils, the blood, the texture of the head, the tendrils behind. Right? I used to like to do these ink pieces. They're 2-tone. You know, you just paint in ink. and only ink, black and white. You get no other. If you want to learn how to start doing this skill, grab your brush and start painting black and white. Ink, 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 ink. That's how you do it. No line work, only painting, shadows, forms, whatever. And this obviously has line work and bullshit in it, but you get what I mean, right? And so this is ink skills to become a better painter and to understand how to do this thing. And then your brain, this guy. So there's almost no line work in here, and I probably shouldn't have even described this line work right here. I described it as a very subtle shadow pulling around, but like, look at the fingers on his hand. I think I did a pretty good job here for being fucking, 8 years ago or whatever. I don't know. It's a hand with giant claw fingers. These are tentacles with giant claw fingers. This is a face with giant claw fingers. Wait, shit. And the whole point of it is to practice that skill.
Visitors,
right?
How exciting.
Oh, hello, Robbie. Hello, my friend. Oh, yo, what's up? What's up, lady? Good to see you, lady. Didn't see you pop in. Hey, Robbie, what's going on, bro? What's going on? How you guys doing? How is stream? What's up, dog? Yo, if you guys aren't following Robbie Landis, please go over there and rectify that mistake right now. Robbie's an amazing human being and a fantastic creator, and I'm honored to be the recipient of a raid today. So, good to see you, dude. We're just talking about painting stuff, so I'm just trying to excuse me, Robbie, for a moment while I try and finish my scuffed lesson. I don't want to call it a lesson because I don't think I have the authority to teach, but I'm trying to communicate an idea, so we're going to call it a LARPing as a lesson. But yeah, so that's the whole point, and this is how you kind of then create more and more texture. So this doesn't become just one line of the hand. This starts describing little wrinkles and little, strange markings, and that's what informs a lot of the line work that becomes like strange little textures that I'll draw on things, where I'll describe something with little, like this little line work here. It's a depression into the fabric, right? Oh, Media, thanks for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for considering me your Prime option this month. And this is where I learned this skill. This is sometimes when people say like, oh, your shading is so nice. It's because of this shit. It's because of understanding how to pull the shadow up and out of the piece, because I'm thinking about shadow shapes and midtones and stuff like that. Well, that's informed by doing shit like this. You can only learn how to do that, I think, once you start with stuff like this, which is what I was doing years and years and years ago. So you even see that, like, the growing confidence in that skill as I'm moving through my progression. And even then in ink sketches, I'm still trying to do that stuff, right? Canada, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Honored to have you. So yeah, that's kind of the idea of it. Of how to begin thinking like a painter and to learn the skill set is to think in every way possible as basic of a shadow shape as you can. I'd even fucking remove this little one if I could, Obviously, it's going to look weird because I'm going to double up on my line work a bit. But you remove every line and you create the outlines of your shadow shapes. And I should have done a better job of this, but I was like rushing. But the more you reduce and remove and become derivative, the more correct it looks. And that's why you can like squint and like look back and if you're, and this is how painters, when you hear painters say that the painting should be finished in the first 20% of the painting, this is what they mean. You should be able to look at it and think that's correct. Like I know what this is. It's like correct. And then as you go into it, that's when you start rendering. That's when you start talking about the individual features and you start rendering out detail. And this is what rendering is, man. And you go in and you inform more of the details of what's going on with our boy here. And you maybe draw in sort of the highlight on one of the eyes or whatever, or on the eyes, and you know, draw in some of our deeper shadow shapes and like change our, you know what I mean? This is what rendering is making the correctitude of the already correct piece more correct. And so if you're in here and you are feeling like your piece isn't correct already, well, that's a problem. And so your piece should be, air quotes, correct very quickly into the process. And this is how you practice your piece being correct very quick into the process, is by being as derivative as you possibly can. So, but again, don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm LARPing as an artist. So,
And Robbie, thank you for this subscription. I appreciate that, dude. The stream was great. Made a bunch of items, did some world building. Got to run off for dinner though. Have a great stream, dude. I appreciate. I'm always honored. I'm honored and humbled by your presence. And your stream is amazing. You're amazing as a creator. Your chat is awesome. And please continue. Your hi, Yuna. Hi, Yuna. Oh, I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you in so long. Yuna, 1 second. 1 second. Yuna. We had to drop Yuna off on Wednesday or Thursday before we left for Expo. So I haven't seen you in almost a week, puppy. Hello. Oh, little one, little gremlin. I miss you. I haven't seen you in almost a week. Hi, baby. Hello. Oh, I know. Where'd Ella go? I know, little monster.
Hi.
Yeah, you have your humans back. Hello, Joe. Did she have fun at my dad's?
Smells like chicken.
You do smell like. Why do you smell like chicken? You have chicken? Okay. Alright, baby. Hold on. Let me give you a hug and then I'll. I know you don't like hugs because you're a dog and you don't know what the fuck a hug is. But I need. Okay. Alright. You go see Ella. I almost said her real name. To fucking ban all of you, delete the stream VOD and my stream key forever. Thanks for the tips today. I was drawing the whole time I was watching new media. I'm honored. Thanks. Jesus, dog. Okay, Pop. Did I hear some shit outside? Okay, whatever. No big deal. I'm gonna she's fine. We're fine. That's not a bear outside. We should talk about bringing you on a podcast. Talk about something. You got a great voice. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. When I get time to fucking do shit that isn't adventure, I'd be honored. You know, I'm turbo locked on everything until I get the realms of adventure. But once that's hit, I'm available for shit, man. I'm doing stuff. I got plans already. People are roping me into all sorts of fun shit. So yeah, for sure. I'd be fucking honored. It'd be highlight of my year. And hug. Listen, lady, she's just excited to go downstairs and eat from her own bowl. I think it had nothing to do with me not being a worthy human for her. So she clipped that, making the correctitude of our already correct piece more correct. Yes, that should be a clip, shouldn't it? But I'm bad at clipping stuff from stream, and I need to get better at explaining stuff so I can edit better videos to be able to put on YouTube. I also don't know if people on YouTube want to see like art videos from me, like constructional stuff. Because I feel sort of, in some ways, like YouTube wants me to talk about D&D art and not like how to art, which is fine. I just want to always think about like what is the right way to approach, I don't know, my videos and shorts and stuff. I don't want to like lose people. I'm think like, shit, man, I don't care how you make your art. I just want to see the hot cat girls and dope lightning fan art. Wait, I mean, shit. Spoilers. Fuck. I don't know. Okay. I wanted to grab our sections here so we can do some shades. And there we go. Lightning fan art. Dude, I'm gonna do so much fucking fan art of my VTuber friends when I'm done my adventure. When I'm like not turbo locked, I'm gonna do, I think Stim is the next person that's on the list for fan art. I think Avail's on the list somewhere in there too. Who else is on the list? Lighty's on the list. Lighty fan art would go so hard because I could just hashtag Final Fantasy and no one would know. No one would know. Right? Would be a gremlin of lightning as well. If I do fan art of a VTuber, they get a gremlin from me as an apology. If I don't do fan art of them, they do not get a gremlin. And I'm serious about this. I had a VTuber offer me. She said, "Can you make a gremlin of me?" And I said, "Sorry, I only do that as like a fan art accompaniment." And she said, "I'll pay you $100." And I said no. Okay? to preserve the sanctity of the gremlins, I said no. I turned down dollars for this, okay? That's right. I want the gremlins to be a currency of fame amongst my Canadian dollars, American dollars, USD, United States Standard Dollars. Bro, Atari, I saw the coolest thing the other day. On the way home, we saw a Chinook helicopter and a fucking Osprey flying. Dude, I was like, USMC, that's my Osprey. It's because the fucking summit is happening around here. So, oh yeah, we got all the things going on here, but I've never seen an Osprey ever. And I never thought I'd get a chance, because when would you? Unless you're on the receiving end. That's no good. That's like 1,000 Canadian. What's your gremlin? So, lady, this is what I do for my VTuber friends. I'll show you as an apology. So every time I've made fan art of my VTuber friends in my style, because they all hate it. Oh, it's Clara, by the way. See, I finally did Clara. Look at that. Where is it? So, like, Minnie or Brother Ulnar or any of my friends, I do a gremlin to go along with it. So, Ashy Maru has one, Ulnar Maru has another, Minnie Maru has one, and Miwa Maru has another. So, this is the gremlin that I do as an accompanying apology for doing fan art of somebody, right? I make them Maru, okay, with their likenesses and features in it. And this is what I've had friends and other VTubers contact me on Twitter. They said, hi, I am an important VTuber. And I say, I know, you have a 5-figure following. They say, yes, I do. I would like a gremlin of yours. And I say, sorry, I only do gremlins of people I do fan art for. So get bent. Fuck you. And oh, you unfollowed? Ah, shit. Damn it. Should have done one. Fuck. Damn it. So Minnie's holding her stars, because that's Minnie, and she got little angel wings. Ulnar's holding the Gunlancer gear from Monster Hunter, because Ulnar's fucking crazy. Ashy has a sword and a Cola and Chips 4th edition player's handbook. And then Miwa has her Yu-Gi-Oh cards and some fucking dumb sword. I don't know, dog. I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's apparently an important sword that Miwa really likes. So let's go, dude. And that's what it's an important, listen, it's supposed to be a status symbol amongst my VTuber friends. It's supposed to be something that you have that others seek and desire, and no one can get one unless I have chosen to bequeath you with shitty fan art that nobody actually wants, because they're like, bro, you spent like 4 hours on this, why didn't you do it in anime style so I could use it? Right? Like, Minnie fucking hated hers. Minnie fucking hated hers, dude. She's like, I'm a partner streamer. I could end you. Okay, partner push, Evan. More like partner push you into a fucking locker, you dipshit. And I said, geez, I'm sorry, Minnie. I got your hair wrong, okay? Oh, Minnie! Oh, fuck, Minnie. Okay, wait, heck? You heck at me? Jesus. Okay, well, I probably deserve that. Hi, Minnie. What's up? What's good? What's good, Minnie? How's it going, dog? How you been, homegirl? Yeah, so I need to make an Amamaru. I made a gremlin. So the only VTuber that doesn't have her gremlin is Amma, because Amma was the first or second. Amma was the second VTuber I ever did my silly fan art of, and she wanted to be a barbarian, so I made Amma the barbarian. And I haven't made an Amamaru yet, because I'm just dumb and have forgored for a long time. But now I try and do it alongside every one for everybody. So that's the gremlin that they were asking about.
Why? I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it. I hate Evan.
If you ever want to do fan art for Minnie, That's what she's gonna say about it. You do fan art for Minnie, and that's what she says. That's a mini clip right there. So, man, tragedy, isn't it? Oh well. Extra 666 bits of Dark. I appreciate that, dog. Thanks, man. That's very kind of you. Hey, thanks, Dark. Appreciate it. Yep, you're SMHing at me. Oh no. There's also elusive Evan Muru and stream topics. That's right. Thorkin did make an Evan Muru for me. It's an emote on our Discord. Yep. I got to make an Ella Muru as well, but Ella is not a VTuber, so she doesn't get fan art from me until I finish her VTuber model. I could do just an Ella Muru. Maybe Ella deserves one. Maybe I just do an Ella Muru for her because I don't know. Thorgan did an Evan Muru. Thorgan actually already did an Ella Muru too, so there already exists an Ella Muru from way back in the day. It's still Ella's starting soon stream whenever she streams, the rare time she streams. So, an Evangeline Maroon. I am never doing Evangeline fan art. I will only... What's my big goal at right now? That's Evangeline fan art. You guys want to fill that fucking gauge? That's Evangeline fan art. There you go. Mm-hmm. Good fucking luck. That's PE, Project Evangeline.
I don't want it. It's stupid. I hate it.
How do you feel, Minnie?
Evan.
Oh, no. Damn. Oh, man. Dude, man. Fuck, dude. I thought I could count on Minnie. Minnie, should I do a partner push? What do you think? Should I do a partner push? All y'all VTubers do partner pushes, and that works out for you. I don't know if I know enough people to do a partner push. Absolutely, you think so? But don't you have to have clout with VTubers to do it? Isn't that required? That's what I thought, man. I could be wrong, though. Can a flesh tuber do a partner push? Can a mere fleshy, ever do a successful partner push? Well, I've been helping Casey with I don't know if Casey's still doing on the partner push, but before I left for Gamecon, Casey Snow Art was doing a partner push, fucking crushing it. So maybe I could. I don't know. I just want my bitrate and my emote slots, man. I don't care about anything to do with being a partner except for the bitrate and emote slots. That's all I care about. And we got some emote slots, so I feel better about that. But my bitrate, I still can't use stream videos for YouTube videos yet. So. You seen that plus ticket to Twitch? No, I didn't. What does it currently still say that I need to get 100 sub points for July or for June? Does it say that still? I didn't send the ticket because I was literally at Edmonton for the last week. So no, I haven't since I went offline like last Friday. I haven't had fucking any time. I've been doing convention shit. So I raid you if you weren't streaming so early. Thanks, Minnie. I appreciate it. I know. I raid. The problem. I can't partner push and be at the person at the beginning of the day, right? I'd have to ask, like, Chris Not Bush to raid me every single day for a month. No, I don't know if I could do it. I don't think. I think for me, Twitch partnership will come when I am worthy of it. And I don't think I can push for it. I think I have to just accept it. That's okay. I will get my emote slots and my better bit rate in due time. Yeah. Not like that. Like that. There we go. There we go. Too humble? What, Minnie is? I agree. Minnie's too humble. She's a beast. She's my favorite streamer. Mm-hmm. I keep forgetting to sub to Minnie, and then Alf just randomly knows when my sub is up and gifts me a Minnie full sub. So I just throw bits in Minnie's chat by gigantifying emotes of me shaking her. So, that's it. The reason I missed so many of your streams is the time. Yeah, right? Like, the thing is, though, I don't know if I could stream at night. I don't know if I could. I think too many of you goblins are either doing stuff avoiding work during the day,
Or all my streamer friends are live at night, so none of you guys would watch my fucking stream. Because you're all fucking live at the same time, right? Shit, dude. Shit, what do we do? Oh well. I mean, I could tell you, I could go mask off for a second, and I could tell you my toxic take. Should I mask off and should I say the thing? They'll get me canceled and in trouble. I don't know. This could wow. Hold on. This could hurt damage my career, my brand. Maybe I should. Yeah, no. I should just be. I should. Yeah. Okay. We should just be. Okay. All right. The true. We'll hide our true feelings. We'll persona it. All right. We'll stuff the mask back in. Sleep stream. You ready? You ready for your Google Doc the moment your moments come? All right. You want my hot take? Hold on. Let me mute the ship. Mute the ship. Okay. It's just you and me now, chat. It's just us. See, this is you. This is me. It's just us. No music. No nothing. I could tell you my true opinion on me hitting partner on Twitch. Okay, if you really want to know. People have gotten close to this and they have not liked what they've seen. They've gazed into the abyss. That's so funny. My ads just started. That's so funny. That's fucking hilarious. That's the best thing. Oh my God. I didn't time that. My ads just started. They just rolled. Oh, get fucked dumpstered if you don't sub. Holy shit. Get out. Oh my God. Pay to watch only. Thank you, fucking Dan Clancy, Jeff Bezos. Oh my God. Let's fucking go. All right. Fuck him. You want to know the true? You want me to go mask off? I will hit Twitch partner. I believe, not from a partner push, not from anything to do with playing the game, networking, getting raids. No. I will hit Twitch partner when the art that I make is good enough to be worthy of hitting Twitch partner. That's what I believe. All right, let's get it back into it. Okay, anyway. So, okay. All right. Okay. So, we're just chilling out here, about to do some art. And, yeah. People don't like it, man. They don't like to hear it. They don't want to hear it.
Visitors,
but it's true.
how exciting.
Orc Skull, hello. Hey, you just missed ads. Oh my God. Hello, my friend. Welcome in. How you doing, bro? How was stream? Guys, we're following Orc Skull. Go follow Orc Skull. It's a good time. We're there all the time. Orc Skull, we need to talk about this. Do you, because you are an orc enjoyer, Orc Skull, are you familiar with the orc culture of Warhammer 40,000 years into the future? Are you familiar with it? Because not all orc enjoyers are orc with a K from 40K. Some are. But I'm not sure if that fits into your wheelhouse or if you're, you know, that's like a different orcish clan from you guys over there. Honestly, you're not wrong, but you also have to have the charisma and you got that. Maybe, but my art is not good enough yet for it, apparently. That's how I feel. That's what I believe. So there you go. When it's good enough to deserve and merit the accolades, then I'll refer to myself as a real artist. Okay, that or 100,000 followers on Instagram, whichever happens first. So I'm kidding. Okay, it's too toxic. All right, relax. But Orxel, I was at a convention this weekend. Again, if you guys aren't following Orxel, go follow. Welcome everybody from Orxel's chat. I was at a convention called Gamecon. They had a massive 40K tournament. I didn't know this about 40K players, but if you walk into a 40K tournament and you yell WOG, at the top of your lungs, you will have somewhere between 80 and 400 middle-aged, balding, bearded, overweight men scream wog back at you, and it's awesome. It's the favorite part of the convention that I've ever been to. It reminded me of old BlizzCons when I was at, you know, where somebody would just scream for the Horde, and you'd have a similar experience of between 80 and 300 middle-aged, balding, overweight, bearded men also screaming for the Horde, and I fucking love those guys. I wonder if they cross over at all. But they're a good time all the time, so if you're gonna play 40k, consider the orcs. They have a nice culture over there, let's just say. But thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm honored and humbled, my friend. Yeah, Nick gets it. Nick understands. Gamecon was fun, man. I'm really happy I got to meet a bunch of, like, I had no idea that I had, like, unknown in the ether, you know, followers. The kids broke my heart, though. They were so cute. They were so sweet. I had a couple of kids come up with their parents and say that they watch my YouTube videos or whatever, or TikToks or something like that, and they're so excited to meet me. And I was like, how do I let them know I'm a fraud, that I'm not a real like person that's like worthy of being excited at meeting? You know, I didn't break their illusion. I just went with it, and they were so excited. It was the sweetest thing ever. I gave them little sketch cards that I make for if I ever meet, like, you know, friends on Twitch and whatever. And so I had a couple with me because I was going to meet some Twitch friends, M and other people. Would have given one to Mendari if she showed up, but I gave one to this little kid. This, I don't know, 10, 11, 12, somewhere in there. And she started to like tear up and freak out. She was so excited. And I was like, dude, chill. I gave a couple of sketch cards to the youngins, and they were all very excited, but she was overwhelmed with emotion. It was very sweet, and I was honored to be able to you know, inspire such gravitas in my presence. No, it was fun. Imposter syndrome, we all have that at some point. I don't have imposter syndrome. So people say that. They talk about imposter syndrome. I don't have imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is a misalignment of your position and status in life with how you feel about your position and status in life. And I am firmly aware that I'm an irrelevant nobody and a shitty artist. There's no imposter shit. Yeah, what? What do you mean imposter syndrome? Dude, I'm fully aware. Right? That's not even a thing, dude. Okay, I'm done. I'll stop. Oh god. See, that's the kind of shit I pull. That's kind of unfortunate ass shit I pull. Even cheekbones. Mini B in chat is perfect. Yeah, Dark are here presenting evidence. Listen, Dark is helping my case that Miniful actually hates me. Literally, she says it. It's Legion. So, yep. We all know it's true. These fucking VTubers, man. You try and befriend them, and they're like, dude, I'm not befriending a flesh tuber. Get the fuck out of here. Minnie's like, ew. Alf's like, get out of my chat. Yep. And it's unfortunate, but, you know, discriminated against because not cartoon. I'm kidding. Marquise D. Cais, dude, I probably didn't get any of that right, but Marquise, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm honored. I'm humbled. Such nobility. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Okay. Let's gather our courage and try and finish this piece. So I have some art done today. Or Brooklyn's like, tick fucking talk, art man. Get me my character. I've been working on Aaliyah for 3 years at this point in time. Gamecon did not sharpen your skills, Evan. Had a lot of people actually ask me about Gen Con, you know, as far as if I'm going to Gen Con, and I continue to have to firmly say no, because unless Ella gets in as a vendor for Blackwood Dice, I don't think it's possible for us to go to Gen Con. It is unbelievably expensive. Ridiculously such. And I'm surprised. Honestly. Surprised and let down at the same time. That such a convention could be so heinously. Dude, like, so Dungeon Dad was telling me about Gen Con. Really interesting shit about how like much influence they have over the city and stuff, and like how they like build hotels and shit for the event. I had no idea Gen Con wielded such influence over the city. It's crazy, man. I totally like learned and got schooled on the ways of Gen Con from him. It was very nice to take the time to explain to little people like me. But yeah, I just don't think that I can make Gen Con work unless I'm there as... Dude, wait, how relevant do you have to be to get invited to Gen Con? If I tell them I know Miniful, will they invite me? They'll see the clip of her saying she hates me and be like, nah. Nah. It'll all be Dark's fault. Still says help reach +1. Really? Come on, dude. Okay, well... I'll probably send a ticket this week if I remember, if I have time. I have a very, very busy week, but at least it's not like convention prep busy. I can at least... Like, I'm not going to go to High River Ren Fair probably every day with Ella. So, it's like... I'll have like some time. I don't have to like con prep, I guess, for High River. Which is nice. It's just like prepping Ella for High River, more or less. And you're so busy, you have my full permission to put on my requests if you have other stuff you need to get to sooner. Nah, Brooklyn, I'm just God, you're so fucking gracious. And just stop it. Stop being so nice. God damn it. This is not what I'm used to. I appreciate that. But I really do take the queue seriously, and I want to ensure that I get to everybody's sketches in order and make sure that I get everybody's stuff done in a timely fashion and in a way that you feel like your sketch is honored and respected and in the way it deserves. And I just really feel bad that I didn't get to it before the convention, because I took off Monday, Tuesday to hopefully get ready and prep for the con. But a couple things went wrong, and we had to run around the city and get some stuff and whatever. It was a whole thing. So I did not get a chance to like sit down and work really for getting stuff caught up, unfortunately. Which blows, but you know. At least Brooklyn's not mad. Far from it seems. I thought I was doing it funny. You were. But if it prevents me from getting on Gen Con, it's the ultimate funny. The ultimate troll. And I'm proud of you for it. Continue doing it. Being nice is good though. I'm just not used to it. I have clients that are up my ass about commissions because I'm late on my like estimated time. It's like I have people from TikTok and stuff being like, TikTok man, let's go. You said my commission, you be ready late May. It's now mid-June. Like, where are we at? Let's fucking go. Come on, man, bro. This is not good. Do I get a discount because you're late? Bro, I gave you an estimated start time and we didn't exchange any money. No, you don't get a fucking discount. I'm dropping you as a client. It's just very refreshing to have clients to being like yourself in Brooklyn and others and Jacob and, you know, Guapo, whatever, who are like, hey, man, take your time, bro. It makes me want to work extra hard for you guys to give you something that you really feel is worthy of your characters and of the super nice, I guess, honoring of the time that I am being bestowed with. So, what the fuck? Still says +1? God damn it. God damn it, Twitch. Now I'm Madge. Actual Madge. I'm kind of butthurt about it. because there was a small part of me that thought it might fix itself after I got back from Gamecon. Because sometimes Twitch makes an oopsies. Like everyone who's saying you got to put in a ticket right now, you got to put in a ticket right now, you got to put in a ticket right now. There's part of me that's kind of like, we'll see. I mean, like there is a part of Twitch that's always like, hey, we screwed something up, but like we fixed it and didn't tell anybody, and hope nobody noticed. And so I wasn't entirely convinced that I'd come back to like see that it was still messed up. You know? What's up, Jace? How's it going, dog? What's up, my friend? Good morning in the land of Australia. Me and Brooklyn are more likely to tip you for being a hassle to your commissions. No, stop it. Stop it. No. No, I'm being way too sweet. I don't deserve it. I'm unworthy of such honor. To have such lovely individuals and trust me with their characters is just not something I'm emotionally prepared for, all right? Hi, it's off to work I go. Oh man, okay. Jace, have a lovely day at work. Whatever you're doing, crush it. Wait, is it time for wait, hold on. Is it 28 in the fucking morning? Is it time for your VB long neck? Time in Australia. 7:31 in Australia. So the meme of the old Aussie man saying that if you're a real fair dinkum Aussie, you have a VB long neck at 20:88 in the fucking morning. VB, not BB. You have 9 minutes to get that VB long neck up there. My favorite fucking video from all of Australia. Meanwhile, the Australians are like, what the fuck is he talking about? That meme is probably unknown and dead within Australia, but it's hilarious to Canadians for some reason. God knows why. But yep. Not signed an agreement yet. Take all the time you need. Refresh the store page, hoping cards are up. Yeah, right. Well, the cards are my next priority after, like, for personal projects. This next little bit, my priorities are Quincy first, that's number 1, then comms, and then coffee, and then cards. I'm gonna try and get all these done, and then adventure down here. So I'm gonna try and make sure everybody's happy and their work is being prioritized the way it deserves to be. I had to turn down so many requests for commissions and stuff at the convention. Like, sorry, dude, I'm just wrapped up in projects. I can't. I always feel kind of bad when I'm at, like, when somebody tries to, I don't know, get me to do a project by offering me, like, money, and they think they're, like, overshooting my con price by, like, some astronomical amount. I feel kind of bad. Your art's so good. Thank you. I appreciate that, Summer. Thank you. That means a lot. And I had that happen on the weekend where somebody did that, and I felt really bad because it's like they're expecting shock and gratitude, and I'm like, ooh, I'm so sorry, I still can't do it. I'm like, what? But I told you I'd. And you're like, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the time. I'm sorry. I feel really bad about it. I always feel really bad, man. All right, I think I gotta go help Ella with some stuff. I didn't realize it was 3:30, so I was only sleep for 5 hours today. But all right, we bounce. We get to do the things. We abandon. We flee. We disappear. Because yeah, I gotta go help. The whole fucking car, man, is still packed up, and I gotta help Ella with all the things. So I think that's it for a stream today. I think I gotta bounce actually. Hey, thanks for the raids today, guys. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the subs. The bits. Did it make me cry today for bits? Almost. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so sorry about missing a
a week of streams. I really feel bad about that. Hey, so tomorrow I'll be live for the first Tuesday in a long time, which is awesome. My like appointments for my Tuesday treatments and shit for my ear is late in the day, so I should be able to stream for at least 4 hours tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. Hopefully they'll be scheduled better. Hopefully I'll get good news tomorrow that I'll regain my hearing, which I'm kind of waiting on. So look forward to that. I know I am kind of terrified. I'll be anxious tomorrow. You guys have to make me feel better tomorrow because I'll be very anxious. So, but happy to be back home. Happy we have had the convention go well. Thank you guys for anybody who's popped in today who is from the convention. Please be super welcoming to the people who popped in from the convention in Discord. They're lovely individuals, are all very excited to see what was going on for Eldara and for playtests and whatnot. And I got to hear what the playtest Atari did, and Entities said he's going to write some stuff up. So we had a great weekend, I think, and a great week as the guild. But I'll be live tomorrow. I'll be live all day. And maybe we do a partner push soon. Minnie thinks I can do it. Say thinks I can do it. Sleepy's like, but you know, not completely against it. Okay, I'm kidding. All right, thanks guys for chilling with me today. I appreciate it. Good to be back. This week's streams are gonna be awesome. I'll catch you later, but until next time, until tomorrow, be good. Play some Baldur's Gate 3 because you don't have friends to play D&D with. Let's face it. Okay, bye. Wait. All right, bye. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right. Bye.